Oh, I should probably put Loom back up on the screen so you guys can also see my beautiful face. What's happening? Because I don't really know how to put your face on a. Oh, yeah, I do. Look, if I turn this thing on. 1 second. How do I change the order of the? Haha! Look at that. I'm nice with it. All right, we're going live, and I'm just gonna build some stuff today. This is pretty much what we're gonna do every day. Is I'm just gonna hang out here and build with you guys every day until we make $10 bajillion together. Oh. Yeah, I was just thinking last night, I'm like, literally the only thing I've ever wanted to do in my entire life is just hang out with cool people and do cool stuff. I like being somebody who cares about other people, and I'd like being on stage. I like the attention, especially when I can direct it towards clarity for other people's lives. So if it's like, hey, you give me your attention so I can help you put your attention on something that's going to get you a result that you want, then I feel happy. So come hang out, come give me some of your attention, and also if it just inspires you to build something dope for yourself, then that's cool. So we're building with Claude Code today. I've never used Claude Code before, ever. All I did was just like get VS Code up, and now I'm getting ready to jump into Claude Code. Actually, I'm gonna start from scratch, like literally nothing on my screen. So I'm going through the Cole Medin agentic coding course because I really love Cole Medin. I think he's brilliant, and there's not too many people out there that I think are super duper brilliant, but he's one of them. So I like all of his resources. Big fan. But yeah, if you guys want to hang out and build a completely production ready application with Claude Code with me, that's what we're here for. Live and in the flesh. Enrique, you're here, right?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to make sure audio was coming through. All right.
What up, people?
What's at him? Say what's up in the chat. If you guys are in the chat, feel free to check in. Thank you for the coffee, Zach. Appreciate that.
Yes, sir. What is the outfit? The outfit.
You look good. You look like you're about to go, not golf per se, but you could golf. Yeah, for sure.
Right?
Yeah, for sure.
Some Tiger Woods going on?
All right. Anywho, say what's up in the chat. We're going to keep knocking this out, though. So I launched VS Code, and to use Claude Code in here, I can just apparently type in Claude into the terminal and start building, which I did here. I just typed in Claude, and now it's asking me, Claude may read, write, execute files, blah, 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 blah. Yes, proceed. And look, boom, we have Claude Code up. So I'm going to try to avoid switching screen, electron quit, unexpectedly, please reopen. I don't even know what that is. I'm going to try to avoid going back and forth between different pages. Ideally, I can just do everything inside of Claude Code. So I might even just drop this chat. We'll pop this back open in a second, but I'm going to keep the videos playing from Cole Medin, our boy Cole, so I can build the system and not spend so much time talking. Gonna be super chill, super low key, literally just building. And figured if you guys are also working, then maybe you'd want to build with me. And this is gonna be my life for like the next 6 weeks. Yay! Whoop whoop. Whoop doop 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 boop. Also follow my new TikTok, and I'm gonna just put that in the chat real quick. Tiki Taki TikTok. Say what's up to your boy.
What you're not seeing is that you're a chart topper. That was the phrase that I heard. So I feel like this message is for a collective of people.
I'm trying to go live on TikTok also, and I don't have enough followers over there yet. So hook your boy up. Hook your boy up. So we can all hang out. All right, that's me. Let's rock.
AI coding assistants before we even get into the code to help us with our prerequisites. So we really are leveraging AI for everything. So that's all I got for prerequisites. If there's any issues that you have installing anything, always please feel free to post a question in the Dynamis community. Again, there is a dedicated portion of our community, a dedicated category for the agentic coding course. And you can always check the official documentation and have your coding assistant point you to that as well. So you've got what you need to take care of this. Once you have the prerequisites installed, now we can go on to one more thing that I want to cover before we get to our first exercise. So I'll see you in the next video on the system gap deep dive.
System gap deep dive. Let's go. So I did pay for this course and all of this stuff, so I'm not gonna necessarily like show you all of the things that I paid for because somebody had to spend some money and it's behind a paywall for a reason. I'm just trying to respect Cole and all of his stuff, but he's pretty giving with all of his resources, so I'm not gonna worry too much.
Time for your first exercise, the baseline implementation. The goal here is to build a simple feature into an existing code base, and I want you to use your process, your AI coding assistant, because it is a self-assessment. I've intentionally put this exercise here before we really get into the meat of anything in the course, because I want you to evaluate where you stand. And it's totally good if you're a complete beginner or if you're more advanced and you already have a system to knock this out. I want you to do this exercise before we really get into the meat of things. Now, before you begin this exercise and code anything, I would highly encourage you to get the exercise application up and running so you can see what you're building on top of for this mini challenge. So I'll have a link in the description of this video below to this repository. This is the repo for the entire agentic coding course. And so you can clone it just right here. And then the directory I'm in specifically is this one for our first exercise. 4_exercise is the fourth video in this module here. And I've got it.
He wants me to clone a repo.
Instructions and a quick start here for spinning up the backend and front end both in separate terminals. So follow these instructions, and you should have the prerequisites installed in the second video already. And then you'll have this front end that you can access localhost port 3000. It's just a super simple product catalog that we have for this exercise that's what we're going to build on top of. And the first problem that you'll probably see.
So he's saying a lot of words, and I'm just going to take the transcript from the video and take this page and just see what I'm supposed to be doing. Because it's way easier for Claude to just tell me like what's happening. So I'm just going to paste all of that in there real quick. What does Cole want me to do? Step by step. Don't leave out any details.
See with this product catalog here is there's no way to search through the products or filter, and that is the exercise that I have for you right now. And so you can't really think of this as being two separate tasks, but of course you can implement this in a single prompt if you want, because we're going to have to add backend API filtering and then also add the components to the front end. But you can take care of this however you want. Just very simply add product searching and filtering into the catalog here with your own process, your own AI coding assistant. It's up to you how you do it. The goal that I have for you here is to build up this whole feature to establish your baseline, experience your current workflow before we learn how to create these systems and go through the pivot loop and everything like that. Now, last thing I want to say before I send you off to do this exercise is your implementation is probably going to work even with simple prompts. And I talked about this in that fictitious example in the last video as well, because AI coding assistants are powerful enough to handle these features, hands down. I've intentionally made the project this way because I don't want you to trip up a bunch in the very first exercise. I actually want it to go very smoothly for you no matter what. So instead, what I want you to pay attention to is how smooth the process feels overall, how much do you understand what the AI coding assistant is doing each step of the way, how much control do you feel like you have. Like, are you in the driver's seat or are you just along for the ride? Like I showed in the example in that last Scala diagram, you can get the right implementation, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you're in control and that it's actually fit to your specification. So that's what I want you to really pay attention to as you're establishing your baseline here. So with that, go ahead and clone this repository locally, open up your AI coding assistant once you have this application up and running, and go ahead and implement the product searching and filtering. And of course, you're welcome to share your results and your prompts in the Dynamics community. I highly encourage you to do that as well. And please engage in this exercise. You can, of course, just watch all these videos and be along for the ride, but you're going to get so much more out of this course if you engage with the exercises and workshops and really be a part of Dynamics as we go through this course together. So with that, go ahead and knock out exercise number 1.
What does this man want me to do? Also, I don't even know how the cost for Claude Code works. Is it API tokens? What are you spending money on for Claude? Git clone, agentic code, read the readme, ensure proof is installed, start the backend in one terminal. Okay. Can we do this?
Have fun and make good time. I'll be back at time block after this meeting to do the AI for you.
Cool. Git clone. Cool. I'm literally just gonna have Claude Code do do the whole course for me. Apparently. And we'll see if I learn anything this way. Just going step by step in order. This kind of... Setting up and starting the backend server. So we're just going through these steps in order. First, git clone, read the README, ensure prerequisites installed, start the backend server, start the front end in a separate terminal, follow the README instructions, verify the app works by opening localhost, observe the problem. You'll see a simple product catalog with no way to search. Claude is asking me to do something. Python, create Python 3.12 virtual environment for backend. Yeah, I'm pretty much just hitting 2 every time that Claude asks me for permissions to run something. I'm just gonna let Claude run most of everything by itself. Install backend dependencies. Yep. UV run Python start backend API server. Yep. So it's just doing these steps in order, starting the backend server, then it'll start the front end server next. Perfect, the backend is running successfully. Let me update your progress and move forward to the front end. Needs to install something, that's fine. I mean, this is really all we're gonna do today is just like let Claude fucking do all of the work for me. But I am reading, going along step by step to understand what's happening, because I build stuff with Claude all day, every day. So this is like pretty straightforward. Maybe even more boring than usual. Like usually it's not too boring because it's like I'm going back and forth with Claude and having conversation and like working things out, but if Claude can now execute the code for me as well, instead of me like talking to Claude, then copy and pasting and having to go show Claude the results and then come back and keep the conversation going. Like if Claude can take the actions I want him to take during the conversation too, then really it should just be me talking all day. Start the front end development server. Yes, that actually makes a lot of sense. That, you know, and that's really the big reason why I think it's important to be developing like this skill right now instead of just sticking to N8N or just sticking to like, you know, any automation builder. Is I use Claude to build every single automation I've ever built and the entire business model. But sorry, I have to I have to run the server real quick. Yes. The huge difference in where we're shifting into is like, you know, traditionally, if I want to work with Claude to help me build an automation, I have to go build some of the automation, ask Claude for his thoughts, copy some JSON from N8N, give it to Claude, say, hey, this was the execution from this workflow. This is like the inputs. These are the outputs. This is what I got. It wasn't what I exactly wanted. Can you help me change the code or change the automation to be able to get the desired output? And right, it's like a back and forth, but there's a step of me having to copy and paste and bring information from over here, put it over here. If I build automations inside of Claude will have all the context of everything that I'm trying to build, right? It'll see every execution. I won't have to copy and paste and go back and forth. Like when it tries to run some of the automation that we just coded out together, it'll see what's going on in the process. It has its own internal logs. Like we can code in so that it has the logs of what the executions are doing. And now I don't have to go back and forth like copy and pasting. I can just talk about the automation and what I liked about the output and what I didn't like, what needs to be done better. So very soon I'm going to be building a data enrichment automation that allows us to put in any industry, location, revenue size, etc. Go search the internet, find emails, LinkedIn's, mobile phone numbers. It just very personalized information, mobile numbers with the contacts in our ICP, so we can put it into the client acquisition system that I've already built on N8N and Supabase, right? So eventually I'll probably go rebuild the whole system in code officially, but I'm going to just start by building the UI for the client acquisition system that's already running inside of N8N and Supabase. I'm going to build the data enrichment workflow with Claude Code. I'll leave everything that's already built in N8N like as it is. And the whole vision I have is I can just conversationally ask AI to go find leads. It automatically puts them into the campaign. The campaign automatically is created with the spin tax and the automated outreach messaging and the prompting. All of that's already done. it automatically reaches out and sends ringless voicemails, text messages, emails. Already does that. That's already working. Replies automatically and books those appointments to our calendar. That's already done. It's already working. All of that information is tracked inside of Supabase. Already done. Already working. Now I want Claude Code to help me build the UI so I can visualize that entire experience as well. So Claude Code for the data enrichment stuff and Claude Code for the UI. Eventually, this whole thing will be built out with Claude Code. But those are the two big pieces that I want to be able to build this week, pretty much. And I've never used Claude Code, so this is me jumping in to learn how to use Claude Code to build those two like really sexy pieces of the client acquisition system. There's the context. All right. Before we start coding, you should open your browser and check out the app currently to see what we're building on top of. Ready to implement the filtering feature? This is where Cole wants you to use your normal process. How would you like to approach this? Well, let's just open up this thing and see what's cooking. This is the come on. This is the code that Cole wants us to work on. Apparently, we're putting like a filtering system in place to be able to filter these products. Super chill. Obviously, this is running from the back end to the front end at a local host. Cool stuff. So we're just going through the course in order with Claude Code, teaching us how to use Claude Code. Fun. All right. So before we start coding, you should open it up, check it out. That's cool. Before ready to start. Yeah. And if you guys want to talk and hang out, like just talk in the chat, I guess. That's why I'm here. I just didn't feel like doing all of this by myself today. So, come kick it. Say what's up. I know somebody's here watching. Say your name, so we can be best friends now, and we can, okay. Ready to implement the filtering feature. This is where Cole wants you to use your normal process. How would you like to approach this? We can start with the back end first and the front end, do both in one prompt, and break it down into smaller steps. Yeah, do both in one prompt. Let's ball. 2. Do both in one prompt. I don't even know what do both in one prompt means, but because I did not watch Cole's video. I just put the instructions straight in here. But see, I see here, backend add filtering logic, front end create search input, integration connect front end to back end. Use whatever process you normally use. Don't optimize, just do it your way. That's your baseline. Self-assessment after implementing, answer these questions, write them down. How smooth did the process feel? How many times did you reprompt or clarify? Did you feel in control or along for the ride? How much did you understand exactly? So I always provide, like, if I'm building something, I provide context from YouTube videos. I provide context from like my own conversations. I usually like over dump context so that the build is really smooth. And that's what I'm doing here too, is like I'm just giving Claude all of the stuff from the course while I build, because that's how I'm going to build in the future also. I'm just going to give full context of the conversation, full context of any resources I have, and just like kind of work it out. Excellent. I found the test files that show us exactly what we need to implement, yada, yada. Now let's implement the backend filtering based on the test. I need support price filtering. Let me start by adding the filtering logic and service. Do you want me to make this edit? Yes, allow all edits during the session. I'm gonna say 3. Yes, make the edits, but also explain to me what you are editing and why you are editing it that way as we go along together, because I am learning this process with you as we go. I want to understand how to code with AI by following along with you. I need to understand best practices thoroughly by the time we complete each of these sections. All right. Literally having AI teach you how to use AI. Like, I'm using Claude Code to teach me how to use Claude Code. That's how I learned everything with AI in the first place. Like, jumping into the space and building voice AI assistants, I learned how to prompt voice AI by asking AI how to prompt AI. And then I was one of the best voice AI builders in the world. Like, pretty straightforward. Okay, so absolutely, that's a great approach. This is exactly what Cole meant about being in the driver's seat and understanding what's happening. Let me walk you through step by step. So, step by step. First, let me explain why we started with the service layer, architecture, API layers, data layer. API handles HTTP, TTP routes. Service layer contains business logic, filtering, sorting. Data layer, where the data lives. Why this matters, we keep business logic separate from HTTP logic. This makes testing easier and more maintainable. What I am adding. I'm adding a new function called filter products that will accept optional filter parameters, start with all products and progressively filter them down, return only products that match all provided filters. Key to design decision, all filters are optional and work together. Let me show you the code, and now it's updating some code, and it's showing me where it's adding a product category and a product category type. Do you want to make this edit? Yes, allow all edits during the session. Yes. So we're just going to hit one and make one edit at a time so I can understand what's going on and just kind of work through understanding how Claude code works, like step by step. Yo, two people up in here. Say what's up. Drop your name and who you are and why you're here hanging out, because I want to be... I just want to hang out. That's why I'm just going to go live, I think, for the next 6 weeks, because I'm going to be doing a crazy amount of builds for the next, 6 weeks. And... I want friends to hang out with while I do this. So come chat with your boy. All right. Let's see what's happening. So yes, what I just did, added from decimal import. Prices are stored as decimal type for precise money calculations. We need to compare prices, so we need to import this type. Added product category for imports. This type will restrict categories to electronics, clothing, books. Using this type ensures we can't accidentally filter by invalid categories. Nice. Why these imports matter. Type hints help catch bugs early and make the code self-documenting. That sounds like a good thing. Now let me add the actual filtering function. Yes, do it. There we go. All right, so now we're adding this here, return product database filters. All filters are optional and can be combined. When no filters are provided, return all products, same as getting all products. So these are comments, right? I think everything between some of the stuff is just like words to explain what's happening. Arguments, returns, a list of products, example. Yeah, so everything between these hash marks, I think, are just comments for us to understand what's happening. And then this is where the actual code is doing code stuff. Right, start with all products. And so this is, again, is like a header, right? Just explaining what the section does. Apply price filters. And then this is the actual code, I'm assuming. Apply. What file are we in? Back in Pi. Yeah, so that's how, I've never seen anything like this per se before, so I'm just kind of making sense of it as we go. Again, a header. This is was it markdown file, and then this is the actual, code stuff. So these are really just comments. Okay, what I just added, let me break it down. Oh, literally. Claude also just broke it down. So I'm doing my best to learn and understand what's happening, and then Claude is just kind of also supporting me in that understanding. This is how you really get to be good at using these tools, is take some time to try to break down the understanding yourself. It takes a little bit longer, but eventually it speeds up your productivity by a ton, because you know how everything works, and it builds that deeper trust with AI. When you can just quickly analyze the code or whatever output Claude has and be able to say, okay, I like this, I don't like this, without having to really, it's like a muscle you need to develop. It's like reading a language, right? So once you know how to read the language, I could tell, okay, there's a missing period here, or there's you spelled that letter wrong, or sorry, you spelled that word wrong, or yada yada, whenever you're learning, whenever you're reading just in English. But reading code is going to be the same way the more that you do it. And I've seen a lot of JavaScript now, so I can do that with JavaScript. So when Claude gives me a JavaScript code that doesn't look perfectly right, or I'm not sure if it's going to give me what I want, sure, I can run it and test it, and that's usually what I do. But sometimes I can just catch an error, just when Claude gives me the output in the first place. And it does help me iterate faster. So all of this is with the goal of like just iterating faster. So I'm going to move slower now so I can iterate faster. I'm trying to teach just good principles for like learning this stuff. I guess that might not be important either for you guys. You could just be here hanging out and I could just be talking, rambling for nothing. I won't know until people start chatting in the comments. But okay, what I just added, let me break it down. Key decisions. Parameter names are explicit. Return type tells Python and developers this returns a list of product objects. The filtering logic, start with all products. Well, we don't want to modify the original database. Each filter progressively narrows down the list. Then we apply each filter if it's provided. If search word is not none. So this is just some if logic to determine how the filter works. Case insensitive, convert both search, field lowercase, matches wireless or wireless, that's good. Search both name and description or logic, store keyword lower once performed. Now let's move to the API layer. The service layer has the logic we need to expose it via the HTTP API. Let me show you what we're changing in Product Supply. Perfect, now let me explain why we need to change an API layer. Current state, async get products, product list, no parameters, can't accept filters from the user, calls get all products. So it's always returning everything. There's no like function to just return what's inside of the database to the front end based on the filters. So it's adding something that allows us to be able to call just the specific resources we need. So accept query parameters from URL, validate the input, call new filtering function, and return proper errors. So we're not going to keep calling all products. We're going to call a filtered section of products based on the query parameters. Let me update. Dude, it's just like reading API docs. It's just like doing a search contacts on Go High Level. Each input delegates business. I'm getting excited. I'm getting excited. Okay. Do you want me to? And
Yeah, can you share your tab in the meet?
Share my tab.
Completely.
Oh, you want to watch too, huh?
Yeah, real time.
All right. All right. Enrique also said he wants to kick it, so there you go. Oh, here you go.
Cool.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Okay. I'm getting excited because like I mean I know like we're super early, like we just started this like maybe 20 minutes ago, but I can literally see myself doing this. I think all day. So likely I'm going to be live streaming and just doing this all day. Okay. Accept new parameters, return products. Let me update the API with detailed updated API backend with 6 additions and 2 removals. Each endpoint delegates business logic to the service layer. So from decimal import, from typing, from fast API. New imports explained. So same reason as service layer, we need to work with price values from typing import. This is specifically type hint that lets us use add metadata to parameters. We'll use it with the query and add validation rules. So this is importing pieces from our previous front end stuff. So it's like we made these edits. Where was it? Yeah, we made these edits on what? App backend, app service, product pie. Added from decimal. So all of this is still the backend stuff. And now it's just explaining this backend stuff to me again. Adding this for price comparison. You guys did added. Okay. Same reason as service layer we need to work with. This is from fast API, import API router, HTTP query, HTTP exception. Use the return error response like forwarded bad request. So this is just logging errors right there. And import product category. This is just giving us the actual stuff that we're filtering by, I think. Ensure app models, product list, added product category so we can validate category inputs. Now let me update the actual endpoint function. This is where it gets interesting. Async get products based on, it looks like it's going to be based on these filters. yes, allow. All right, let's make this edit and see what happens. I could go faster. I could just like speed run through this, but I really want to just try to understand some. I've never looked at Python before. Like, this is also my first time just like even reading Python, so I'm trying to take my time to just understand a bit of it. I've seen APIs built in TypeScript, so like I get what's going on here, and I actually kind of like Python because it's literally like it feels like it's a lot more straightforward. Like, I don't know, it's hard to explain right now, but I feel like it's telling me exactly what is being done at each step of the code.
Yeah, I can see that.
All right, I think that's kind of cool. So let me break down this API code. There's a lot happening here. Okay. What's happening here? Min is a parameter name. Like, I think it's important to be able to read, because like I can read, our innate-in workflows perfectly. I know exactly what's happening at every step. So I would like to understand what's happening at every step here too. But I'm noticing that it's a query, right, to see if the minimum price, what the minimum price is, and then a query to see what the maximum price is on the filter. So it'll return only products that are above the minimum or meet the minimum, or below or meet the maximum, inside of a specific product category, like electronics, clothing, and it's going to search inside of product names and the descriptions of the products. So search by keywords, and you have a combination of these filters to be able to get the products that you want. And that's how this API is going to work, is it's going to filter based on whatever you put in and return what you want. Instead of getting all of the products, now you can get the products just within that filtering. All of this red stuff with the minus is like the code that was removed. All of the green stuff is the code that's been added. So we can see it used to be getting all products. Now we're getting products with a filter because of this new function of get products, right? So new async function of getting products. I'm assuming this is a function. It might not be a function. I don't know what DEF means yet, but at least these are query parameters that work. I know that at least. Get products with, so all query parameters are optional. With no filtering, it returns all products. Multiple filters can be combined and work together, and logic. Query parameter. So again,
D stands for define and is used to create or declare a function.
Hey, thank you. I like that. Yo, Enrique, that was actually really helpful. I appreciate the way that you just showed up. You're like, hey, I'm gonna go do some separate research real quick. That was
Yes, sir. I'm learning.
So DEF means define, which Enrique just went and found, and it was right. It's how we declare a function. So when I was like, hey, I think these are I was like, I think these are functions.
Declare a function, yeah.
Create, declare a function. So DEF is defining, which is allowing us to create/declare a function. Because later we'll be calling this function. I'm not sure what the little command is to call a function, but at least here we're declaring it. But with DEF, what else is happening here in this code? So declaring functions. Now this is just examples of the query parameters, right? Which we just kind of covered up here by looking at it, by reading it. Returns products by filters. Raises HTTP exception 400 if there's an invalid price range, we'll get a 400 error. Example requests is API. So this is showing us some of the example endpoints we can use, and the query parameters, right? Everything after the question mark is the query parameter, right? So the category is electronics, or the query parameter is minimum price is $50, maximum price is $150. or we could do categories of electronics and also filter by the maximum price, combine filters, etc. So this is just showing us some example API calls we can make with the query parameters listed here, right? Or also listed here, right? Minimum price USD, max price USD category search words. And just some examples for how to use those inside of the Git URL. This is just like using, again, if you ever looked at Go High Level has a search contacts API, and that's just based on the endpoint plus whatever query parameters you're throwing in there. I'm probably going to use Go High Level as a reference for a lot of this stuff. Okay. Logger info, API request received, endpoint. So this is just a logger, like a console log. Imagine when you're using n8n and you can execute a node and then you see in the logs like what happened, what was returned. This is like the code to be able to create something like that. I'm pretty sure. Like I think that's what this is. And by pretty sure I mean like 97% sure. Because it literally is called logger info and it's showing you all the stuff that might that's getting logged, right? It's just showing you like what's happening. So, if validate price range, minimum cannot exceed maximum. So it's giving, and then if there's an issue here, it's gonna throw an error. Invalid price range rejected. Raise the HTTP exception, and it's gonna throw a 400 error. Delegate to service layer for business logic. So now we have a product underscore service filter products. Logger info is API response prepared endpoint. Okay, yo, what up, chat? Say your name. Tell me who is here just watching, so we can make options to have conversation. Da 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 da. I don't know if y'all like music or not, but you know, I'll make a little song sometimes. I can cook. All right. Let me break down this API code. There's a lot happening here. So a lot of this I just walked through kind of step by step to understand, but let's see what Claude is teaching me here. Minimum price USD is a parameter, which we know. Annotated wraps the type with extra metadata. I don't really know what that means. Annotated here. And ends here. Oh, same thing here and ends here. So yeah, I guess it's just some additional. Oh, it's just this metadata. It's just additional information about how the parameter works, I guess. Something like that. Annotated wraps the type with extra metadata. Decimal none means decimal or none. Query tells fast API this is a query parameter with rules. And again, we can see that here. These are all query parameters. Query, open function, close function. So it's just these are the rules of how to use this specific query search keyword, right? These are the rules of how to use this specific query on category. These are the rules for how to use the specific query for max price USD. Annotated again is just like here's all of the metadata about this query, about this specific query max price. It's a decimal type, and here's the query rules itself, right? So I guess annotated is how you include metadata on a I don't know what to call this yet. I guess I don't know if this is only applicable to queries or not, but I'm assuming this would just be like a key that has a value pair, and you need some additional information to be able to be collected with that key. I don't know. I'm just spitballing right now. Greater than or equal to 0. Description shows up in the API docs. Shows sample value in API docs. Oh, these are cool. So you can literally include the details inside of the code that you want to show up in the API docs for documentation later, which is why it was saying it's self-documented code. Oh my God, that's super fucking cool. So you can actually like have SOPs built out while you're building the code. The documentation for how everything works can be built out alongside of it simply by using description and example. So where was description at? I want to see where description is at in the code. I mean, I see example, but I don't see description.
It's on the queries.
Ah, nice. Good catch. Search and product names. Yeah, so description here. Oh, description and examples all inside of the metadata.
Mm.
Oh, sick. So the query is the rule. The description example will show up in the API docs. Which makes sense because I mean this is how you know how to use this specific query. I just didn't it's cool that so I guess all this metadata is just for documentation. I don't know if it's for functionality. I guess right now I'm trying to understand like what's for functionality and what's for documentation, right?
Yeah.
Is this both? Is it both in one? Because that's kind of cool if it is. I like utility and efficiency. Why this approach? Fast API automatically validates input before our code runs. If someone sends min price, fast returns 422 error automatically. Someone sends min price equals ABC, fast validates it, not a valid number. All this happens before the function even executes. That's cool. Custom validation. If min price is not none, max price is not none, min price is greater than max price, the error will be invalid price range, which makes sense. Why I do this? Fast API validates individual parameters, but it can't validate relationships between parameters. So we check this ourselves and return 400 bad error. The error response matches our API doc format, error code, error message, error details. Calling the service layer. Products equals product service filter products. This is the clean architecture pattern. API layer handles HTTP. Service layer contains business logic. We just pass the validated parameters for the service. Backend is done. Let's test it. The backend should automatically reload since we're using UV corn with hot reload. Let's test if it works. It just made this request. It's working. Let me test a few more scenarios. So it's just testing these queries now with the URL endpoints. Right, URL with the endpoint API products with the query parameter category equals electronics, max price equals $50. It's working, so it's just running a few more scenarios and testing. Backend is fully working. What we tested was filtered by category, keyword search, and error handling. Let me update your progress, front end implementation. Now let's build the UI so users can see and use these filters. This is actually also super cool. So the fact that you can, it's automatically testing on the back end and verifying that it's all working. Because that's something that we would have to press a button to test, right? Hit execute and see if it worked. And if it doesn't work, copy the output, give it back to Claude and see like why was it broken? Why was it working? Yeah, right? So this is cool. This is cool. Yeah, this is cool. I think maybe if I do this all day, I'll be an expert by the end of the day, and then I can just like rip tomorrow. I'm just talking to Claude. You know, at the end of the day, it's just talking to Claude, which I am definitely really good at.
Yeah.
Now let's build the UI so users can actually use these filters. Front end will be app TSX, manages the states, passes filters to app client, sends to backend API. We also need to build filter UI components, price, inputs, category, drop-down search boxes. Let me start by updating the API client to support the filter parameters. Currently, fetch products has no parameters. We need to add support for filter query parameters. Okay. So fetch all products from the catalog. This is what the front end was doing. Right, because now we're inside of app front end, so we just did back end stuff before. The back end was working, now we just need the front end to match it. So instead of fetching all products, we're going to start fetching or filter the parameters for product queries. So it's looking for these queries, right? Min, max, category, search, fetch products based on the API with the right query. So we just tested to make sure the API can fetch the right things, and it does. So this is just explaining like on the front end, that's how we get the front end to display, is based on the correct API. So backend endpoint is get API products, response model, product list response. Parameter filters optional filter parameters. All filters are optional, can't be combined. at returns product list with product array, throws API error if backend returns error response, throws error if network failure or unable to reach backend. Example usage. Get all products, constant all. Get electronics under $50, constant filtered away, fetch products. Search for wireless products, constant search, await, fetch products, search keyword wireless. I don't really know what an await is yet, but I'm sure I'll learn. I understand the fetch products. Build query string from filters, constant query param, new URL search params. Yo, I know that it's not likely that most of y'all are gonna watch all of this stuff behind the scenes, but if you do, I guarantee you by the end of like hanging out and doing this with us over the next like 2 weeks, then we're gonna be goated together by the end of all of this.
Goated.
Absolutely. Build query strings from filters. So it's just building the strings, queries, yada yada, whatever. Okay. Yes, allow the edit. Okay. So I just went through to try to understand what is happening here on the front end, which I do. It's just displaying the front end based on what the query parameters are. Do you want to create product filters TSX? Sure. Now let me read a little bit and see what's happening before I just say sure. API client changes explained. White interface type salary type script will catch if we misspell a filter name. Your IDE will suggest valid filter names. Export interface product filters. Export async function. Filters means the entire filter object is optional. That's good. Filters question mark makes filters optional because we don't actually need filters all the time. Sometimes they do want to see all the products. Build query string is just putting the query parameters on the URL search. If filters dot min price is undefined, query params append, filters to string. What's happening? URL parameters built in browser API for building query strings. Optional chaining safely checks if filters exists. Undefined important 0 is a valid price, so we check for undefined. To string convert numbers to string for URL. Result builds min price USD 100 and category equals electronics, etc. Why this approach handles URL encoding automatically, only includes filters that are actually provided, clean and maintainable. Now let's create the filter UI component. This is where users will input their filter preferences. So this was just giving the logic, I guess, for how to create the URL strings. Yeah. And now this is going to actually change the UI itself. Sure, let's do it. So it's creating a new file for the front end code. It's a component, right? So components are what we actually display on the UI. And it's making a component for product filters. Makes sense to me. Now inside the app TSX, we're importing from the components product filters. And we're using the updated fetch products URL stuff. Maybe, probably. I don't know. I'm gonna hit yes. Okay, now let's create the filter UI component. This is where users will input their filter preferences. I need to scroll back down. Product filtering UI component provides a form with controls for price range, category, keyword search. Product filters component explained. This is a controlled component, meaning React manages all the form state. Y string, not number. Input fields always contain strings. Empty input, not null undefined. We convert to number only when applying filters. This is the callback pattern. Parent component passes the callback function. Child component calls it when the filters change. Data flows up. Child notifies parent. Parent fetches new data. Y is loading. Disables inputs while fetching to prevent conflicting requests. Better UX. User knows something is happening. Cool. So this is just like a loading state in the component to exist. Key decision, only include non-empty filters. If user didn't enter min price, don't send it. Converting strings to numbers for the URL. Or no, this is for the actual calling the function. And call on filter change, notify parent component to display something else. Clear filters. Reset all form inputs to empty, send empty filters object. Yeah. Now let's integrate into the app TSX. We need to import the product filters component, add filter state to the app component, pass filters to fetch products, add the filter UI to the layout. Makes sense to me. Enough. So this is just explaining how the app works now, right? Because we changed some stuff in the back and we changed some stuff in the front, and now we're just updating the app file itself for like, hey, these are the changes we've made. We have a new way to do fetching products, because now we can fetch products with certain filters. We have a new way to load those products, because again, now we have something with like filters attached, and there's a new logic for that. Still have the same error throws. Call back an API with filters now. Update the state with fetched products, so to be able to update what's being displayed on the front. Update how we're logging things in the console. Same thing, updating like how we log errors, because there's new functionality in the back. Handle filter changes and product stuff. Yeah, makes enough sense to me. Again, the biggest issue here is that I've never looked at Python before. We'll start moving with some speed eventually. Okay. Tracks currently active filters, empty object, no filter, show all products, updated load products, key changes except filter parameter, why use callback, memoizes the function so it doesn't recreate one on every render, important for performance and preventing infinite loops, and use effect, use callback. This kind of makes sense to me, mostly because I've kind of coded before, and I understand that issues with infinite loops, something is just like constantly being loaded again and again and again and never stops, because it's like always being updated and it's always loading again on every new update, but it's like a constantly updating thing. So yeah, it doesn't need to like recreate whatever the thing is it's trying to display every time like a change is made. Constant, handle filter change, use callback, update state, fetch with new filters. This is the callback we pass to product filters. When user clicks apply filters, this function runs. Updates filter state, immediately fetches products with new filters. Finally, let's add the filter UI to the layout. Okay. Using the callback, handle filter change, using the callback. So I guess the callback is triggered right when you press the button, and that's when something changes, not just like as you're typing, it's changing and sending constantly. Maybe. Okay. So this is just adding it to the actual UI now. Wait, I need to fix one small bug in the product filter component. When user selects all categories, we're sending category all, but the backend expects no category parameters. Yes. If we have no search parameters, that's when it sends all. There's not like a specific category called all to get all categories. So that was a good catch. Makes sense to me because I've been following along this whole time and I understand to display all products we just need no filters. So that makes sense. I didn't see where that was shown in the code, but it's like here in the front end components right there. Let me update our progress and check if everything is compiling correctly. So it's running its own test. I see there's a module resolution error. Let me check the latest front end status. The hot reload isn't picking up the new file. Let me restart the front end server. So that's because we made some updates to the files on the back end that it needs to do something new here now. So it just stopped the server and ran it back up. Back end, remember those test files we saw earlier? Let's run them to make sure our back end implementation passes all the requirements. The tests are all skipped because they have the PyTest marker skip decorator. We need to remove those to actually test our implementation. Let me do that. So it's removing stuff so it can actually test. Not implemented yet. This is your exercise. Do you want me to make this edit to, so this is me allowing it to actually test. And I can also go look at the front end now and see what's going on. Do you want me to edit this? So it's just editing test files so it can test the functionality itself. I have this new front end. All right, so here's the updated front end with filters. Search.
we're playing first. Like we're playing and testing first.
What do you mean?
Like, is this part of the Cole Madden's?
I don't know because I didn't watch Cole Medden's video. He was just like, "Hey, you should do this exercise," and I was like, "Okay, I'll do this exercise."
Okay.
And now Claude is like, "Hey, I want to test all this stuff. Excellent progress. 7 out of 8 tests passed. There's one small issue with the error response format. Let me explain what's happening. Error code looks like detail error code. The fast API actually wraps all errors in a detail, but the test expects an error field at the top level. The fix: we need to return JSON response directly instead of raising HTTP exception. Let me update." I don't know if I'm supposed to be going this far ahead because, again, I didn't watch the video. But everything on the front end is working. It's just now the way that it's actually getting the error response. Because we were doing an HTTP exception of throwing 400, where apparently in the test it was looking for the actual response, the actual JSON response, not like our error code that we wanted to throw. But I don't know what the test files actually look like and why that's the case. We need to return JSON response directly instead of raising HTTP exception. Let me update the API. So I'll let it do that. And now I'm going to go check in with Cole's course and see how far we're supposed to go. Because maybe we might have already finished the assignment at this point. I don't know yet. In this video, we'll cover the mini challenge, implement product search filtering, the self-assessment criteria, process smoothness, sense of control, code acceptance rate, set up, clone the repository, verify the app loads, implementation, add filtering logic to API endpoint, front end, create search input, integration, connect front end to back end. Important: use whatever process you normally use. Self-assessment: after implementing, answer these questions, write them down. How smooth did the process feel? How many times did you reprompt to clarify? Did you feel in control or along for the ride? How much did you understand exactly what was being implemented? Save your answers. You'll revisit these after learning the systematic workflow. So I would say, I think we're done because even this testing is done, and the testing on the back end is done. We even just ran 8 testing scripts and they all passed. And it passed the test. All 8 tests passed. Exercise complete. Let me give you a complete summary of what we accomplished together. We built the service layer, the API layer, and passed all 8 tests. We did the front end stuff, and I learned clean architecture, apparently, separation of concerns, component composition, type safety, React patterns. Like I didn't really learn this stuff necessarily like intimately, but I am reading through the Python and understanding what's going on, which is cool.
Yeah.
API design, query parameters, both. Now for Cole's self-assessment questions. Can you explain to someone else how filtering works? Test it out. I already tested it. It works. What made this different? Notice how I explained every change before making it, broke down complex concepts, showed why, not just what, walked through the architecture. This is what Cole means by being in the driver's seat. You understand the decisions, not just code. How do you feel about the process we just went through? Did you feel like you understood what was happening, or did we move too fast? I mean, I understood enough for this to be effective. Thank you for explaining things to me. I also took the time to like read the code before reading your explanation and trying to explain it to myself out loud first, which I felt like was helpful. So yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say that I was in the driver's seat. Like I still was kind of just following along, but I'm doing my best to be able to come up with my own understanding and then verifying it based on your explanation. And that's probably how we'll keep moving for the meantime. What's up, Mehik? We're live streaming, just so you know, just so you are aware.
Hello.
That
What up, Mehik?
we are live. We are live, and there's somebody here. Hey, anti-gravity. Sorry, we got a couple people in the chat. Somebody removed their message, but that's all right.
That's all right.
You
I gotta zoom in so I can even see what this message said. Anti-gravity. I don't know nothing about anti-gravity. What is it?
What?
E2N. What's up? And Aditya. Thanks for being here and saying something and then removing it. Anywho, that's actually a really excellent approach, and honestly, that's way better than just passively following along anyway. Active reading. I'm trying to learn and understand. Self-explanation, verification, self-awareness, being honest about where you're at. So yeah, I don't really fucking know what's going on yet, but I know how to talk to Claude and like learn as we go. The driver's seat spectrum, you're right that you weren't fully driving, but that's totally acceptable for a baseline exercise. Moving toward the driver's seat. Okay, for Cole's self-assessment, based on what you shared, you might answer maybe like a 7 to 8. Worked well, but you were following along more than leading. You had me explain as we went, which was good. In control, co-pilot level, actively understanding, understood, enough to verify your own understanding. So the fact that you're being honest about this is really valuable. Wow. Thanks, Claude. Okay. Do you want to open the app in browser, manually test it, wrap up and reflect about this baseline experience, ask questions about it? I think we're going to wrap up and move to the next lesson. All right. Thanks, Cole. Let's hit this next one. Because I do think that we have completed.
How is Claude Code getting trained like by files from Coleman's resources? How do he knows like the next assignments and stuff?
Oh, I don't think he knows the next assignment. I just copied everything from this course page here. Let me just drag the course page over here for you real quick. I just copied all of this stuff. I literally hit show transcript, show transcript command A, and I just pasted this inside of Claude Code. And then Claude was like, okay, well we need to get the repo. Because the repo, I don't know, it just read the instructions.
Yeah.
And I didn't. Oh, this is a different video. Oh, I skipped this video. Oops. I skipped this video apparently. I went straight to the exercise. Link to the exercise instructions included below too. Yeah, I just copied all of this and gave it to Claude Code. And then apparently inside of the README, there are instructions, so we can go back to this repo because it did download the repo, which means the README is in here somewhere. Trying to see, the code has to exist in here somewhere. But apparently I'm not inside of any folder because Claude's just been doing it, so I could ask Claude real quick. Feel free to come back. Can you show me the file for the read me from this exercise, please? Learning. Yay. Yeah, I skipped a little. My bad. Okay, can you show me the README file? Read agentic coding module 1. README. There's the complete README. Key sections to note for your reflection. You might want to go back and think about how long did the process take. Success criteria, whatever, reflection questions. So if I open the folder agentic coding course, I don't even know where, oh, right here. Boom. Module 1, exercise. So I can go look at the README if I want here. This is what we just went through. I did not even look at this beforehand, but I could have. This project is intentionally straightforward because the goal isn't a struggle with getting the code to work. How long did it take you to implement the new API endpoint? Like, I could have done this stuff way faster than it actually took me, but I spent the time to like read and try to understand also. Like, legitimately, this thing could have been done in like literally like 10 minutes tops. How many times did you prompt your AI assistant? Were you asking for code generation, debugging, explanations? How many back and forth exchanges did it take? All backend tested pass, backend API and process filters worked, front-end displays a working filter interface, which it did. Filters can be applied and results updated accordingly. It did that. You can manually test the full filtering flow in the browser. I did that. Documentation key. After complete exercise, you reflect on what worked well. The reflection will inform your learning that. When you're done, you'll have a working full stack filtering feature, awareness of your current strengths, context, questions, check the main README for the project architecture, review existing code patterns, run health endpoint to verify the backend is running, which we already know it's running because I was able to click on the thing. Check API docs when backend is running. Oh, yeah, I do want to see the API docs actually. Hey, look at that. That's cool. That's cool. Now, this ain't necessarily that that crazy to me right now. API products. Yeah, and these are all the query parameters that we just added. Look at that. It's all already here in the API docs. Cool. That's cool. Start implementing using blah, 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 blah. Dope. I'm going to go back and do the last, the module that we skipped real quick. Where did I put Coleman's? That's it.
quite a bit. But for the functionality, so the big question that you might have
Well, it's
going
a
into
system gap.
everything that I have for you is, why do we even care about building a system to work?
Why did I skip it? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why did I just go?
All right, one of the first, and have your coding
I
assistant
think I
point
saw
you to
that
that as
yesterday.
well.
I
So
heard that.
you've got what you need to take care of this. I'll see you in the next
It's
video
just
on the
basically him
system
going
gap
over
deep
the
dive.
gaps that AI has.
Work with AI coding assistants? Is it really worth all that extra engineering to put that in place? Now, obviously the short answer, developer 1 does not have a system. They basically just to validate and increase the number of assumptions the coding process in place to actually for you to correct the system and retry. So every mistake you realize
Can
that
you hear what's going on the actual? You can't. I wonder if the people on. I wonder if the stream can hear.
you have to learn all of these things, building workflows, even using like
Oh, you
slash
try.
commands and rules and how to set those up. Maybe you're more advanced and you actually already have a process in place, or you're using a strategy
Yeah,
like
you can hear
PRP
it.
or BMAD. There's still a ton for you to get out of this course to help you evolve your workflow as well, but I want you to figure out where you are at.
Oh, I guess we did watch this, and then I did the exercise. Okay. I just forgot that we. I don't know. Whatever. He's just talking. He's like, "Hey, this is why it's important to have a system."
Yeah.
I'm like, "Okay, well, I know that. I'm all about systems. All about it." All right, we just finished the exercise. Let us continue. Oh, I have a quiz. You guys want to take a quiz with me?
Yeah.
Yay! Let's go take a quiz. Shouts out Cole Medden. Again, I love Cole Medden. I think if you guys want to go buy a course, go do that. You getting a little sneak peek behind the scenes. I should get a little sponsored cred.
Yeah.
Welcome to your first
Really
self-assessment
earned.
quiz. Before diving into the core material, let's test your understanding of the foundational concepts, the system gap, and tools you'll be using. What core concept does agentic coding emphasize to help developers reliably use? Mastering the use of a single powerful tool, focusing on capabilities, not tools. That's definitely an answer. Quick implementing code, memorizing the specific slash commands. No, definitely focusing on capabilities, not tools. Cole says it all the time. The disparity between the high number of developers relying on AI coding assistants and the high number who distrust access is termed the. I'm going to assume it's the system gap. It could be the tool paradox. I don't know. Disparity between high number of developers and high number who distrust their accuracy is termed the.
Yeah, system gap.
Maybe. Which mental model is introduced as a foundational system for achieving consistent high? It's PIV. When an AI coding assistant makes a mistake, what should you do? Correct the system and retry. Correct the faulty code. Manually accept the code as the output is almost always better than no output. Revert the code and switch to a different tool. Correct the system and retry. What is one major benefit of the systematic approach compared to non-systematic approach? It allows for creation of simpler, less over-engineered code that is easier to validate, removes the need for any subsequent testing. It reduces the overall time commitment for learning new programming languages. It guarantees that 100% of all generated code will be
PIV loop?
yes. This is
What is that?
planning, implementing, validating, iterating. So plan, then implement, then validate, then iterate, which is really just going back to implement.
Planning, integrate, validate.
Plan, implement, validate, or maybe it's integrate. I don't know.
Plan,
I think it's implement though.
okay. Plan, implement, and validate.
It's right here.
Okay.
Planning, implementing, validating, and then there's a last one with iterating. But planning, implementing, validating.
Can you go back to the one that you thought it was like the tool paradox? Experience of using the high number of developers. I think it's tool paradox.
Me too, but the video was called System Gap. I just did it there. That's what I'm gonna leave it at.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which one major benefit of systematic approach compared to non? It allows for creation of simpler. Yeah. Because you still always need additional testing and documentation. It's still gonna take time to learn new programming languages. You can never guarantee that all the code is going to be accepted in the first attempt. And I'm a genius,
Nice.
100%. So, balling. Splash, 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 balling.
Nice.
All right.
Did he coded all of his training program? Or is that a platform?
This is Circle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Piv loop. So now we're learning more about Piv. We're on to module 2. We just bust through module 1 real quick. Easy. Now we're on module 2. Easy little module 2 work. We're about to hit this. What was module 2 talking about? The Piv loop, plan, implement, validate, planning, the 2 layers, implementation, validation, and then a second exercise, plus a live workshop and another quiz. It looks like we're not going to really get into building anything until module 6. Like everything else is planning from module 1 through 5, I think. But module 6 we get to systems for implementing, and then module 7 we get systems for validating, which I'm excited about because I want to get this UI built like today or tomorrow. But we'll go through planning. And again, like planning is the most important piece, honestly. If you have a good plan in place, like you can knock out anything. All right.
Cool.
So
Welcome to
again, I'm not going to share my screen because, again, you know, this is behind a paywall for a reason, and I want to respect our good friend. But what I will do is I'm fine with, we can show the modules that we're in. Module 2. What's up here? Oh. Module 2. The Piv loop. If you guys want to look at a pretty picture, this is what he's going to be going through. So you might be able to hear Cole talking, and this is what's on screen, but I'm not going to actually show the screen. I don't know. I'm trying to be respectful. I'm trying to be chill.
Module 2 of the Dynamic
Also, we're live streaming. I can't, you know. It's not like I'm gonna
Miss Agentic Coding
That's
course.
valid.
This is where I introduce you to the most important mental model that's going to be driving everything we build together, all the workflows and all of the systems. If you've been following
By the way, if you're playing the video, I cannot
I
hear.
know. I'm about to share just the tab. I got you. Bada boom, bada bing. Ting 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 ting. All right, so you guys on the meet can obviously see.
along, you just completed exercise number 1, a fairly simple task, but using your own tools and your own process. I hope that went well for you. But with that as your baseline, now we can get into the Piv loop. And so the way this module is going to work is we'll start by an introduction
about what we're doing, you know, in the chat. Feel free to say what's up.
to the Piv loop. I'll cover it in some more detail here. That's what this video is right now. Then the 3 videos after that, I'll be getting into planning, implementing, and validating. We'll see it in action, actually covering the main build for this course. That's the Obsidian Second Brain AI agent that I talked about in the last module. Then we'll get into exercise number 2, and your task for this exercise is the same implementation, but adjusting your approach to incorporate what we talk about with the Piv loop, applying those ideas yourself. So I hope that sounds good to you. With that, let's now dive into the Piv loop. Now, I know that I already covered this to an extent in the introduction. I did that very purposefully because this is such an important mental model that I wanted to expose it to you right away. But now we're going to get into things in a lot more detail and covering this as the cornerstone for all of the workflows and systems that we build in the rest of the course. And at the end of this video, I'll even give you a teaser here for how the Piv loop applies to everything that we're going to be building going forward together. And pay attention to this. If you're brand new to AI coding, this is how I teach you how to think about working with AI coding assistants and a lot of the what and the why, the principles behind it. And if you're already pretty adept at using AI coding assistants, I still want to get on the same page with you here because this is a mental model as much as it is a process. We're going to be referencing back to this time and time again. And so this really is the cornerstone. And so the primary mental model, we go from planning to implementing to validating and then iterating. This really is a loop. And so we start, of course, with our planning. And when you start with planning, I'm assuming that you're opening up your AI coding assistant and you've got a brand new conversation. Blank slate, we're starting from scratch. And I'm going to be speaking to how starting from scratch, we can build a brand new project or build a new feature in an existing code base. So I'm going to be talking about both. When I say from scratch, I'm just talking about a new conversation with a coding assistant. And so the very first thing I do, either way, is I start with what I like to call vibe planning. Now, I'm not a fan of vibe coding. I really do think that you should understand everything that's happening in your implementation and be on the same page with the AI coding assistant. But vibe planning, I think, is okay. We don't have to have a lot of structure up front. When we are first beginning a new implementation, all we want to do very casually is to explore ideas with the AI coding assistant, to figure out our architecture, understand concepts we're building, especially if you're newer to coding.
All he said is like, hey, just chat. Just talk to your boy.
Yeah.
Just talk to your boy Claude until you guys are on the same page. He said vibe planning, so like, okay. Just talk to Claude.
a sense of what our tech stack should be, existing or new. We're just getting on the same page with the AI coding assistant for what we want to build. That is your number one goal at this point. No structure, just exploring. And so for a new project, this can look like quite a few different things, but you're especially going to be researching online resources and potentially previous projects you've worked on that are similar. This is going to be a lot of your context that you are exploring. And then for an existing code base, it's going to be researching and analyzing that code base to figure out quite a few different things. Where do we have to edit things in our code base? What does our existing architecture look like? So it's different things that you're interested in depending, but it's the same idea overall. And planning really has two phases to it, and we're really going to get into this in the next couple of modules in the course. So don't worry if this isn't super concrete right now, we're really going to dive into this. And so layer one is your project planning. This is what you do once and you update rarely. So it's going to be one of two things. Either a brand new project that you're working on with AI, or it's an existing code base that you're bringing AI coding assistants into for the very first time. Because anytime you're working on code with AI, you establish a sort of AI layer where you have your commands and your rules, the constraints that you have. And so this is your layer to figure out all of that. And so you figure out the tech stack, the coding assistant, the architecture, the constraints that you have for it, your coding conventions, and then you create your stable resources. These are things like your global rules, which we're going to cover in the very next module. And so you do this one time. And then what I'm going to be focusing on, especially in this module of the course, is layer two planning. This is your task planning that you're doing for every single feature. So this is happening quite frequently. In fact, for every iteration of the piv loop, you are doing a task planning. This layer only happens one time. And so for every feature, you're going to analyze the code base and documentation. You're going to figure out integration points, basically like what files do I have to edit in my code base, what do I have to create, and then also defining task-specific rules for your AI coding assistant. And again, no structure at this point. You're figuring out these things just with a simple conversation with the AI coding assistant. Now, this might take 10 minutes. It might take a half hour. Whatever it takes for you. And if you're new to AI coding or just coding in general, this is also your place to ask a lot of questions to the AI coding assistant to make sure not only it understands what to build, but that you do as well. Now, however long it takes you, once you get to the point where you feel like you've established a good conversation with the coding assistant.
I like this because like we've already built up the major skill for this to be successful, which is just talking to fucking Claude.
Yeah.
Like we already ask Claude questions all day and brainstorm with Claude all day and iterate with Claude all day and give Claude code inputs and outputs to see what's working, what's not working, and game plan and map out Supabase databases. All of this is with Claude literally every day. So it's just like giving Claude more tools to be able to actually just do the thing that you want to do rather than just talk about it.
Yep.
But the core principle of like plan with Claude, build with Claude.
It is already there.
Yeah, build that relationship, take the time, like really make sure you have clarity, like all that we already do. This is gonna be so fucking dope when like we already just crushed this thing.
Then you can move on to the second phase of planning. It really is just two phases. I don't want to overcomplicate it here. Phase number 2 is creating a structured plan with the components of context engineering. And so this is where we go from unstructured. We know we're going to build now. Now we're going to create a very structured plan so that we can knock it out with AI coding assistant. The goal at this point is to produce a detailed plan of attack for your AI coder based on your conversation. So we're actually using this entire conversation as context to create the structured plan. And that is the very first pillar of context engineering. So I've covered context engineering quite a bit on my YouTube channel and in Dynamis. This is sort of like a sub-mental model of the piv loop for how we can think about providing all of the context necessary for the AI coding assistant to get the job done. And there's 4 main components to that. So first of all, we have memory. That's generally the short-term memory of the coding assistant. In this case, we're leveraging our vibe planning to help it create our plan. And then we also have reg. That's providing any external documentation or knowledge to our coding assistant. So that can be past projects, it can be specific websites we want to reference, it can be documentation for libraries that we're using. We're bringing that all in as a part of the plan. That is reg. And then we also have prompt engineering, specifically how we create our plan, the different sections that we decide to have. I'll talk about that in a second. That goes all into prompt engineering, thinking about all of the different pieces of information that the AI coding assistant needs. And I talked about this a little bit in the last module, but one of the most important things, this is a golden rule for working with AI coding assistants. You want to limit the number of assumptions the AI coding assistant makes, and prompt engineering is very big for that. We want to be explicit in everything as much as we possibly can be. And then the last component of context engineering is task management. We always want to have a task list that clearly lays out how the AI coding assistant can split up the implementation piece by piece and knock it out one at a time. So considering all of these different things, this is the general list that I like to have in my structure plan. So when I say structured, I really mean that we have different sections outlining things like our goals, the success criteria, the documentation that we want it to reference during implementation, our task list, the validation strategy, the desired code base structure, and you can change this list to whatever you want. Again, part of this course is helping you define your own workflows, your own structure plans. This is just generally what I recommend, and so you can use this as a starting point and tweak it to however you need. And in the next couple of videos here, I'll show you exactly what this looks like. Actually, after the very next video, we will have a full structured plan. So I'll show you vibe planning, going into structured planning in action. By the end of the next video, we'll have a markdown document that outlines all of these goals for a specific feature implementation. All right, so I know I spent a lot of time on the planning phase here. That was very intentional. I know it was almost 10 minutes, but context is everything. Like I said, we want our AI coding assistant to make the least amount of assumptions possible, and that is all down to our planning. And so if you really do have a structured plan of attack for your feature implementation with sections that look something like this, then once you get to the implementation, things are actually pretty easy. Like it's going to take a third of the time for me to cover both implementing and validating, because your plan of attack is all of the context your coding assistant needs. And I'll show you this in a couple of videos here, but when I go into
What do you say?
You just said it. He said planning is everything. It's like 2/3 of like the whole process. Implementing is the 1/3 left.
Yeah, it's just like when we're thinking about building a front-end UI, like the majority of the work is actually in the back end. It's just like everything being structured appropriately and stored correctly there. Then your UI is easy.
Mm-hmm.
And what's the best way to build a really good back end? Well, it's by planning what you need your back end functionality to have in your front end functionality before you start building anything. Or you end up rebuilding the same thing for 1,000 times.
Or you end up creating a bottleneck for yourself.
Yeah. All right. So before I start building this UI, I'm gonna work with Claude to have a really good plan for the front end functionality for our users. All right. Thank you, Cole, for that lovely reminder of plan this motherfucker first.
The end of the next video, we'll have a markdown document that outlines all of these goals for a specific feature implementation. All right, so I know I spent a lot of time on the planning phase here, but that was very intentional. I know it was almost 10 minutes, but
Sorry, I was like, we got some action in the chat. Yo, what's up, party people? What's going on? What do you think about VS Code plus Chat GPT Codex? I have never. Let me start here. I don't like most OpenAI products. The only time I ever really rock with OpenAI is if I'm doing something with a lot of function calling. So I have an AI agent that needs to like check calendar availability and book appointments and yada yada. Because I do still find that OpenAI is the best at function calling. Claude's not really too great with it. Same thing, Claude's not really great at like role playing. So putting a conversational agent in place, like, yeah, I like OpenAI. But as far as coding, if I'm coding anything, working with like JSON files, JavaScript, Python, like anything at all that involves code, I'm definitely using Anthropic. So anything Claude for coding, I'm a big fan of.
Yep.
So what do you think about VS Code plus ChatGPT Codex? Yeah, VS Code is cool, but I would definitely use Claude Code, which is why I'm using Claude right now. I already use Claude for all of my coding stuff. So yeah, that's my answer. OpenAI, the only time I use it is if I have a conversational agent that's making tool calls. Literally, I don't even chat with ChatGPT anymore. I stopped chatting with GPT like a year ago. So I'm biased. I like Claude. That's my boy. But thank you for the question. Thank you. All right. Let's
context is everything. Like I said, we want our AI coding assistant to make the least amount of assumptions possible, and that is all down to our planning. And so if you really do have a structured plan of attack for your feature implementation with sections that look something like this, then once you get to the implementation, things are actually pretty easy. Like, it's going to take a third of the time for me to cover both implementing and validating, because your plan of attack is all of the context your coding assistant needs. And I'll show you this in a couple of videos here, but when I go into implementation, I completely wipe my conversation history. I get a brand new session with AI coding assistant, and all I do is have it reference the plan of attack and then go to town. That is it. We're implementing our plan task by task. Most of the structure has already been set up. There might be a couple of things it needs to research if we have some rag items in the plan, but besides that, it's mostly just going to be writing the code and then validating, which we'll get into in a little bit. And my mantra here during implementation is to trust but verify. As you create your structured plan, you should be a part of that process and doing a lot of the validating yourself. So once you get to the stage, you should be pretty confident in what it's going to do, but I still do generally verify a couple of things. I'll watch my coding assistant loosely to make sure it seems to be making the right tool calls, like looking at the right files and understanding my documentation. I'll make sure it's managing its tasks properly, so it understands the tasks it needs to pick out from the plan, and then making sure it produces thinking tokens that show it understands the plan of attack. So for a lot of AI coding assistants, they have slightly grayed out text that will show up in the chat that'll show kind of its reasoning tokens or what it's thinking to itself. And that's a good way for you to peer inside the mind of your coding assistant a little bit to make sure that it's understanding your plan correctly. You want to make sure that disastrous things don't happen. Like sometimes it'll only read part of your plan, for example. It's been a really long time since I've had that happen, but just saying like those really, really crazy things, you just want to do a quick sanity check and make sure it's not doing that. That's what I typically like to validate. And then generally a part of your plan is also the validation strategy. So these two things actually mesh together quite well because the AI coding assistant is going to run things like unit tests and integration tests and linting right after the implementation, probably without you having to prompt it again because it is a part of your plan. And so the validation, these two, I'm going to cover in separate videos, but it's really going to be like, I'm going to stop one video in the middle of the AI coding assistant executing my plan and then pick it up for the validation video in the middle because it's going to knock all these things out together and then it's up to us to do some validation afterwards. And so typically after the AI coding assistant is done with a feature implementation, i.e. it's gone through my entire plan, I'm going to perform a manual code review. And it is okay if you don't know how to code extremely well. You can always have the AI coding assistant help you with the code review by asking it some questions about things that you don't understand. Like maybe it decides to change something in a database table, or it tweaks your authentication provider. Well, you can just ask it, like, why did you do that? Explain this code to me. The goal overall is just to make sure that you understand why things were changed the way that they were, even if it is just at a high level. And then, of course, along with the code review, I always run manual tests. Like, no matter what the application is, if it's an AI agent or a website or whatever, I'm going to run it and play around with it as a user would normally interact with it and just make sure that things look good. And that is validation. So it's both our responsibility and the AI coding assistant to validate things. For the coding, this should just be the AI coding assistant's responsibility, right? And that goes with what I was saying in the last module, where when the code doesn't work, instead of doing a one-off fix or fixing anything yourself, you should improve the system and then retry. It's very high leverage. So this is for AI. This is for you and AI, because we always want to be the validator. We want to be upfront planning, and we want to be at the end validating, and then delegating everything else to a large language model. Nice. So I hope that makes sense. And then in the next couple of videos here, we'll see this all in action. So everything that I cover here, I'll be referencing back briefly again and making everything very concrete for you. All right, the last thing that I want to cover with you before we get into applying everything in the next videos is how the pivot loop plays into building systems and workflows. Because I'm sure you're asking yourself at this point, Cole, where are the systems and workflows? I mean, with the pivot loop here, we're still manually prompting everything for the AI coding assistant. And you're covering nothing with commands and global rules and all that yet. How does this all evolve? And trust me, this will evolve, and it'll evolve quite quickly. So I want to cover this quickly with you to give you a quick roadmap of how this all works and to assure you that we're covering the foundations for a reason here. We're quickly going to get into the very exciting and even more advanced stuff that we're going to step into quite easily because we're laying down the cornerstone together. So right away in the next two modules, I'm going to dive really deep into global rules and slash commands with you. Some agents will cover more later, but these are the three core components of AI coding assistance, and they apply to all three of our stages with the pivot loop. And global rules and slash commands in particular are crucial for the first version of our AI layer, as I called it earlier. The AI layer is the context that we inject directly in our codebase that our AI coding assistant leverages, especially as we start to get into building systems. So global rules and slash commands are critical for building reliable and and reusable workflows for our piv loop. And that's why the piv loop is so important. Even as we start to automate things and build systems with /commands and global rules, we are still always going to be building around the principles of the piv loop. So right now, as I introduce you to these ideas and mental models, we're doing things more manually, prompting our AI coding assistant. You'll be doing that even in the second exercise here. Now, on the other end of the spectrum, we have things very automated. We have these different commands that we chain together. That's really how we build these systems. And so we're only really in the loop as much as we want to inject ourselves for validation, right? So it's kind of the spectrum of how involved we are, like being super involved versus letting the AI coding assistant really run wild with these workflows that we create. But here's the thing. No matter where you are in this spectrum, we are still applying all of the principles we have in the piv loop. Like if we're building a workflow around planning, well, we're going to be building it around the 4 pillars of context engineering. We're going to have this structure. And then when we create workflows around validating, for example, we'll still build in those places that we want to be in the loop. We'll still think about the tools and MCP servers that we build in for unit testing and integration testing. Like no matter how advanced we get, it still comes back to the core principles here. And so mastering this is what allows us to move very quickly through building powerful systems and workflows, and even getting to the point where we can get to fully remote AI coding workflows. Towards the end of the course, I'm super excited for this. Already prepping a lot to share with you in templates and resources, but being able to build these workflows, we can get to fully remote AI coding tasks in something like Asana or Notion, and then a coding assistant is kicked off to go through the full piv loop, and we can have ourselves in the loop wherever we want. That's up to you to define. I'll show you how to build these things. I'll even have some kind of out-of-the-box solutions you can use as well. So we can go very, very far, assuming we have the piv loop mastered. And so no matter where you're at in your journey with coding or using AI coding assistants, go through this process with me. Really go through the exercises and get to that point where we have the piv loop mastered. Then we get into global rules and /commands. We use that to build our systems and get more and more advanced. It's a very exciting journey that we have together here. So that's everything that I got for an introduction to the piv loop. I hope this all makes sense to you. And of course, always let me know in the community if you have any questions on any of this. And in the next few videos, we'll really get practical here. So I think that'll help you as well. So with that, on to the next video where we will see the entire planning process in action on the main build for our course.
All right, my boy was just talking on that one. Oh, another long one of talking.
Damn.
Got 23 minutes.
2 layers.
Chatting. Which you already mentioned, right? There's project planning, which doesn't change often, and then there's task planning, which is going to be like updated per task. Resources, Obsidian agent in progress. We'll build from scratch soon. So we're building an agent while we go through this also, apparently. Yay. I'm going to try to just like crank through this whole course today so I can start the UI with these best principles in mind, like I guess tomorrow. All right. Let's hit it. If you guys want to say hi in the chat for a second, please do. What's poppin'? What's going on?
Now is our time.
And I think you guys can hear the video in the chat. I think. Let's see.
Now is our time.
Yeah. And I think you guys can hear. Makes sense to me. Let's see.
Now is our time.
Yeah. And I think you guys.
Time to see the planning part of the piv loop in action, and we're even going to be building on top of the primary agent for the course, the Obsidian Second Brain Assistant. So I'm very excited for that. Here's how this video is going to go. First, I'll introduce you to the Obsidian Assistant since it is the first time that you've seen it. And then with that, we'll get right into the planning. And so I'll explain why more in a little bit, but we're just going to cover layer 1, the project planning, very quickly in this video, establishing the rules that'll dictate how our AI coding assistant operates. And then most of this video is going to be focused on layer 2, our task planning, because we're going to be building a simple feature on top of our Obsidian assistant in the next few videos here, because that's going to give us the best introduction to the piv loop and seeing it in action without getting too in the weeds. And so when we are in our vibe planning stage, we are going to simply, like I said in the previous video, explore ideas with the AI coding assistant, establish an understanding with what feature we want to build. And it is not structured at this point. And so as I give you an example of vibe planning, you can take inspiration from that. But this is where it's really up to you, just having a casual conversation with your AI coding assistant. And then I'll show you what it looks like to turn that conversation into a structured plan following the 4 pillars of context engineering. The output of layer 2 is a markdown document, a single document that has our goals, success criteria, documents, and task lists. We'll have all that to bring us into the next video where we use that structured plan for implementation and a brand new conversation with the AI coding assistant. Now, let me be very clear on something here. Right now, we're not doing anything with systems or workflows yet. We will very soon, don't worry. But we are intentionally not covering systems and workflows yet because we want to keep things simple so we can focus on the core of the piv loop. So trust me, Rasmus and I have put a lot of mental energy into structuring things so we're not throwing too much at you at the same time. So I want to cover the core of the piv loop. Right now, we're going to do barely anything with global rules. We're going to do nothing with commands. And we're just building a simple feature on top of the agent focusing on layer 2. In the next couple of modules, that's where we'll really get into rules and commands and creating the first version of our system. We'll even build the Obsidian agent completely from scratch so you can really see what it looks like to optimize a code base to work with AI coding assistants. So we'll get to the more fancy stuff soon, but right now in the next few videos, I just want to make sure that you really grasp the fundamentals. No matter if you're new to AI coding or if you already have a process yourself, I just want to make sure that we're really on the same page here. And that is also why we're not focusing very much on layer 1 right now, because we're doing that a lot in the next module. And also, as I am typing or speaking, more on that in a little bit, to the AI coding assistant, we're not doing anything with our commands at this point, no reusable prompts. And that's actually part of the exercise I have for you. As you go through this video with me, think about all the things that I'm typing out or talking to the AI coding assistant and think about what we want to turn into a reusable workflow. The kinds of things you probably find yourself typing a lot, or just more of the longer prompts that you definitely want to create yourself every single time. So take that as an exercise as we go through this, but right now, no commands. I'm going to be just working in the AI coding assistant directly, going through the planning process. Now, before we get into the planning, I want to very quickly introduce you to our Obsidian agent. And when I say quickly, I really mean it, because we are going to be covering it a lot more together in the next few modules when we build it from scratch. But right now, this is the agent that we're building on top of for this first demonstration of the piv loop, and this is a freaking awesome agent that you can use immediately. I'll have a link in the description for you to download it and try it out yourself. Not only did we pick this agent because it's a good use case to demonstrate the power of AI coding assistance in this course, but also because it's super practical. It's an agent that helps us manage our local notes and knowledge in Obsidian. So this is the README that we're looking at right here. We describe the different tools that the agent has access to. We followed all of the principles that I cover in the AI agent mastery course Dynamis as we built this, and you'll see that more in the next modules as well. And then we got a quick start. Very, very easy to get this agent up and running. You can pick from different LLMs, so you can pick the engine behind the agent, and then there's instructions for getting incorporated into Obsidian as well. So specifically, we are using the Copilot plugin within Obsidian. And when you use the Copilot plugin, you can create custom models. You can look at the documentation for this if you want, but these are my settings for connecting the Obsidian agent that I have up and running in my terminal into my Obsidian Vault through the Copilot extension. So it's running on localhost port 8030 by default. And so now what I can do with the Copilot plugin is I have this chat widget on the right-hand side that I can open up. And then when I select my LLM, I can select my custom agentic coding course agent. And take a look at this. I can talk to it just like any old LLM in a chat window, but it has all these tools to help me manage my Obsidian. So I can have it say, let's just say a search for...
Whoa, what is he doing now? He just lost me. He started pulling up some extra shit.
Being out or talking to the AI, I want to create your success. Now, before we get into the planning, I want to very quickly introduce you to our Obsidian agent. And when I say quickly, I really mean it, because we are going to be covering it a lot more together in the next few modules when we build it from scratch. But right now, this is the agent that we're building on top of for this first demonstration of the piv loop, and this is a freaking awesome agent that you can use immediately. I'll have a link in the description for you to download it and try it out yourself. Not only did we pick this agent because it's a good use case to demonstrate the power of AI coding assistance in this course, but also because it's super practical. It's an agent that helps us manage our local notes and knowledge in Obsidian. So this is README that we're looking at right here. We describe the different tools that the agent has access to. We followed all of the principles that I cover in the AI agent mastery course Dynamis as we built this, and you'll see that more in the next modules as well. And then we got a quick start. Very, very easy to get this agent up and running. You can pick from different LLMs, so you can pick the engine behind the agent, and then there's instructions for getting incorporated into Obsidian as well. So specifically, we are using the Copilot plugin within Obsidian. And when you use the Copilot plugin, you can create custom models. You can look at the documentation for this if you want, but these are my settings for connecting the Obsidian agent I have up and running in my terminal into my Obsidian Vault through the Copilot extension. So it's running on localhost port 8030 by default. And so now what I can do with the Copilot plugin is I have this chat widget on the right-hand side that I can open up. And then when I select my LLM, I can select my custom agentic coding course agent. And take a look at this. I can talk to it just like any old LLM in a chat window, but it has all these tools to help me manage my Obsidian. So I can have it say, let's just say a search for personal AI automations. I can have it find this file that I have open up in Obsidian right now. So it's going to use the tool to search my vault. There we go. It found the notes. And I'm going to say, summarize this for me. And don't notice how fast the responses are. Like, this is a blazing fast agent. It's one of the things that we prioritize here. And it can also update notes as well. I can say, add another automation at the bottom. So there's a tool specifically to append content to the bottom of a file. You can also patch throughout a file as well. Please provide the detailed description of new automation. I'll just say make one up here. I just want to add something random to the bottom here. So in a second, we'll see it pop up, and boom, there we go. Habit tracking and motivation. All right, super cool. So just a super quick demonstration of the agent. Throughout this course, we're going to be adding a lot more tools and capabilities to this agent as well. So yeah, definitely a lot more coming for this agent. It's going to be a resource to go along with everything else we've got in the course for you. So with that, let's now think about adding more capabilities to this agent as our first demonstration of the piv loop. All right, so now on to the planning. If you're using VS Code like I recommended, or some fork like Cursor or Windsurf, you can do Control-J or Command-J and Mac to open up a terminal right within your IDE. And then now we can go ahead and just run whatever AI coding assistant we have. Like I'm going to be using Claude.
All right, he's asking me to do some work now, so let's do some work then. I can back out of. I don't need to be inside of any folder, so let me just back out of this thing real quick. Code file, new window maybe. Yeah, new window that is empty. Cool. And Command J to open up the terminal. Let's open up Claude. Do you trust files in this folder? Claude code may read. Yep. We're up. We're live. Maybe I should. Can we open a new folder on the desktop? Create a folder called Agentic Coding Course, please, where we can then have new folders for projects as we are learning to code with Claude. Let's see if that helps. Let's see if that can do what I want it to do. Because I'm opening just like my default user folder right now, and I think it would be nice to, have a file just for this stuff. Look at that. So creating a file on desktop, agent coding course. Boom. Perfect. I've created a folder on the desktop. Would you like me to navigate into that folder so we're ready to create project folders? Yes, please. Let's create a folder for lesson or module 2 lesson 2. Call it 2.2 and then open it here, please.
By the way, your volume is kind of like low.
Well, suck it. I don't know. I'm looking at there's nothing I can do to like turn this up. It's already at max. Well, maybe I could hit the settings on here real quick. So we'll check my inputs. Oh, no, I guess my inputs are turned down. Yo. How about now? Dang, I didn't realize my input volume was so low. Is that better?
Yep.
A lot better or a little better? Now is it too loud? Am I good?
Let me check.
A
lot better.
Okay, cool. All right. Cool. Do you want to proceed? Yes. Yes. Now we're in title 2.2. We're all set to start working on module 2, lesson 2. What would you like to create or work on? So we are inside of 2.2. See, that's where we're in on this work at. And we should also see that on the desktop now, right? Agent coding course 2.2. Yep. Easy enough, right? We're just, little pieces. So let's get back to our boy Cole and do whatever he asks us to do. So there we go.
On code throughout this course, all of the prompting and everything in this video will apply no matter your coding assistant. And one other tip really quickly is if you add in the dangerously skip permissions flag, Claude will no longer ask for my permission to do anything like editing any of my files. And so I'm going to do this just for the sake of rep.
Oh, I can add a flag called dangerously skip permissions, so I never have to give Claude permission to rip stuff in this folder, but or during this specific chat, but I do like it when he
I want to one shot
when he asks me if he can do stuff. Okay.
Through all of the prompts that I give my coding assistant here. And so the first thing we're going to do is layer 1 planning.
But eventually I will just turn that off and just let my boy rip.
Cover this in a lot of detail right now because the primary output of project planning is your global rules. This is the stable resource that we're really going to dive into in the next module. This is the context that is always loaded into your AI coding assistant, and so this is where you specify all of the top level rules you want your coding assistant to follow absolutely no matter what. And so within the folder for this video, they'll have linked to below, I have a document here just outlining my recommendations for the sections to have in your global rules. This kind of speaks to the higher level principles that you want to focus on here. Things like the core principles, like KISS or YAGNI. You can have your coding assistant help you research these. Your tech stack decisions, like what are the tools and libraries that I want to use for my implementation. My architecture patterns, documentation standards, logging rules, testing patterns. And if there's anything that you're unsure of here, like maybe you're newer to coding, you're like, I don't even know where to start for architecture patterns. That is totally okay. You can leave some of these sections out if you want, but and what I would really encourage you to do is you can research things with the AI coding assistant. Like ask it, what are some ideas you have for architecture patterns for this new feature or this new project? Have it give you some options with pros and cons so that you can really be a part of the conversation with it, making those decisions. I would highly encourage you to spend the time doing that in the layer 1 planning. That's where most of your time really is going to be dedicated to figuring out these things with AI coding assistant. And so for our Claude.md specifically, I have that also in this folder here. So you can just read through some of this if you want or ask an LM to summarize it. We're going to dive into this a lot more in the next module, but all of the different sections we have here with a lot of detail revolving around our existing code base for the Obsidian agent, because right now we are going to be focused on layer 2 planning and building a feature on top of where we've already done a lot of the project planning. So I've got my global rules already created here. But just to show you a very brief example of how you could create,
I might
so
just not build the thing that Cole wants me to build during these exercises and just start building the thing I actually want to build. Yeah.
I'll just say, explore my code base and help me figure out the testing strategy.
Wait, say that again?
I kind of want to just start building the UI instead of building whatever.
Yeah.
Was like, I should build this other thing.
I mean, we already have like
we have all the planning done, yeah.
technique already.
We do.
Planning, integrating, and validating. And you already have like a plan in mind.
I do.
And a structure already. So yeah, go for it.
Just applying what he's talking about to our...
The documentation patterns, the principles I am following, or this code base is following, right? Like each of those different sections of the rules that you want to create, you just have a conversation with AI coding assistant. And this is for an existing code base, for a new code base, you can give it your idea and say like search the web for best architecture or documentation patterns, right? Like you can do research to help you with that as well. So I'll send this in. It's not going to write any code at this point, that's good, it's just a conversation. And then I can ask it to turn that into my global rules. So there we go, Claude Code, spend 3 minutes analyzing my entire code base, or if this is a new project, you can be doing research online, whatever that might be to figure out things like the
I don't
architecture.
have a code base though, so why are we... You didn't tell me to open up any sort of code base to test this stuff. Resources, video folder with Claude empty example, the sections I recommend for global, and the prompt I use, blah, blah, blah. Key takeaway, the structured plan is your single source of truth. It embodies the 4 pillars of context engineering. And this is your place to eliminate assumptions for your AI coding system to make mistakes. What's next? With our structured plan complete, we'll move to the implementation phase where we delegate the coding to AI. All right, fine. I will do module 2 in order the way he wants to do module 2. And then because it looks like when we get to the global rules, that's when we start actually building our own stuff. Fine. I'll just
The fundamental commands.
the
Module 4.
command. What do you mean?
I'm just reading module 4 commands for usable prompts.
Yeah, like / commands and stuff like that later. Here, all right. Let's keep going. The dog's looking at me because I just used
Serious about creating really well-defined rules. Turn this into a longer conversation. Make sure that you and the AI coding system are really on the same page with everything here. And then basically what you can do is say go and turn this into a Claude.md, or if you're using Codex or something, cursor, agents.md, whatever the name is for the rules for your AI coding assistant. And one last super tiny tip before we go on to layer 2 of planning is a lot of AI coding assistants like Claude Code have a special command to help you set up your rules. And so /init is going to basically be a more structured way of going through what I just showed you, where it will walk you through analyzing the code base and defining things like architecture based on that. I just get a little bit uncomfortable because there's a workflow defined behind the scenes that I can't really customize, but this is kind of an out-of-the-box way to help you create your global rules for an existing project. It's pretty neat. So with that, let's now move on to layer 2, our task planning. So we have our global rule set up, and we'll talk more about creating full systems around rules and commands in the next few modules, but right now we're going to dive right into vibe planning to build some new capabilities into our Obsidian agent. And so I'll just open up the agent again right here. So this is pretty cool. I was able to read through our files, search, edit files as well. One thing that this agent isn't able to do yet, though, is help us organize our folders. So it can organize files right now, but it's not able to, for example, create a folder or rename a folder. It can only do those operations on files. And so for a very simple use case to demonstrate the pivot loop for you here, for our layer 2, we're going to be vibe planning, specifically creating tools for our agent to manage our folders. And so you don't have to watch me type everything out. I'm going to be using a speech-to-text tool called Aqua Voice. This is just $10 a month. I would highly recommend it. There are some free open source options if you want as well. I would highly recommend checking out Epicenter Whispering if you want something that is free and open source. Open Whisper is another option. So I'll link to all 3 of these below, but I just want to call this up because this is how I am working with AI coding assistants every single day. I am very rarely actually typing something out to my Claude Code. I'm always using Aqua Voice. You can see right here that I have spoken over 300,000 words with Aqua Voice. They say me 4 days of typing. I get 236 words per minute when I'm using Aqua Voice, and I can definitely not type that fast. So going back into Claude Code here, let's do some vibe planning. I'm going to be speaking into Claude Code, so I'm not going to be typing anything. So the very first thing I always do when I'm starting a new conversation with a coding assistant working on an existing code base is I like to prime it. And we're going to be talking about priming a lot in a module 4. But it's the general idea that we want to catch our AI coding assistant up to speed on what our current code base looks like before we ever even start talking about building a new feature. And so I want to just generally describe the key files I want it to read to get that into its context. And so I'm going to go into Aqua Voice here, and I'm going to say, go ahead and read the readme.md. And then also I want you to read the agent.py in the agent folder. So that way you have a clear understanding of the AI agent and this application as a whole. And then also read the core files that we have in the shared folder. Boom, there we go, sending this in, and look how fast that was. And no matter the tool you're using, like Open Whisper or something else, it'll probably be pretty fast and about as accurate. So yeah, I really love using speech-to-text tools. So there we go. I'm going to send this in. Now our coding assistant, after it is done with this turn, is going to have a much better understanding of our code. So we can go into our feature planning. So there we go. It read through the core files in our repository, and now it has a very good idea of our code base. And it's okay if you don't know what the core files are exactly. You can make this much more vague prompt and just say, like, analyze the code base and the core files of the implementation. It'll still do a pretty good job. But if you can be more specific, that's always better. Again, removing assumptions from our AI coding assistant. And a quick hint here, our priming is the first thing that we're going to be turning into a reusable prompt in a couple of modules from now. So perfect. We're ready to go into some feature planning here. So go back to Aqua Voice, and I'll say, all right, now that you understand the code base, I want to do some feature planning with you. I want to add some new capabilities to the agent, similar to the note manager tools, but this time for folders. I want to be able to operate on folders, renaming them, deleting them, moving them, explore the options for how we can build this, and then report back to me a few different options in the format option colon, description of option colon, trade-offs colon, and then effort colon. All right, boom, send this in. Looking really good. Sometimes it's a little awkward when you say colon or dashes and things like that, but I find that works really well working with coding assistants, even like speaking out with special characters. So I'll send this in, and again, no structure to the vibe planning here. I'm just giving you an example of what it looks like to explore. The main thing that I'm showing you here that's really helpful when we don't really know how to build something at first is just have the AI coding assistant think of options for us. And then in the end, we're still in the driver's seat because we're picking the option we want to go with, but we're giving the AI coding assistant freedom to really explore and think through different things. So here we go. We got quite a few options from our coding assistant. Maybe more than we need, but that's totally okay. That's something very specific there. So option 1, creating a separate folder to manage all the tools for managing folders. That's following the existing pattern that we have for our other tools. So it's good to recognize that based on our priming. A couple other options, extend the vault organizer folder operations, hybrid, okay, 2-tier approach. So we have pretty much every option I can possibly think of. It has covered here. And it even gives me a recommendation option 1, a standalone tool, which I looked at this a bit off camera and I definitely agree here. So I'm going to say, okay, yeah, I'm definitely leaning towards option number 1 as well. Now I want you to help me think through what this implementation would look like exactly. I want to make sure this supports Windows, Mac, and Linux. What else do we need to think about for this implementation? Just help me do some more planning on this. Boom, send that in. All right, there we go. So yeah, kind of a couple different random things that I gave it here, but I'm doing it on purpose to show you that it can just be very, very free-flowing. As you're working with coding assistant, just whatever the heck comes to mind, any questions that you have, just throw it in there. At this point, we don't need structure. Okay, so I'm not going to cover the full vibe planning phase, because I think you generally get the idea of some of the things you're looking for. One other thing to call out that's really neat is when it asks me questions about key decisions to make. I really like when my AI coding assistant does this, and I'll even ask for it to do this sometimes. So again, you're really just working to get on the same page with your coding assistant for what needs to be implemented. And maybe this is all you're going to do for your vibe planning, just a few different prompts. Maybe it's going to be 8 prompts. Maybe it's going to take you an hour and a half, because you really want to make sure that you have everything perfect. It's totally up to you. Just work until you get to the point where you feel like you understand what's going to be implemented implemented, and your coding assistant also understands. Now, at this point, this is when we get into leveraging this conversation to create our structured plan. And so I'm going to paste in the prompt here. I know it's pretty big, but don't worry, it's not an expectation that when you ask for a structured plan, it's going to look like this. At least not yet, because another hint here, this is something else that we can turn into a reusable prompt going forward, because basically we're outlining the structure that we want for our plan. All the different sections that we wanted to create based on the conversation we just had during vibe planning. So going back to our diagram here, we just finished this. Now we want to create a plan that has the 4 pillars of context engineering. So we're leveraging the vibe planning stage as our memory. We want to talk about the documentation reference or RAG, our task list. I mean, really the way that we're creating this, all of this is prompt engineering. So we're applying everything around context engineering to create the structured plan. And so the prompt that I just pasted into Claude Code is outlining all of these different sections and a brief description so the coding assistant understands what it's supposed to put there based on our conversation. So I hope that makes sense. We are creating the detailed plan of attack here. So going back to Claude Code, for example, I have my validation strategy and testing strategy. So that's going to get into in a couple videos when we cover validation. But I'm outlining that right away in our plan. We have the implementation plan, so this is going to be our task list. We have the user story, which is going to define our goal and probably our success criteria as well. So you can see how all those things that I covered in the scalar diagram are relating directly to what we're asking for when we are creating our structured plan. The output here is going to be a markdown document called coding-prompt. So this is what we're going to give as context for implementation in the next video. So I'm going to go ahead and send this off, and you can create this however you want. Just this is where you get structured. That's the one goal that you have here. So I'll come back once it's created our markdown document. And boom, there we go. We now have our structured plan in a document ready for implementation. However, please, before you go on to implementation, read this document and make sure that the coding assistant actually understands the task at hand here. And sometimes these documents can be quite long, depending on how many different sections you want to have for your structured prompts. And that is totally up to you. Again, very flexible here. So I would recommend reading through each of these, making sure that everything makes sense. Feature description, problem statement. We go into the better view here. We've got our user story that has the success criteria. This is looking really, really good. So we select option number 1, the standalone tool. So it's pulling in our previous conversation to help with context here. Key decisions that we made throughout our conversation, the relevant files for our integration points, super important for working with existing code bases. And if it's a brand new project, instead of relevant code base files, you're probably going to have documentation reference online, for example, for your libraries or architecture, things like that. Implementation plans, so we have our task list. This is beautiful. I'm not going to go through all this in a ton of detail here, so I'll leave that up to you. Probably not super interesting for you right now, but if you have any problem with this, you can either edit it yourself, or what I recommend doing is going to the coding assistant, just saying something like, the implementation plan is definitely too long. I want you to make it more concise. Or over-engineering, right? That's just one example that you can do is send this in and it'll go and correct a part of the plan. Which, by the way, Claude especially, really any large language model, loves to talk a lot. They like to write more code than you actually need, and so you'll find yourself doing this a lot where you'll ask it not to over-engineer and to simplify something. So just another golden nugget for you is that's the main thing that I look out for when I read through these plans and really review any code, is to make sure that what is created is not more than it needs to be. Because coding assistants love to handle exceptions way too verbosely and they like to add in backwards compatibility, all these things that grind my gears every time I see them. So just make sure that you look out for those kind of things. Just at a high level, making sure the plan fits with the vision that you have for this implementation. So there you go. That's everything that I have for you for planning. Our first iteration of the piv loop. We are now going on to implementation. And just like with the vibe planning stage, spend as much time as you need with creating your structured plan until you're very confident in what the coding assistant has created for each of the sections that you have defined. And you can, again, just take inspiration from these, but really customize it to what you are working on. Once you're confident in your plan of attack for the AI coding assistant, that is when you move on to implementation. So in the very next video, I'll show you what it looks like to prompt for the execution of our plan. We're going to do that in a brand new conversation with our coding assistant, and then I'll show you what it looks like to trust but verify, and just generally how I watch out for these things. And overall, this video is going to be a lot shorter than this current one, because we already have all the structure in place now. And so we're just going to let it rip, and then we'll go on to validation in 2 videos from now. So I hope that all sounds good to you, and with that, I'll see you in the next video for implementation. Now it's time.
I just want to ask a question. I got the full transcript in there. Great, I see you're working through lesson 2.2 about the 2 layers of planning. This lesson covers layer 1, layer 2. A key workflow shown is vibe planning, structure building, convert into a markdown document with goal, blah, blah, blah. How would you like to practice this? I can help you with follow along with the lesson, practicing the vibe planning, structure plan, create template files, set up the example, global rules, and structured plan templates, try a real example, pick a small project and work through the planning process together, review the concepts, discuss any. Can you explain to me, let me just use my actual speech to text also. I understand that the global planning is saved as a Claude MD file because I take it that's how Claude Code saves its global rules. That's the name of the file formatting for Claude, which makes sense. Where do we save the level 2 planning stuff, like the task planning? I think, was that level 2? Like if level 1 is global planning and level 2, I think, or layer 2 is task planning. Was that it? And where do we save those documents? And how do we reference those? And when are those created? Like at the start of each new task? I guess I just really want to understand better the separation of these 2 layers of planning and how they're integrated into the code base. And how are they referenced and when are they used throughout our process of planning and then actually implementing? Can you just kind of explain that to me a bit better based on what you know from Cole and your own insights? You can keep it pretty concise and to the point. Yeah. Wait been a minute. Got the first 6, what's the last 4 digits? Painkillers, Got this, I feel better. Picking up a habit. What's the okay. Perfect question. Here's the difference. Global rules, Sage, root of the project is ClaudeMD or .claude/folder. Created once at the project start, updated rarely, always loaded rules that apply to all tasks, architecture principles, tech stack, testing patterns, permanent lists with your code base. Task planning, coding-prompt.md or similar, usually in the /planning folder or /docs folder, or even just temporary. Created fresh for each new task feature, single use context for one specific implementation, goals, success criteria, task list, relevant files for this feature. Temporary use for that implementation session, then archived or deleted. The workflow. Vibe planning, layer 2, chat casual with AI on conversation, create structured plan, ask AI to save conversation as coding-prompt. New conversation for implementation, load coding.md as context along with the always present ClaudeMD. After implementation, either delete coding.md or move to the planning archive as documentation. I kind of like the documentation. Key insight, ClaudeMD is like your project constitute. The MD is like a work order for a specific job. Okay, makes sense to me.
For the fun part, we finished with our planning. We're ready to move on to implementation, having our coding assistant write the code. Now, let me be very clear here. You are only ready for this stage once you have fully validated your plan. Remember, the goal here is to get on the same page with the AI coding assistant for what you want.
I don't know. Am I supposed to be actually doing something right now or just watching the videos and grasping the concept and saying, I understand?
Want to develop with the success criteria and the task list. You want to be meticulous.
Yeah, I understand because I do. I mean, I get it. Delegating the coding assistant with our structured plan complete. It's time for the implementation phase where AI does heavy lifting. Here I show you how to delegate complex coding tasks to your AI coding assistant while maintaining control through the trust but verify approach. Implementation should be your shortest phase. I'll cover why and how to scale your ability to execute complex features in a single shot. That's what I'm fucking talking about. That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. Tell me how to do it. Do it in one shot. Easy. Read coding prompt MD and implement the complete feature following all steps. Yeah, we just planned really well. All right, so I'm just going to start ripping through the
Meticulous about analyzing all these things and making sure that looks good to you. And then only then are you ready to let it go with this plan. Because remember, when I covered the PIV loop initially, I talked about how we very much want to be a part of the process during both the planning and the validation. It's only the implementation that we're trying to delegate almost entirely to the AI coding assistant, which by the way, that's also why this video is one of the shorter ones, because we have most of the structure in place from the planning. So we're just going to let the AI coding assistant rip and be a part of the process at least a little bit to trust but verify. But really, most of the verification comes in the next video when we cover validation in more detail. So at this point, we have our structured plan. And just as a really quick recap here, layer 1, our project planning, the primary output for this was our global rules, the primary instructions that we want our coding assistant to always follow. So I covered that at a very high level in the last video, a lot more on this in module 3. These are the global rules that I have for my project here. And then for our layer 2 planning, this is where we created that coding prompt markdown document. And that's what we're going to execute right now. So I hope that makes sense. Layer 1 is our global rules. It's a single markdown document as an output. And then layer 2, the single markdown output is our structured plan. That's a little bit of a simplification, but
I think I just decided that I'm gonna give away something at the end of building all this stuff over the next few weeks. I'm gonna probably like, hey, you guys, do you guys want a license to the thing that I build here with the custom acquisition system and the data, the AI agent that can go scrape any data and get any mobile phone number for anybody in any niche, and the UI? Do you want all that stuff? Do you want all of it packaged up in a nice little UI that you can go take to market and sell and use yourself? If so, I just decided I'm gonna make a form. I'll put it in the chat, but also in the description. Join the wait list, and when I'm done building all this stuff, I'll give it to you if you join the wait list. Or just join the school community. Actually, yeah, just join the school community, and when you're there, you'll get a notification to say, hey, come get the license. That's probably fine. The school community is already in the bio. Think of it like the wait list. If you're in the school community, you'll hear about it. But some people don't be checking school. Check your email, okay? Even if you join a wait list, I'd have to send it to you over email or something, so whatever. I'm just trying to give you all the stuff after I build it because I want to share. I want to share. Please, let me give you stuff.
That's just the good mental model here. Global rules, plan. Now we move on to implementation. And this is going to be pretty straightforward. Going to our AI coding assistant, we go into like Claude Code, for example, and now we just start a brand new conversation because this structured plan that we created here is all of the context we need. We don't even have to do any priming on the code base here because we're calling out folders and files to look at already within our structured plan. And one quick thing before we get into implementation here. Generally what I like to do after I create my structured plan is I will make sure that it's in a neat folder where I'm organizing all of my plans. Like typically I'll create a folder called requests, something like this. This is totally up to you how you want to organize your requests. But a lot of times I like to actually check in my plans to source control so that I can have a record of all the structured plans that I've used to implement features throughout my code base. And so within Git or GitHub Desktop, you can check in this plan before you go into implementation, or just ask the AI coding assistant to check my plan into Git, right? Something like that, just a super simple prompt, so that way your code base is in a current save state here, where we're ready to implement the feature, we have the plan, but we don't have any code yet. So that way if your coding assistant messes up in the implementation that we're just about to get into, you can revert everything back to when you have your plan, and then you can try again. So even worst case scenario, your AI coding assistant completely botches the implementation here. We'll just revert things. I'd highly recommend using Git, like having all of your
check my plan into Git.
your code base is set up as repositories, so you can manage versions and backups of things like that. Now, for the actual implementation, let me go ahead and paste in a very simple prompt that I'll use here, just telling it to read the structured plan and execute it task by task, making sure that I cover everything for the validation as well, because this is going to automatically be a part of our structured plan. And I know this is a pretty roughly crafted prompt. There are definitely better ways to prompt for execution here to read our structured plan and execute it step by step. But I'm doing that intentionally because in 2 modules from now, when we get into reusable prompts, we're going to take ideas around this, as well as planning and priming. We're going to start to build those workflows that we create as our system. And so we'll get there when this becomes a lot more elaborate. But right now, I'm just covering the basics. The principles are super important for us to focus on here. Then we'll get into automating and systematizing things. But right now, this is going to get the job done, especially because what I'm asking for, I already have so much structure within my global rules and my prompt, and it really knows my code base well. Like that's one of the things that I'm confident in through the whole planning phase. So I'm going to go ahead and send this in, and we'll be off to the races. All right, so I'm back mid-execution because I want to talk about a couple of things as we see it going live. So first of all, it read our structure plan. It read through some of the files that we call out in the plan, so it's finding integration points, for example, like where it has to go and actually update things to add in this new feature. Like in this case, the new tools that we're adding into our Obsidian agent. And then there we go. It's already going and making some changes here within our existing code. So this is phenomenal. And this is going to go for quite a while. Depending on the complexity of the feature that you're building, this could be 20 minutes, 30 minutes. I've even seen an hour before, especially because we have the validation that it'll run as well. So it'll create the tests and iterate on those at the end of our plan execution here. And I hope that you can see, like when this goes for a while, it very much proves my point that we're not that much in the loop for the implementation. We really are just letting it rip for quite a while here. And the only reason we're able to do that is because of how much we put into the planning. And we know that we can trust it because we are verifying it after, right? So like that's the thing I want to tell you here is that we're not vibe coding, because even though the implementation goes for a very long time, it is sandwiched between 2 parts of the process that we are super involved with. And that is the only reason also that we're able to use this process to do pretty complex implementations. Like what I'm doing right here is actually relatively basic to what you're able to get an AI coding assistant to do in a single shot. And the big question you're probably having right now is, well, how complex of a task can I really do in a single shot? And really, it depends on two things. It depends on your code base, like how well structured your code base is for AI coding assistants. More on that in the next few modules. And then it also depends like how good your planning process is. Like how much did you really reduce the assumptions that AI coding assistant needs to make based on your structure plan. And yeah, I'll say that this is really a muscle that you'll grow over time. As you're using AI coding assistants, you really...
I've used AI a lot to build stuff, so I already have like a lot of rules in my head that I know I want to implement, and I'm getting excited about the fact that I can have like just a global rule set and built-in checkpoints and built-in like double verification and going back to look at like the progress and being able to see the full picture of the build while building the individual pieces. And just creating like a natural feedback loop between me and AI where it's like doing the stuff but checking in with me, getting the final approval to still keep going to do it with save points. Oh yeah, I'm hyped.
Start to get a sense of what they're able to handle and what they can't. And then as new large language models come out or new AI coding assistants come out that are better, you'll experiment with those and you'll kind of expand your muscle. Like you'll adjust the muscle to adapt to those new tools and LLMs. And so yeah, it's the kind of thing where like I have a general idea. Like if you give me any idea for any project, I can think to myself pretty quickly like, would I be able to do this with a single piv loop iteration? Or would I have to do a couple and really break up the task? And that's just a muscle that I've grown over time. You definitely will as well. So my encouragement to you is just try to do the piv loop for all these features you want to build and just start to get that sense of what it's able to accomplish versus what you might want to split up into smaller tasks. And that always is the solution, by the way. When it really starts to trip up on something, just think about how you can split it up into smaller tasks. Like this right here, I'm really just creating a single group of tools. It is a very granular task overall. Okay, so I came back 5 minutes later, and we are already in the validation phase of our structured plan. And that's for the next video. So really, we've done everything that we need to for this video. I told you it would be short. We've done all of the code changes that we need, except for anything that it might do as it iterates on its own work. Very, very cool. The last thing that I wanted to show you, going back to our initial prompt here, anytime we have a kind of step-by-step process, or any sort of standard operating procedure that we're going to be using time and time again for our AI coding assistant, that definitely screams, turn this into a reusable workflow. And this definitely is one of those prompts that we're going to make more elaborate and then turn it into a reusable workflow in 2 modules from now so we never have to type it out again. Because really, we have this predefined workflow to operate on a structured plan that's never really going to change. So we want to point our coding assistant to this prompt, point it to the structure plan, those two things together, and then we let it rip like we're doing right now, but we can do it in a much more elaborate and automated way.
I'm going to start making some notes for what I know I'm going to want inside of my... Right, so obviously Cole has his examples of like the pieces you want inside of a global rules section. But I'm going to start making some notes for what I would want in mine, because I already know that I'd want that Git stuff to be part of the Claude MD file, the final. So I'm just going to start just saving little notes like that. Let's open
Clean that real quick.
all right. I'll open up the seller journey guide just because I want some of these. I just want yeah, there we go. Global, Claude, code, global rules. Cloud, that's not how you spell Claude. Is that right? Yeah. All right, boom. I know I'm gonna want to have this Git stuff eventually. I'm also going to take Cole Medin stuff now and just paste it over there. Just for some sections. And then, an example from Cole Medin. So I'm going to take this all to the Claude chat later and work out my own variation of global rules, which is what Cole is telling me to do. Like, make your own global rule section. So this is how I would do it. It's just like gather all of the resources I have and then just have a chat about it. So if I have some examples, great. That's awesome. And then I'll probably also even take the transcript from when he was talking about the piv loop and yeah, I'm gonna just take the transcripts from these two, because later I'm gonna just talk to Claude about it, and Claude will have all the context for how I want to build my global rules. Yeah, cool. All right, 100 pages. Nice. And prep. Easy. All right, let's keep going with the videos.
That's the system that we're going to get into. So the next time, by the next time I go through the piv loop with you again, we're going to be doing it to create this Obsidian agent completely from scratch, because at that point we're going to have covered rules in a lot more detail. We will have created our first reusable prompts, our first workflows and systems. We're going to apply all of that. And so principles now, systems coming very soon. So you get to see just a taste of what that's going to look like, the kinds of things that we can automate and turn into commands like this. And so with that, that's everything that I have for implementation. So in the next video, it looks like this is done here. So in the next video, I'll go over what it did for validation, and then I'll show you how we can be a part of the validation process as well. Very important. So I'll see you over there for that.
I want those transcripts for the planning prompt prep conversation too. Because again, that's really all the context that we're using.
So our implementation is complete, and even some parts of the validation. But in this video, I want to show you what the AI coding assistant did to validate its own work and how it gets that from the structured plan. And then I want to show you how we put ourselves back into the process by validating things ourselves at the very end of this iteration of the piv loop. So going back to our diagram here, we just finished implementation, leaving it mostly up to our AI coding assistant. Now it is time for validation. So I want to start by covering the AI coding assistant side of validation, then we'll get into human validation. And so the two core components to AI validation is unit tests and integration tests. So let me show you what that looks like. So going back to our code base here, we have our structured plan. Now, I intentionally did not cover the validation aspect of this. Core components to AI validation is unit tests and integration tests. So let me show you what that looks like. So going back to our code base here, we have our structured plan. Now, I intentionally did not cover.
I know nothing about unit tests or integration tests, because this is like AI actually like testing itself, which I'm excited to uncover now. Big fan here. Thanks for your great videos. You're welcome, Ahmed. What's happening? Good for you to jump in and chat. Thank you. I love you. All right, we're gonna keep going through this stuff and learning how to code with AI like super badasses. All right.
The validation aspect of this until now. So I went over that very quickly in our planning video, because now I want to cover that with you in more detail. And in module 7 of this course, and by the way, I'm scrolling all the way down because validation is the last thing the coding assistant does here. Here we go, this is our validation. So anyway, in module 7 of this course, I'll get into systems for validation. That's when I'll really get into the meat of things for you here and how we can set up our workflows around validation for both ourselves and our coding assistant. But I still want to cover things at a high level here. And so we got the unit testing and the integration testing. And the one other thing that I would consider pretty crucial is our linting. linting. So these three, this is like the trifecta of what we want the AI coding assistant to create and iterate on to make sure our code base is good to go. And by the way, it is okay if you're newer to coding or using coding assistants and you're not familiar or comfortable with integration testing or unit testing or linting. Because what you can do is, as a part of your vibe planning stage, when you're initially having that conversation with your coding assistant, you can just ask it, what should we be testing here to make sure that this feature is working properly? And then after that conversation, you then use that to build this section of your structured plan. So you don't have to be an expert software engineer who's done a bunch of linting and unit testing before. I know this is a more technical part of the plan, but you can use coding assistants to help you, not just with deciding the testing to do, but even the specific tools to use as well. Like we're using Rough and MyPy for linting and type checking, we're using PyTest for unit testing. You don't have to know all these tools off the top of your head. That's the beauty of using AI coding assistants, is most things you don't have to know off the top of your head, because anywhere in your planning you can ask it questions to understand things with these tools or your code base, whatever it might be. And so really quick here, linting and type checking. This is all about making your code base really nice and tidy. And not only does that make things more maintainable for us and easier for us to review, but when you have a really tidied up code base where the types are all good, that also helps AI coding assistants work on your code going forward as well. So this is really, really important. And then unit testing is testing all the individual functions that we've created. And so like, for example, having a function to test all of the new tools that we've built for the folder management for our Obsidian agent. And then integration testing is all about taking a step higher and testing functionality together, how our different components that we just built work together, and ensuring that's smooth as well. So those are the core three. And then everything else that I have here, like dependency installation and security tests and running the full test suite, this is nice to have, but not extremely important. So keep this simple if you want. AI coding assistants will sometimes add a little bit more testing than you need, but that's totally okay. It worked in our case. So yeah, that's pretty much everything for the AI validation here. And so with that, we can move on to human validation. It is our turn to close the loop here and make sure that the code looks good to us, and asking any questions that we need to understand what was changed, and then also running manual tests. And so for us, that's going to be going into Obsidian and making sure we can manage folders now. So I'm going to start with the code review and show you some strategies for that. And then we'll do the manual testing at the end. That's going to be the big payoff where we get to see the new folder management tools in action for our Obsidian agent. So pretty excited for that. And so for our code reviews here, if you have done any coding in the past, you're pretty familiar with this. If you worked with a team before and they gave you some changes, you just have to look through file by file and just, kind of generally make sure that things look good to you. You can be very detailed here, or if you just want to quickly glance over things, it's all up to you. I'm not going to try to tell you that you have to understand every single line of code that the coding assistant puts out. You just want to have a good idea of the changes that it made. And so one thing you can do if you want is just go into your coding assistant and say, give me a summary of your changes and the files that you updated. And so this will point you in the direction of where you want to go to look at certain changes. And so you can go ahead and do that. The other thing that I highly recommend doing, I already said this once, is to always have your code bases as Git repositories. Because then you're going to be able to look at what are called diffs, which is really just the changes made to files and new files and deleted files and everything since your last save. And so going into my GitHub desktop, for example, I'll use this to review AI code all of the time. It shows me everything that was changed for this folder management tool implementation. So I made that save right after I created my structured plan. That's why you don't see it here in the change list. And so now everything here is just for this single piv loop. And so I can look through and see like, okay, it added an environment variable. Looks good. I'll go to my agent implementation. It has a little bit of an addition here just to register the new folder management tools. That looks good to me. I can go to Vault Security and see what it did to add on more security for the folder management. And I'm not going to like show reviewing this in detail here. I definitely don't think that's worth your time, but just generally showing you how I'll go through the files that are created and the ones that are updated, and just checking that that all looks good. And then going back to the response from our coding assistant here, if we don't want to do something in Git directly, we can always just go off of something like this. So it gives me this really nice summary here of the files that are created, the files that are modified, and then I can select any one of these that I want to go into and validate, just like I did in the GitHub desktop app. So for example, I can go to source, shared, and I can go into my Vault security, and I can take a look at everything there. Like this is one of the new things that was added, for example, for the folder security. And it's really up to you how much you want to validate things, like I said. And if you are, again, newer to coding in general, and you don't really trust yourself to look at this code line by line, the way that I would recommend validating is just asking some questions. Like, for example, what did you implement as far as folder security? Or maybe it's you have in mind like, okay, I need to make sure that it can only create folders within my vault. And so you can ask it like, did you implement something to make sure that you can't create folders anywhere on the computer? Just as a random example, right? So like you can still validate even if you aren't looking at the code directly, because you can ask questions to make sure the coding assistant thought about all of these little granular things as it was going through the implementation. Because you might not have all of the tiny details for things like folder security laid out in your structure plan. And so you can still validate that at the very end here. So yeah, based on this answer, it clearly thought about security for the folder tools here. So for example, it blocks invalid characters, won't even try to make the folder there. It handles empty and white spaces and names, critical folder protection, path traversal protection. I'm not even going to dive into all these things here, but it's very nice that it thought through all of this. And so, yeah, very thoughtful implementation. And so I'm able to validate just kind of through having a conversation. So your validation can almost go back to vibe planning in a sense, but instead of planning, we're now just asking it questions to make sure we're on the same page, that the coding assistant understood everything it needed to make. And so the very last thing that we have to do, that's code review at a high level. Now I want to talk about manual testing. And so manual testing is literally as simple as starting up the application and asking your coding assistant how if you need to, and then trying it out. Just how would a user normally interact with this application? Let's see if it works now. So for example, I had the new version of the agent up and running in my terminal already. So I'm going to open up my Obsidian folders here so you can see all the folders that I currently have. And I'm going to go into my Copilot here. So I'm going to open up the right-hand bar here, and I'm just going to say hello. I'm going to make sure that I'm connected to my agent here. There we go, got a response. And then I'll say create a folder called test folder. So literally just simple requests here, as if I'm a user just wanting to do something in my Obsidian Vault. And there we go, we created our test folder. Nice, and I can even say like, make a simple file in here, put some random text. And so just making sure that I can now operate within this folder as well. And there we go, created a simple file.md within here, and all right, looking good. So this is perfect. And I can say now, rename this folder to test folder 2. So just going through the different tools that I know that it added based on the summary it gave me, making sure that works and that the file still lives in there. Nice, nice. All right, and I'll just say delete this folder, which I really hope it understands. It doesn't delete the wrong folder here. I pray that, okay, there we go. So the folder is not empty and contains files. Okay, so please confirm. This is actually really nice. I appreciate it doing this. It's only letting me delete the folder if there's nothing in it, or I can do a forced deletion. So I'll say, yeah, do a forced deletion. So that's kind of like an edge case that I'm testing as well. Like, can I delete a folder even if there's something in it? And sure enough, this is working exactly as I want it to. And as you are validating things through a code review or through manual testing, if anything doesn't look perfect to you, all you have to do is go back into your AI coding assistant and just say something like, the security is too tight, or whatever you want to do, right? Like, if there's little issues that you have in your code base with this new implementation, you don't have to go all the way to the beginning of the piv loop again and start by planning these bug fixes. Like, if it's small enough, you could just do one-off prompts here to address these things. And then later when we talk about creating systems, that's when I'll guide you through whenever there's an issue, we'll improve the system and use the system to retry. But in a basic sense right now, for these little things that you might want to tweak, just go ahead and throw the prompt into the coding assistant. And if the implementation is terrible enough where you really want to start over, that's why I had you create a save state in Git right after creating the structure plan, because literally what I could do here is I can just right click on these changes, discard all. So it's going to take me right back to the code base with the structure plan before I did anything, and then I can just execute the structure plan again, or maybe tweak my structure plan based on the things that it did incorrectly and try again. And also, I'm doing this in GitHub Desktop, but you could just do this in the command line or literally ask the coding assistant to revert all current changes in Git, and it'll go ahead and just take care of that for you. So any of the more technical things I show you with Git, you can literally always just use your AI coding assistant to help you with that. And so, yeah, that is pretty much everything for validation. So we had all of our linting, unit testing, integration testing. That was all good. We also did all of our human-in-the-loop testing with our code review and manual testing. At this point, I am very confident in this rather simple implementation, so I would call this the end of the piv loop. And now our next iteration, right, because it is a loop, when I go back to planning, that's just going to be for the next feature that I implement. Like maybe I want to add more tools into my agent. I don't want to try to add too much at once, and so if I have this idea of like 10 different tools I want to add to my agent, well, I'll split it up into 10 iterations of the piv loop. And so now it's my time to just go on to the next one.
All right.
And so the next time we go through the piv loop, I'm actually going to show you building the Obsidian agent completely from scratch. And then in future piv loops in this course, we'll do something similar. We'll just be adding more tools, more capabilities to our agent, going through this process, but we're going to be doing it as a system. So we'll really get into global rules and slash commands.
I'm starting to document over here in the Google Docs, just like some of the best practices I'm already noticing for when I want to build my global rules later. So I'm just saving little notes. And I'm talking to Claude Code about some of these notes I want to have in our global rules later after I finish listening to Cold Talk. So just prepping for all of this, the planning stuff to be something that I can start using tonight. It all makes a lot of sense though. Like, it's the same way that we already use Claude. Just now it's Claude also can just rip the code for us in real time. So more planning, more structure.
Yeah, I'm sharing my screen real quick just to share the colors.
Oh yeah, please, thanks.
So this is just black and white, very simple, minimalistic. But instead of like the shade being like black, it would be like
the green, yeah.
Green.
Can we do a dark mode instead though? Can we do like black background, white letters?
Yeah.
And then the green, because I can only use dark mode stuff. I hate light mode so much. You'll notice that like when my circle is all dark mode, my VS Code is dark mode, my Claude chats are dark mode, like everything.
Yeah, me too. It's just that I do like, it just looks clean, but I do prefer black.
Yeah. So dark mode for us, and everybody else can live with it. Eventually, I can make a mode switcher where it's the CSS switches between light mode and dark mode, but for now. Okay. Wait, reload the clip. Okay. Let's keep
all of this, even getting into remote agentic coding. There's a lot more advanced.
Like what shade of green do you want? Which one did you like? If you want the OG Infinite X green, it's kind of like a yellow green, like the yellowish green. Is that what you're talking about? Like we've done a lot of different brand colors at this point.
Yeah, the green one.
Which the green, like the logo, our old green logo, is that like that color green?
Yeah.
Let me see if I still have this somewhere. We've been using this white and gold for the last few months, so yeah, I'll go find it. I have some. I'm sure I have the logo saved somewhere, the old one. Oh, it's saved inside of the CRM, I think. Infinite X. Yeah. Yeah.
Mostly everything black and white, But yeah, those pieces of like
It's like
that.
a minty. It's like a minty green, I think is the best
Mm,
way to describe it. Like a mint green, a little darker than a mint green,
yeah.
a little lighter than the Supabase green. Like the shiny part of the Supabase green. Anyway.
Yeah, all the illustrations that color. Just keep 3 colors constant.
I dig it. No gold. You said fuck gold.
Yeah.
Cool. I can dig it.
I do like it, but yes.
I don't hate it. I dig it. All right, we can do that. A little branding.
And fancy stuff coming up soon, don't you worry. And so with that, now that we have an understanding of the pivot loop and you saw it in action, it is time for our next exercise.
Uh, 6,500. Yeah, now that we're on this kind of like thought process. I mean, I think we it feels like we've covered most of it, but are there any other like major principles, like core principles and systems for thinking and collaborating on code and even just business development as a whole? Like, right, we're mapping out user journeys and the database structure and Supabase and APIs and UI, front end, back end, but also understanding our global project roadmap and our business roadmap and our pricing models. Like a lot of this is all kind of intertwined into one thing, and we have to think about all these pieces and plan for all these pieces when we're iterating. So it's just like, how do we really capture? Are there any other notes that we can be mentioning to really capture that holistic understanding of how all of this builds on top of each other, right? Like I understand like a system architect, um, and we've covered a lot of those pieces. But are there any other like first principles that we need to be uncovering so that we can integrate that into like the global rules that we're following throughout this process to make it more natural and easier to just like collaborate on these builds in a conversational manner? So yeah, just trying to really be able to just talk to Claude and code all day, and not have to build anything else ever again, pretty much. Because eventually, like, I won't even have to build the innate in workflows, and I'm already feeling that that's going to be possible, like right now. And I just went and rebuilt our whole system, and it took me like 7-8 days. But I think I'm gonna be able to do this shit in like literally 2 days. Like take what would have taken me 8 days, what has taken me 2 years to get to the point where I can do it in 8 days. Condense that down to like I can knock a system out of the same complexity in like 2 days. That's what I want. Yeah. And I have so many JSON workflows to just have a good starting point. And most everything is already happening inside of N8N now and not in Go High Level, which also makes me super happy because I can just take all the JSON from Supabase, all the JSON from our N8N workflows, dump that into Claude, and already have a really great foundation for how this entire system works, and because it's all already pretty much in code. Insane. I'm gonna unlock this skill and just like we're gonna absolutely rip. Okay. Anyways, let's keep going. That's enough hype. That's enough self-hype. Told Virgil right, brick on my brick. All right.
All right, welcome to the second exercise of the course. Now that we've gone through the piv loop entirely and seen it in action, it is your turn to apply this. And so we're going to do the same task as the first exercise, implementing the search and filtering functionality on the product catalog. But now you're going to tweak your approach, or maybe even overhaul it, to incorporate what we've talked about with the piv loop.
But it was a really easy task, and I didn't really have to plan it all because Cole gave me all the planning, and it was not hard to. Boo.
Now, if you're more experienced with agentic coding, you might already have applied a more structured approach to the first exercise. That's totally okay. Just use this second exercise as an opportunity to try something different and experiment. But either way, we're going to be applying the principles that we covered with the piv loop. So I want you to start with vibe planning, and then go in and create your structure plan with the 4 pillars of context engineering. Incorporate validation, and then go through the implementation. I want you to do all of this for the same thing that you built in exercise 1. And so this README that we're looking at right here, I have it in the 5th video folder in module 2. So that's the folder for this exercise. And within it, I have a brand new blank slate version of the application. So it's ready for you to implement the filtering and searching yet another time in the back end and front end. And there's another thing I have for you as well here. I actually have these task markdown documents. And so this is giving you a head start with structured planning, just making it a little bit easier for you, giving you a bit of an example as well. So we have one task for adding what we need to the back end, and then another task for adding what we need to the front end. So these are very similar to what you might see in like an Asana task or a Jira ticket. And so if you decide to incorporate these in your implementation for exercise 2, it's basically the RAG part of context engineering, because we're bringing in these external documents, these tasks that we have as these feature requests. So going back to the README here, I got the quick start if you want to get the front end and back end up and running again, and be sure to do it in this directory. So you're not doing it in the other exercise directory where you maybe already made your changes. So get that up and running. And the goal here is to, again, apply the piv loop to this full stack implementation. And what I want you to pay attention to here, remember, this is a more basic implementation overall. Even if you were to just go into your AI coding assistant and say, implement the search and filtering into this application, it would probably knock it out. I already talked about that when we were covering exercise 1. Instead, what I want you to focus on here is how much smoother does the piv loop make the process? How much more control do you have over the implementation details? That one is really crucial. How much better do you understand what is being built? And then last but not least, how much are you in the driver's seat? Because without something like the piv loop in a more structured plan, you're going to be a lot less in the driver's seat, even if the implementation does work out in the end. So open your AI coding assistant in the app folder. You can incorporate those task files if you want. Otherwise, just go through, you can kind of define the process yourself. So even though I want you to use the piv loop, there's still a lot of flexibility in how you implement this. I still do.
I might add a feature where we can switch between light and dark mode, since we were just talking about that.
Yeah.
So at least it's like not the same exact thing. That was too easy in the first place.
Want you to kind of put your own mind to it and think about how you want to go through the vibe planning and the structure planning, the implementing and the validating. But go ahead and knock that out. The rest of this README that I have here is just kind of diving more into what to track and the success criteria and really what to compare between exercise 1 and.
All right, I gotta pause to make a TikTok real quick, so I'm just gonna keep the live streamers. What's happening? I need to come up with a catchy name for the crew when we're hanging out.
The crew.
Just call them the crew.
Mhm.
Hey, what's up? What's up, the crew? Let me know what y'all think. Team Infinite, go!
No.
The collective. Who are we when we get together on these live streams or in the partner program? Who are we?
Gang.
The gang. What's up, gang? No, we need something a little bit more specific to. What do you?
Code maniacs.
You said the what? The maniac.
Maniacs. Yeah.
Code maniacs. Oh,
No.
well, I'm even thinking about like this. I want this to be all encompassing for just like our followers on TikTok, our followers on YouTube, our partners in the program, us when we're hanging out. Like what really embodies who and what we are.
Hmm.
Just so I can just brand that now. I can just say, hey, I'm just hanging out with the
Obsessive, ambitious people that want to achieve everything in life.
That's perfect. No, I love that. Really concise, really great. Yeah, just was hanging out with the obsessive, ambitious people who want to accomplish everything in life. Guys, today, just going out to get lunch with the obsessive, ambitious people who want to accomplish everything in life. I wonder if there's an acronym we can call that. Just hanging out with the old mobs, obsessive, ambitious people. Just the opes.
Oops.
The obsessive, ambitious people. The hustlers. It's the
Hustlers. Yeah. I think that's good. That's a good one.
AI hustlers. Is that who we are?
Mm-hmm.
The acquisition empire builders.
Mm.
The
Yes.
supersonic mojo JoJo Powerpuff. Uh, yeah, like that. I think that was perfect. The best in the world. I mean, truly is what this is. What we want to be. Just the best.
Yeah.
What's another way to say obsessed? Let's talk to our boy Claude here for a second. Let's take a little half pause, very brief, minor pause. Let me actually go to this chat from last night that I was having while I was on another just on another level. Building something new. Supabase Mac OS setup. It's probably this one. Yeah. All right, I want to be able to refer to the people. Like we do a lot of live streams, we do a lot of just building with the partners and yada yada. I want to just have like a moniker that I refer to like the collective as. Can you help me come up with something nice for? Because I'm about to start posting on. I went live today. I'm literally actually live on YouTube right now while we're doing this. So I'm about to make a TikTok video and just start documenting on TikTok too as we go through. So I kind of just need a little catchy name for the obsessive, ambitious people who want to be the best in the world and are doing this with us. Attention. What do we got? He's not on mute. I was going to ask him what that means. Does this mean cash collected? What does this mean? It looks like that's what it means.
I'll just make sure that I get the confirmation that it went through.
Cash collected. That's all that matters. The obsessed, the infinite, the conduits, the signal, the inquisitors. Made up word. Sounds like inquisitors, but for acquisitions. People on a mission, aggressive inquisitors. Let's get it. Sounds like the fucking AI Avengers or something. I'm not talking shit. That's just the obsessed or the infinites. The obsessed, simple, self-selecting. If you're watching this, you're one of the obsessed. It's a badge. Either you are or you aren't. The infinite ties directly to infinite X. No ceiling, unlimited. What's up, infinites? We're building. What up, infinites? What's going on, team? It's like infinites. What's happening? The conduits from our conversation, they're not endpoints, they're channels. They move energy through. The conduits are in the building. Shouts out the conduits. What's happening? The signal. They're tuned in. They hear what others can't. They transmit. If you're watching this, you're part of the signal. Claude's gut, the obsessed or the infinite. The obsessed is raw and filters people instantly. Only crazy ones. What up, delusionals? The infinite ties into the Brandon scales with infinite X forever. Which one feels right in your body right now? Pick and run. I don't know. Do we like either of those?
No. I mean, they're cool, but you cannot use them regularly.
It's hard to
Yep.
use either of these regularly and casually. Like, yeah, I just want to refer to the people as something. I might just refer to y'all as the people, because that's usually what I do anyways. Literally, all of my decisions are filtered through Claude. The dreamers. The creators. Builders. Ops. We definitely don't want to call people ops. That's fucked. You already talk like this. You just own it. All right, gang. It is true. I do talk like that. I either say, all right, team. I used to say, I think I was always on, when I first started the YouTube, it was always like, what's up, team? My pick for you, builder or ops. Both are one word, easy to say. And back to...
Wonderful. Thank you for your support, Sahar. I appreciate that.
What's up, team?
Let's schedule. Me too. Let's go ahead and schedule onboarding just to make sure that we can get you onto our platform and send over a test lead. Would you like to do that?
Whatever. I'm just gonna go back to what's up, team, I guess. What's up, team? Or what's good, gang? But none. None of this is really unique at all. It's just kind of like how I already talk, which I guess is fine. But I kind of wanted something like a unique kind of infinite X slang that we use. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to get that.
I like to do it relatively.
Come on, Enrique. You're supposed to be the creative one here.
Works for you over the next couple days.
I like hustlers.
What up, hustlers? It is true. We do hustle.
Yeah.
I'm definitely a hustler for sure. All right, let's see. What do you think about hustlers?
I see it here, the 25th at 4 p.m.
What did he say?
So we'll do the onboarding at that time, and then we'll send over some.
Honestly, it doesn't fit. Hustlers implies grind, hustle culture, working harder, not smarter. The opposite. You're building systems, so you don't have to hustle harder. Operators, if you want something unique to Infinite X,
Thank you, Sahar. Bye-bye.
I mean, no, I do be hustling still. There's always more to do. Does that means cash collected, right? We'll circle back. We'll table this. We'll get back to it. Need a little.
Cash collected, my brother.
Need a little.
Yeah, cash collected. Kike, cash collected.
Cash collected.
So we're all aware, we're on live all day.
Cash
every day.
collected. 67.
67.
What a.
Don't ask me.
Did he just? He was trying to do the six. Oh my god.
Don't ask me.
Is Zach a boomer? What the fuck?
I read a CNN article about it. That's the only way I knew it.
It's not. It's. Oh my god, that was so embarrassing.
67.
You know, it's 7. It's just
67,
Oh.
67,
Oh.
67, 67.
That's the new way. 67.
That's you on. I'm so glad I caught that on TikTok.
He was trying to do the 6. Oh my god. Is Zach a boomer? What the fuck?
Yeah, and actually, 2 times. Well, actually, I'll share with you this. So the lady that I talked to today, she has 700 data points of other stagers because she actually services other stagers. So she did some bartering with me. She's like, you know what? If I give you this data, can I get something in return? I said, my calendar is booked, girl, but I could probably slide on through. So give up a little tail. Yes, so we got 700 stagers.
So how much cash was collected?
We have onboarding scheduled. She was like, honestly, she was like, Zach, today I have to pay a couple people.
So you didn't collect any cash today?
No.
Okay, so this did not mean cash collected, which is all I was asking. I love you. Still,
No, I
regardless.
collected cash today.
You just said no.
Bro, you don't be listening to me.
Did Eric? Enrique, you just heard me say. So how much cash you collected today?
Cash collected, and there's another person I had today. I had 2 meetings today. With just to collect cash. The one that I just collected right now was a cash
That's what I'm
collector.
asking. How much? Yeah.
That's 2,000.
All right, cool. That's the last. That was it.
And then I have another one where she's got 700 data points for stagers, for us, to put into our CAC system. 700 data points of stagers in the area, in the DMV area.
You just mean 700 people or 700 like
People, companies, for stagers. So she also services stagers.
He was
Directly.
trying to do the 6. My god. Is Zach a boomer? What the fuck?
Sorry, this is a good. I'm gonna need this as a.
67.
That's crazy. This is. I'm gonna post that one day. It's going in my draft right now, but. Too funny. Working with. What generation are you? Are you Gen X? Gen.
I think I'm Gen. I was born in '89. So what does that put me at?
I don't know. What is? I'll figure it out later when I need to write the caption for this thing. All right, let me try again though. I just need to be posting on TikTok. That's all I was supposed to do here. Yeah, you already. What did I say earlier? Why did I want to pause the post on TikTok? Because I'm excited about building with AI. I kind of lost the.
With the hustles, the hustlers. AI hustlers.
We'll circle back. We'll circle back on it. I was like, we need a little pause from the Cole Medin so we can post on TikTok. But then I got distracted by what I was going to talk about in the post, and now I'm talking to Zach. So let's get back into the focus mode, knocking this shit out, getting to the exercise.
That is really it.
Coding
Again, another very open-ended exercise here. And now, after.
And speaking of which, I actually just need to do that now. I could have just even said that. Go ahead, Meg.
Have you got heard of solar punk?
Have I got what?
Solar punk.
What about it?
Is that like that vision for the world? Because you were discussing what the name should be.
What up, solar punks? I do like solar punk.
I don't know. I know the name is, but I'm like, I know the concept because I saw a video.
Just solar punk.
What are punks?
You're so cute. So cute and nature embedded with future technology. Love it. Gang.
You could call people punks, but I don't know if that's what your name is.
What up, you goofy, stupid, goo goo gagas? That's and that's how. That's it. Sorry, I'm getting beyond the point of weird. All right, we should probably let me get back on topic. I will record a TikTok real quick. Yeah, shouts out to the people. We are building an
Dude, we're gonna be
AI
at 30
system
grand come
for.
Monday.
We're going to be at 30
We're at
grand
27.
come
Or
27. I'm just trying to update the people on the AI coding stuff that we're doing, but cash collect is more important. 30 grand. Wahoo! Come hang out with us while we build the world's best customer acquisition system. And right now I'm learning how to code with Claude. So I've been going live every day to just build with the people. And well, today I'm live. And I just wanted to update you guys too, so I can also go live here, and we can build money machines together. Do you guys like to code? Do you guys like AI? Do you like to collect cash? That's my favorite thing. So let me know. Thoughts, comments, concerns. What are you building? Hit your boy up. Mwah, love you. Okay.
Hey brother, we're 12 grand away from
No, we're
50 grand. You know that?
We're 23 grand away. Because you said we're at 27 right now. Unless I'm tripping, or if we're at 30,000 cash collected, then we're 20,000 away still. 30 grand. Yeah, 30. Come hang out with us while we build the world's best customer acquisition system. And right now I'm learning how to code with Claude. So
Dude, we're so
I've
close.
been going live every day.
We just need to execute on the build for Brian, build for Sean,
You guys too. So
build for Roy,
I can also go live here.
and then
Build money machines together.
and I've already just collected this cash.
You guys like AI?
I have plans to collect more cash on Monday.
Cash is my favorite thing, so let me know. Thoughts?
And that'll put us 12 grand away from 50 grand
Hit your boy up. Mwah, love you.
in 30 days.
Yeah, shouts out to the people. We are building an AI system for. We're apparently we're going to be at 30.
The goal.
I'm just trying to update the people on the AI coding stuff that we're doing, but cash collect is more important. 30 grand. Yahoo! Come hang out with us while we build the world's best customer acquisition system. And right now I'm learning how to code with Claude. So I've been going live every day to just build with the people. And well, today I'm live. I just want to update you guys too, so I can also go live here, and we can build money machines together. Okay. Do you guys like to code? Do you guys like AI? Do you like to collect cash? That's my favorite thing. So let me know. Thoughts, comments, concerns. What are you building? Hit your boy up. Mwah, love you. Yeah, shouts out to the people. We are building an AI system for. We're apparently going to be at 30 grand. What are you building? Come hang out. All right, boom. Posted.
Have you been live all day?
For 3 hours now. What up, gang? What up, people? Yeah, we've been live for 3 hours.
For this exercise.
Yeah, well, I'm just building stuff.
What you building?
And well, first I built a little thing that does a little thing. Using Claude Code to do the UI instead of using Lovable. So right now I'm just building the systematic approach to how to build without breaking things. So it's like creating the project rules as a whole for the build, and then creating individual task rules for each of the units, like each of the features inside of the final product, and having all of that planning done. So when we start actually implementing, it's just following the plan. And when it's validating, it's just like the implementation, the actual doing stuff, the coding should be like this much, and the planning is like this much. So right now I'm building out the scope for the planning, so that when it comes to actually implementing, it's like it doesn't take long at all. And I'm doing that with Cold because Cold has a great approach for understanding these concepts, and I'm using Claude Code for the first time. Which
This is a really good teacher.
Yeah, Cole is dope. And using Claude Code is just like how we've already built everything else with Claude. It's just now we also have Claude's hands, right? Where it's like we've already built out our entire business model, all of our systems, everything that we have ever done with Claude. So we're already used to that conversating and building the relationship with Claude and really understanding the planning. It's just we've always had like copy and paste to keep Claude up to date. But now it's like Claude will already see what is happening in the build, what are the logs, what are the outputs of each of the step. So it just reduces us from having to even copy and paste. Now it's just like we can literally build all of these systems just with a conversation, which is already how we do it. It's just before there's a manual process of us also going to build the automation on it in, right? So it's just removing the manual process of having to go like show Claude what's going on outside of its environment. Now it has access to the entire environment and the entire build, which I'm really excited about.
So, a couple questions. Is this absolutely necessary for us to collect the?
You want me to
3
build?
3500?
We just talked about this morning. You want a UI where you have visibility on all of the data that's moving in the backend, so that we have clarity on what needs to be done next and what needs to be improved. So the answer is yes.
Okay, perfect. That's all I need to know. Number one, that. Number two. What can we do apart from? What can we do to speed up or secure the other 12 that I think we'll need?
It's the data, right? There's really only like 2 things that I can do right now, which is either build the UI or build the thing that I can use to go scrape and buy more data. But we just decided this morning that the UI was more important, so you could visualize all of this stuff. So
Perfect. Timeline for that be done.
by the end of the day tomorrow.
Nice. Okay. And then
At least this iteration of it.
Bet. And then the scraper.
I don't know. I've never built anything like it. It might take a few days.
Bet. So 5 days for us to have kind of like that. Those 2 pieces solid.
No, I would say realistically 3 days for the UI. Like I can build something and then it'll be good. So that means the rest of today and tomorrow, which means by the time you wake up on Saturday, that should be cool. So I guess maybe 2 days. Yeah, 2 days. Today, tomorrow. At least enough for it to be usable. And then if at that point the buying the data or building the data thing is the next most important thing, then I would say I'm gonna need probably 5 days. Yeah, probably next week. The whole week. Just because I've never built anything like that before, I'm not really sure. But it shouldn't be. I mean, it's realistically, it's probably gonna just be like a series of. It's probably gonna be like 9 APIs and a bunch of AI research. So honestly, it might only take me 3 days. Might even take less, but I don't know yet.
Then while you're doing that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cold call like crazy and follow up with everybody that's already in the pipeline.
As you should be. Yes.
Try to
Did you-
as many meetings.
Did you get the? Did you get the? I heard you recording earlier. Did you record like a Loom video of all of the stuff that you want to be able to see from the dashboard?
I texted it to you on WhatsApp.
Okay.
You have to,
Enrique, did you get the Fathom Connect thing? Did you log into Zach's Fathom and get the API?
Did we discuss
No, I
that
haven't.
weekend?
I didn't ask him for Fathom access though. Serious.
He should have just texted that stuff to you yesterday.
That wasn't one of the things he had asked me for.
No, I didn't ask that.
No, I told you to just text him your Fathom
discuss
logins.
We did discuss that.
And then I got on with him later and was like, hey, would you mind just setting up the API to start collecting his transcripts from sales calls? I know I've asked for a lot of stuff. I feel like I'm the only, like, I don't know.
I'm trying to do a 12-day push. We'll be able to deliver it to Roy, Sean, and Brian by in the month of early first week of December.
Oh, definitely by the end of the month.
Yeah.
10 days should be enough.
All right, so that gives us that cash plus the cash.
Because
I
the
collected
UI
today,
that I'm building for you
plus
is really
Monday,
the last thing I need for them.
and we're so fucking close, bro. We just need to find the fucking extra 12 grand, and I need to fucking like find that 12 grand because 50 grand in 1 month would be amazing on our very first month on the soft launch.
Yeah.
Will be because we could do it we could do it every month minimum. That's our new bar, our new standard.
Correct.
And that gets you paid, that gets Kike paid, and make sure that we get CAC solid, that gets COG solid.
Yeah, we're gonna drop another 4,000 on Saturday.
Oh, that offer, she loved it.
That's good.
That offer that I gave her, the one that we talked about this morning, she loved it. She was like, this is perfect. Yes.
I'll rock with that.
Yes.
That was baller.
So I'm doing that for like here on out for everybody.
Yeah. Guaranteed results. You pay up front, yeah, but you are definitely going to close a deal. I like that actually because it reduces the friction, and it also reduces. It is clicking like that infinite tailwind because it's like, oh, they can always just press a button and get their money back.
You feel me?
Like it's not going to be like, oh,
what if I?
Yeah, or give me a refund. It's like, I'll refund your credits. You ain't getting no cash. Like you ain't getting your cash back.
Exactly.
Refund your credits until you get it close.
And we got a minimum balance that slowly increases.
Okay, so I need you to.
Not sexy. I thought of a sexy one, Kike.
Nice. Yeah, bro.
Dude, I have been iterating in meetings. I owe you a document. I have it in my chat. I need to send that over to you.
6, 7.
First things first, though. Let's go ahead and do Fathom. All right, so let me get you that Fathom.
So,
Yeah.
Enrique, what are you? I guess I'm doing the UI stuff, which I will be incorporating the I'll do the automated like partner automations probably. I don't know if it's ready, then we'll implement that into the setup for us. We won't bake that into the UI yet. The UI will just be for a partner. We're not going to make like an admin UI.
That's why I have like the CAS toolkit place where I have like the forms and stuff.
Yeah, so we'll just use those for now to be able to trigger our internal automations. The UI itself will just be for end users, by location.
Damn, the only way for me to give login details for Fathom is because it's clicked through Google. I have to add as a team member probably.
I mean, if you can, I don't. If that's something you can do.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's okay. At worst, I can just set up your API. I mean, it should be pretty easy. At worst. So.
Sound Google, please. Two are so close.
And then I also already did the automated campaign building and spin tax generation and all that stuff. I still need to put that into the NADIN flow. I need to update the CAC spend tags, which I just did. I started to do earlier. While I was talking to Zach. And then Zach was like, oh, I need visibility on. Okay. Let's just keep going. For now. We'll circle back.
We're going to dive into the first live workshop for the Agentic Coding course. So if you're coming along with this live and you actually can make it to the workshop live, fantastic. We'll do some pretty engaging stuff there to work with the Piv Loop. And even if you don't make it to the workshop live, I'm going to be sharing the portion of that event that I want you to watch as a part of the course. And so it is going to be a critical part of the material that we got here. So yeah, with that, go ahead and knock out exercise number 2. Good luck.
I think I'm just gonna skip it. Yeah. We'll do exercise number 2 with our actual UI building.
If I just give you an API key, would it be Gucci?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, let me do that. Generate API key.
Yeah, if I remember well, you using API key so we can set up your webhook and pass everything.
Here's both the API key and the secret.
Okay. La di di da, la di di day, la di di dum. Let's keep going.
Welcome everyone to our weekly Dynamis workshop, but this is the first
What the heck? A 60-minute workshop. What are they building in this workshop? The part where I go through my solution live has been turned into the video here. Welcome to the first live workshop of the dynamic coding course. During this live event, I did some Q&A for the course, gave everyone a chance to complete the second exercise live, and showed my solution to the exercise. The goal of this workshop is to really solidify the piv loop for you and give you another example of seeing it in action from someone who has used it thousands of times. The above video is the core material for the event, but if you want to watch the entire workshop too with chat replay, check it out here.
agentic coding feels like it needs to, but here. How to create, get on, but I'll look. Yeah, it's still working away at the implementation here. I might skip the testing for the sake of brevity, and it's rather small, so I'm just going to do a more work has gone into defining our though usually like Codex is my main backup right now, just because I think it's the second best coding assistant right now, and it's cool that it's also a CLI because I like CLIs like this. Asked because I want you to understand the core principles so that here end to end, like we hit this error that we didn't before, and this definitely is like there's probably something in our global rules that we'd want to update to fix this because it's some principle that it messed up related to how it was using that component in the front end. And so, again, every mistake is an opportunity to evolve your system.
I'm not watching all that. He's just repeating a lot of the same stuff he already repeated in there. Let's see if we pass the quiz. All right, guys, you want to take a quiz with us? Let's take a quiz. Let's test our knowledge. Woot woot. So here we go. Low. Okay, so time to test your piv loop knowledge. And if we pass this test with 100%, I'm going to say it's fine that I skip some stuff. Which of the following is not one of the 4 pillars of context engineering used to build? Task management, it's verification. Because context engineering is task management, memory, RAG, and there's one more. I can't think of right now, but I know it's definitely not verification.
Task management, memory, RAG.
Because I can even see the diagram.
Yeah.
Memory is on the left, RAG is at the top. I believe task management is on the right, and it's whatever's at the bottom. Whatever the bottom circle is the only one I can't. I don't think I can see. Anyways.
Can we see it?
I don't want to cheat yet. I want to finish the quiz first.
Okay, true.
And then, yeah, we can go check. In the piv loop, what is the core difference between layer 1 planning, project planning, and layer 2 planning, task planning? Layer 1 is for building brand new projects. Nope. Layer 1 is conversational vibe planning. Nope. Layer 1 involves establishing stable, high-level rules done once, while level 2 is detailed plan for single features. That is correct. Layer 1 focuses only on code, while Layer 2 focuses on no. It's Layer 1 involves established high-level rules. Layer 2 is each step. Why is creating git save state or checking the plan source control considered a crucial step immediately before implementing the phase? Provides a clean recovery point, allowing you to easily discard all failed code, changes, and start the implementation over. That makes the implementation go, nope. It is required for AI coding, nope. It allows AI to run its security test directly on the plan before, nope. It's this one, clean recovery point. It's like your save, it's literally called a save state, though. In the validation phase, which it's like using the memory card in a PlayStation. It's like, boop, save, cool, got it. I can pick up back from here later. In the validation phase, which two types of testing are primarily the responsibility of the AI coding assistant to create, run, and often write in the validation phase? Which two types of testing? It's unit and integration testing. Yep, that one. The mantra "trust but verify" during implementation suggests that a developer should still do what while the AI is writing the code. Check that. Write a complementary portion of the feature to run in parallel. Nope. Loosely monitor the process to check the AI thinking tokens, tool calls, and task management to prevent. Yep. Interrupt the AI frequency to ask detailed line, but nope. Begin writing the documentation and user story for the. No, yeah. Loosely monitor the process to check the AI's thinking tokens, tool calls, and task management. So just watch as the process goes. And 100% because genius. But also, these quizzes are really easy, and they're 5-question quizzes. But what we are talking about, Enrique, is the piv loop. We're missing this little piece, prompt engineering.
Prompt engineering.
That's it. And I guess the reason I overlooked that was because we were talking about context engineering as a whole. But context engineering is just like, the memory of the conversation, like whatever knowledge base you want to include, prompt, so you actually talking in the prompt, and then task management of like, hey, updating through the process of we've been going through this, we already knocked out this, that, and that. We're on step 5 out of 7. Which the memory technically should have some component of, but task management just kind of, puts it in a nice to document, like this is where we're at, this is the next step, rather than just solely depending on the memory. Booyah. Context engineering. Okay, we just passed module number 2 with flying colors. So let us keep the show on the road. That's 2 modules today. We are about to hit module 3. I did skip the second exercise, but it was the same exercise as exercise 1, and I feel like there's a better thing we can do with our time. Yo, Sahil's redacting messages. My guy, you retracted 2 messages, but I want to know what you said. All right, we're going to keep rolling. Shouts out Cole Medden for this agentic coding course. I'm actually getting really excited because, again, the way that we already build at Infinite X is very much in alignment with like a lot of planning, a lot of conversation with Claude. Just talk to Claude all day pretty much, and we can build anything. So now we are literally going to be able to use our same exact building model, but giving Claude the hands to actually take action, and preventing ourselves from having to go back and forth between innate-in and back to the code, or back to Claude and back to innate-in and back to Claude and back to Supabase and back to Claude, and explaining so much, because now all of that is going to be, Claude's going to have access to the entire environment. That is what I truly believe is like the benefit of Claude Code. All right, global rules.
Welcome to Module 3 of the Dynamis Agentic Coding course. This is...
I kind of want to take the quiz and see if I already know all the answers, but before watching anything. I hate to cheat, but I'm just going to skip ahead to the quiz. I'm just curious. Time to test your understanding. This quick quiz covers the core principles of level 1 planning, including what belongs in your global rules and strategies for managing your agent's necessary context. What is the primary purpose of global rules within the systematic AI coding workflow? To define the sequence of tasks and external tool use during feature implementation, to define core principles, architecture, and standards that are automatically loaded in every, that one. To generate the detailed step-by-step implementation plan for a specific feature, nope. To provide a record of all conversation history later for divert, nope. Which of the following items should typically be excluded from your global rules? Code style guidelines, no, that needs to be in there. The application's core tech stack, that needs to be in there. A step-by-step process or workflow for building a feature, no, that is the planning docs. That's not the global rules. High-level testing requirements, yeah, that's great. What does the term dynamic context loading refer to? Who's calling me? Whoa. Hey, yo, what's happening?
Yo, sorry I didn't get back to you yesterday. Shit's been fucking crazy, but just got off a call with who has a snow removal company doing about $5 million in annual revenue, but they subcontract out like business services, so anywhere from like landscaping to commercial roofing to like janitorial position, a question I asked him, I was like, if you had any product service that you would bring under your roof right now, which one would it be? And he essentially said landscaping, like commercial landscaping, because that's easy to cross sell into like snow mitigation. But like that makes sense. And he's also already on the path to growing and all of those type of things. I'm splitting up the operations deep dive call because we already got to an hour. I still had like 3 sections left. So that's going to be a 2-part call. And then I already hinted at him and said, well, and the way that I like to do these is once we have that conversation to do the assessment, I like to, go shake your hand, go get some dinner, and talk about it there on a site visit. So like that's the plan for the assessment after I do the operations deep dive, to schedule out when that flight would be to go meet and do the assessment. But I also asked him, I was like, so what's the biggest constraint right now? What like positions would you need to help you? Because he does all sales. Everything they do is like through networking and like events and stuff. And he's like, well, I need a sales guy. I need an operations guy. Like I need those 2 positions to be able to like, take us to the next level. And I was like, well, you know what I mean? Like I see a lot of synergy there as well. And they're wanting to expand and all those things. I like the engagement and definitely want to keep in the loop there, especially introducing him to the broader sense of the team and how we would move forward.
I dig it. I'm glad you're excited about it.
Do you like those industries? Kind of fits B2B and boring.
Yeah, as long as it's B2B. I mean, snow removal is cool. I don't think I've heard anybody else really talking about that. Landscaping is definitely cool if it's like commercial landscaping for sure.
No, that's what it is. That's what it is. So like, think about assisted living spaces, hospitals, stuff of that nature that have high liability services because it's risk mitigation, right? If it snows, there's ice, people slip, now you're sued. Airports, all those things. But the way that I see it is, okay, your summer months are really just to keep the lights on because you're just subcontracting out all of these services and all these deals to other people to be able to do for you. What if we supercharge your summer months with more landscaping deals, more opportunities in asphalt, roofing, all of those things, because it's commercial roofing too. Like we're roofing like multifamily developments and stuff of that nature, you know what I mean? So it's like everything he does is B2B and every single angle, even janitorial services, right? And he's cross-selling all of these engagements, but based off of snow removal. So I'm like, let's go buy a landscaping company, buy all of their revenue streams and everything, because one of the things that he's saying that why he loses out on all of his landscaping deals is because he's subcontracting. So if the landscaper is able to like go there and bid lower, then you lose the deal. So in this case, I'm like, okay, like there's a fragmented market in all these industries that you're subcontracting to. We can buy smaller players and then just supercharge that deal flow and then keep it in-house as well when we want to engage with somebody else. You know what I mean? Like there's just so many opportunities and offshoots outside of that. Like, but snow removal is a big opportunity. It's very geographically focused.
Yeah, I'm picking up what you're putting down. What's the next steps with this one?
Well, tomorrow I'm doing part 2 of the operations deep dive.
Cool.
And then next step is assessment and flight to go meet him.
Yeah. Where is he based in?
The Midwest, but his partner also lives in Maryland.
And you're already on this side.
Huh?
And you're still already on this side, huh?
No, not right now. I came back. Okay. So his partner is in Maryland, and he flies out to that area. I think he's in Illinois because they just got a deal with a casino, like a casino that's getting built. What they're doing there is they're going to be doing they're getting a snow contract with them, but they're also doing like the landscaping and other stuff based upon the development, you know? Mm-hmm. And they're putting together a bid for that. But his partner, they're like hitting up a girl to go find like some government contracts for them and stuff to like go find that and like fill out the bids and all those things. But they're wanting to expand into some of those other markets like Maryland, Virginia, all of those states essentially. Like it's a blue ocean because he can get a deal anywhere, but then he just subcontracts it out, right? He's just a general contractor. So like if he had a
It's all about global rules, which really do deserve their own dedicated module because they're so important when working with AI coding assistants, and global rules are also part of the foundation of any system that you will create. And so over the next few videos, we'll be using this Excalibur diagram to cover the what and the why of global rules, and then for the how, we have our GitHub repository, the Agentic Coding course GitHub repo, where I'll show you some examples of global rules and my general recommendations for some of these sections to have in each of them. And of course, the golden rule is to always customize a lot of my recommendations to your specific use cases, for rules, for workflows, for everything. And the pace that I have here, I think is going to be good no matter if you're a beginner or if you've been working with global rules for a while. Because as I introduce global rules, I'm going to be making recommendations for how to organize things and what fits into rules at the same time. So at the highest level possible, global rules are the core of layer 1 planning. And we're really going to get into layer 1 planning in this module. And specifically, they're the stable foundation that is auto-loaded into every AI session. It's the core principles we always want our AI coding assistant to follow. If you're familiar with building AI agents, global rules is very similar to a system prompt. And speaking of layer 1, going back to the piv loop diagram that we talked about in the last module, we covered the two different layers of planning. We have both project planning and task planning. This module is going to be dedicated to the first layer. And I promised you in the last module that when we focused on task planning, we would get to the project planning in a lot more detail. That's what we're going to start to dive into right now. Because your layer 1, this is what is done once and updated rarely. It's the core principles and architecture and tech stack that you want to communicate to your AI coding assistant. The stable resources, which your global rules is the biggest part of your stable resources. That's why it gets an entire module in this course. So going back here, I want to start by talking about how we can create our global rules, then we'll get into the different sections that I recommend having in them. So no matter your AI coding assistant, it will have the concept of global rules. It might be called something different, like in Kuro it's called your steering document, for example, but it's the same idea. It's your core principles that you always want to have in the context window for your coding assistant, guiding it on the highest level kind of golden rules and standards for your code base. And so in Claude Code, it's a markdown document called Claude.md. In Codex, Cursor, Gemini CLI, quite a few different ones, it's called your agents.md. And then if you've used Cursor or Windsurf way back in the day, they used to have this dot notation where it'd be like dot cursor rules or dot Windsurf rules. If you've worked with AI coding assistants much in the past, you've definitely seen this because global rules are that critical. And the reason why there's so many listed here for agents.md is it's starting to become a universal standard. So it's similar to how in a GitHub repository, we always have the README file. It's sort of like the one file for the human to quickly understand what a project is all about. And so we have README for the human, and now we're starting to have agents.md for AI agents. So just like a README is for us to understand a project at a high level, agents.md, or our global rules, is a way for the coding assistant to understand the project at a high level, but probably more directed to how we want it to make changes into our code base, if that makes sense, right? So at some point, and we haven't seen this yet because agents.md is still becoming the standard, but I assume what we'll see really soon here is that most GitHub repositories will have the README and then also an agents.md. So it'd be like README right here and then an agents tab. So both human and AI have their respective files to understand a project. Okay, so the next question is, where do we put our global rules in our code base? And my general recommendation, especially to keep it simple at first, is to have a single global rule file, like a single agents.md or a single claude.md at the root of your repository, generally right next to your README. Now it can get a bit more nuanced than that, but for most of my projects I find that to be sufficient. And so I'll link to these two files below in the description as well, but This guide for using Claude Code, they talk about your global rules for a little bit. There are quite a few different places you can put global rules, and you can incorporate multiple Claude.mds in a single project. I generally find this to be over-engineering, but I just want to mention this really quickly. So of course, first bullet point, the root of your repo, like I just said. And so alongside your README and your other core files like your package.json, your requirements.txt. You can also put it in any parent directory, and so Claude is going to actually go up and find that and load it in. You can have it in children directory, so when Claude is working on files in that directory, it'll automatically include that context as well, because you might have principles that are specific to a certain part of the code base you only want to pull in when you're working on that part of the code base. And then you also have your home folder. And so this is where you can put global rules that are going to open up in all of your AI coding assistant sessions, not just the one in that specific code base, right? Like when we have a global rule in the root of our repo, it's only going to use that context when we start our coding assistant in that folder. But this is what's going to apply at a global level. And it's kind of similar for agents.md. There's a little bit less options to make it simple, but basically you have the agents.md at the root of your repository, and then you can also have nested agents.mds in different subfolders like you can do with claude.mds as well. And so it does change a little bit between your coding assistants, but the one thing that is always universal that I'd recommend is having a single global rule file at the root of your repository, at least starting there. And the core golden nugget that I want to give you right here is that your global rules is your day one onboarding for your coding assistant. It's everything it needs to know on the first day, and I'll kind of talk about how we can expand that analogy later as well. But first, I want to talk about what we should actually be including in our global rules. So the main mental model to have when you're thinking about what to put in your global rules is just think about what you would describe to another person when they're looking at your code base for the first time and you want to explain how your project is structured. You're going to talk about the tech stack and architecture. If you want them to make changes on your code base, you want them to follow your code styles and patterns, like your naming conventions with variables, for example. You want them to test in the same way that you're testing. And also, maybe you've worked with other people on your code base before, and you know the kinds of misconceptions they might have that you want to clear up, like maybe around how you handle environment variables, for example. These are all of the core things that I would include in global rules. And of course, customize this to your code base specifically. There might be a really important concept that you want to have a section for, that you want to add on to this for your code base. Do that. I encourage you to think about how you can apply a kind of more general recommendation, like what I have for you here, to something more specific to your code base, to tweak and expand what I've got here. And to give you an example of what global rules look like, I've got a couple in the repository here. So I've got two versions for you because there are two camps, different ways that people set up their global rules. It's all up to preference. I want to cover both of them, starting with the simpler one, version 1. This is where we have all of our global rules in a single file. So I'll go into the preview mode here. Let's take a look at this. And this is all based on that diagram that I showed you earlier. We have the same principles. So we got our core principles, highest level things that we want to follow. We have the tech stack, so the agent quickly knows the different technologies and libraries that we're working with. Our general architecture, which also helps it navigate through our code base. We have the code style, like for Python in our backend. This is our naming convention for things like classes and functions. Same kind of thing for our front end. This is how we handle logging. This is how we handle testing, right? Like I don't have to explain this section by section, but you get the idea here, like including different commands that it can run to work with our project and run tests for our project. This is everything that we want to include no matter what we're doing in our code base. We're fixing a bug, we're adding a new feature, we're starting something from scratch. Like these 10 sections, we want to have loaded into our AI coding assistant all of the time. Now, there is one other way you can set up your global rules to make things more modular if you want to work with multiple different files. Because what you can do, and this is what I have in the version 2 of the global rules, is you can mention or reference other files. And when you give a full path to a file and you put the @ in front of it in global rules, What that means is when you start the AI coding assistant session and it loads in the global rules, it is automatically going to replace this reference with all the contents of that file. And so it definitely comes down to preference if you want to do it this way or the way that I just showed you, but these two global rules are exactly the same because all the different sections that I'm loading in with the at reference, this is all the same content, but it just makes things more modular at the cost of having to manage different files. So it's a trade-off. It really is up to you if you want to have more files but then things are more modular, or if you just want to keep things as simple as possible. And so like generally I actually recommend doing it the first way where everything's just in a single file. I just like maintaining a single file, and global rules are pretty short overall. But then, for example, I actually had the pleasure of talking to an Amazon engineer, and I got to see from him how his team manages their global rules. And they actually do it this way, because they have a ton of these universal markdown documents for principles that they've been following even before using AI coding assistants. And so they just have this in a repository where all their team members take it, put it in a folder, and then they have their global rules set up to reference each of them. And it's also nice because then sometimes, I don't have a specific example in mind, but sometimes you might want to take out a certain section for a feature development that you're doing. So you can just do that really easily versus when you have everything together here, it's a bit harder to like find the start and end of each section to do the same thing, right? So just trying to give a couple examples to help you think through which one you'd want yourself. If you want the simplest, I would go with version number 1. That's why I'm calling it version number 1. But yeah, totally up to you. That's just one of the core things I wanted to cover with global rules. Also, the Anthropic Guide to Claude Code that I showed earlier has their own recommendation of things to put in your global rules. And of course, this is for anything, not just Claude Code as well. And so, yeah, everything that you see in this list is going to be very similar to what I just described to you, right? Because it's always just the high level principles. So they say common bash commands. We saw some command references in the global rules we just looked at. Core files and utility functions, code style guidelines, testing instructions. I didn't say everything explicitly here, but you get the idea, right? And you can definitely take inspiration from my list and this list to think for yourself those high-level principles that you always want to have in your global rules. And the other thing that I can recommend for you, and this is honestly even more important, is what not to include in your global rules. So for example, there is absolutely no reason to include universal knowledge in your global rules because large language models are already pretty intelligent. So anything that's going to seriously bloat the rules, just avoid it, right? Like you want to be as concise with your global rules as you possibly can because that's the context that is always going to be sitting there in the conversation history with your coding assistant. Also, anything around workflows or commands. So if there's any sort of process that you want to describe to an AI coding assistant, the global rules is not the place for that. And that's what we're going to be talking about a lot in the next module. When we get into commands, reusable prompts, that's where we'll be mapping out processes for AI coding assistants. So think about it this way. Global rules is for principles. Your commands that we're getting into in the next module is for your workflows, right? So keep that in mind. And then the last thing I'll say is anything that's very specific to your tasks. And the reason for that is global rules should apply to any task that you are implementing in your code base because they're always going to be there. So when we think about the different layers of planning that I was talking about with the piv loop, let me go back here. Layer 1 planning is your entire code base context. Global rules fit into this. And then layer 2 planning is the task specific stuff. So here's the thing. Layer 1 planning, done once, updated rarely. Layer 2 is done for each task. This is going to change every single time you're in a new conversation with your coding assistant. And so the golden rule here is if anything in your global rules changes a lot, it probably, or I should even say, it certainly does not belong in your global rules. All right, cool. Hope that makes sense to you. The last thing that I want to talk about here is the why. Why do we care about incorporating global rules at all into our code base? I mean, all these high-level principles, can't we just have a quick conversation with every coding assistant session and have it discover these things? I mean, there's nothing fancy here going on, which that's on purpose, by the way. But here's the thing. Global rules are super important because they help solve what I like to call the context loading task. Every session, think about this. The AI coding assistant starts with 0 knowledge on your project. And that's a bummer because there's a lot of work if we're starting from 0 to get it to the point where it understands our code base so we can actually do the thing we want to do, like build that next feature or solve that bug. And so there's 2 approaches to catching it up to speed on our project. Approach number 1 is manual context loading. So kind of like I was saying in the example earlier, we start a session and we have a quick conversation with the coding assistant so it discovers things like our tech stack and architecture. But we pay this tax every single session. Even if you're pretty fast, it's going to take you a few minutes. And so you have to explain, do some work, next conversation, you have to explain it all again. And this is going to take hours and hours over time. Now, the second approach with our global rules is we are front loading the context. So we pay the tax once. And it might cost a bit of time up front. Like instead of just going into a conversation right away and spending 5 minutes, we have to carefully curate our global rules and craft that for 30 minutes, an hour, maybe even more. So it's going to take some time up front, but now our system can automatically load this every single time so we don't have to reprompt. And so auto load, work, next session, auto load, and work. And man, does this save so much time over the course of working on our code base for feature after feature over weeks and months and even years, right? So it's definitely worth putting in the time up front. I mean, that's really all of planning, both with layer 1 and layer 2. It's all about putting in that time up front to save time later, going into your current implementation and beyond. And so the last thing that I'll say here is that front loading your context, it's not just global rules. That's what we're going to talk about in the second video with the 2 different loading strategies for layer 1 planning. And so I'll leave you with this right now, and then I'll elaborate on it a lot more in the next video. Your global rules, like I said earlier, is kind of like your day 1 employee training. It's the high level stuff that you need to learn right away. And then dynamic context, this is the other part of front loading. That's kind of like your department training. So when you want to get a little bit more specialized, working with different task types, that is your dynamic context. All of this together makes up your layer 1 planning. And then when you get very specific to a single task, that is your layer 2 planning. That's like working on this week's assignment, right? So you're an employee, you get onboarded, then you have your department training for a week, and then you get your first assignment, and now things get very specific. So I hope that makes sense. A lot more on this in the next video.
Just from what I've done the last 10 days and how effectively and efficiently I've done it, but yeah, I'm just gonna stay in this mode for another month and a half or so, and really like stay as far as I can in 2 months. And what that means is like obviously I'm not gonna have capacity to do calls with sellers all day, I'm not gonna calls with buyers all day, or spin up that marketplace. So what I was originally thinking a week ago was handing over some of those functions to somebody who can kind of champion that part of the operation so that the partners could still, facilitate deal flow and get paid for it. But don't, I kind of lost the confidence in feeling like there was like a solid plan for that could continue to move forward without me being the one doing like all of that and keeping everybody informed. So I was just like, how about I get everybody focused back on just learning vertical and delay the point that we're going to be doing deal flow as a collective, so that at least I can help them cash flow now while I am a little bit more MIA as far as being able to facilitate the cash flow directly through deal flow, right? Because originally it's like, okay, well, now I'm doing tech, but I'm also doing marketing and I'm also doing sales. So how can I just do tech, but still make sure that you guys are all making money effectively? And it's by not trying to do everything at once and just I'm just focused on tech and you guys are focused on really understanding verticals and where you will be able to go sell this tech with the license that you have. You'll be able to go sell this tech and make immediate cash flow, build immediate goodwill in the market, build those relationships, and then we can extend the period of time in which you need to learn the actual deal execution and connecting sellers and buyers, because you already have some buyers and sell them and get them on the platform while the deal sources are still talking to sellers. If those pieces had come together when they needed to come together, I probably just, this announcement yesterday would have looked a little different. Than like, hey guys, we're still doing this, but this person's going to champion this piece, and you guys are going to do this, and all together we're going to make money on this platform like we are now. I'm kind of just going to pull that and hold on to that for another 2 or 3 months, and maybe even longer. It might be 6 months. It just depends on what happens over the next 6 weeks, because I now see that the best thing that I can do for everyone is just do this one piece, because it solves the most people's problems inside of this partner program and all of the relationships that I have. Is if I just really hyper focus on the system, everybody's going to win. And yeah, so
that was the 4 of Washington. Back 9.
initiate conversations there because Sage knows Vin stuff and it's the same way. Vin will offer and he was like, why don't we just I can put you on the website as like one of our advisors and we put our our crest on your websites and build off that kind of thing. And he just executed it. It was great. I was like, yeah, I just haven't configured that yet, but I've been using it so far. And obviously now you guys are both using it, so then that makes it easier to like make it run and execute and stuff like that.
million, and it was only on these renovate now. See if we can help other folks out. And after 3 months of like, nah, I don't think I want to complicate my life right now, she convinced me. And so we named it after her, O-R-E-A-I, because it was her idea. Happy wife? Happy wife, I think that's it.
Yeah, so what's the difference now? Are they paying something up front or is that just a difference?
And the best part about it is you only pay me, and you don't pay my time. So it's like a mess there. Yep.
Um,
Everybody that we got, Michael, have a listening agreement, and they trying to sell their property. Not one is going to live in the house. All of them, every real estate house listening agreement.
How was the call?
Yeah, no, I'm tracking. Just leveraging their credibility, and then it's just back to referring deals to yeah, it's just referring to another broker slash advisor to close the deal again. Um, so what is their involvement? Yeah. So what is their level of involvement on this? I'm just curious. Like, what do they do? Do they?
Like I mentioned to you, I send you an opportunity, you don't close it, you don't worry about paying me. I send you an opportunity, you close it, you make money, that's between you.
Yeah. Yeah, I get it.
Are you allergic to money? Trying to make more of it?
Yeah. I mean, that's what we've been on the last forever is like get paid to build. I mean, literally 2 years of getting paid to build, and now, I mean, we just did 30K cash collected in like the last 10 days, or sorry, 2 weeks.
Nope.
Just getting paid to build, so I'm just gonna focus on the building again, cause cash is coming in, and I would like to. I mean, I'm just trying to reduce the amount of context switching I'm doing. And it's like, I mean, I have faith that I have you out working out like the buy side relationships and some of the credibility on that end, and working out some of the understanding of how to build the best journey with the sellers. We've got other people in the partnership program working on their own verticals. I have Zach really obsessing over sales and cash collecting itself, so I can build an AI system around him, like everything outside of the sales call itself. I'm even like analyzing the sales calls too, which is just another part of like, again, customer acquisition system. So I have everybody who's doing like the individual pieces, and I have faith in you all to be able to like carry forward your missions, which is why I feel like now is the best time for me to focus on the building and continue down this path. I mean, also, like, you already know this, but since I don't have the data enrichment thing and I don't have access to a front end there, I would like to be able to leverage that as much as possible. That's like the only piece I need as far as like new additions to the system itself, is just being able to like automatically rip leads and put them into the thing, and then everything on the back end is just a better system for like managing pipelines and everything that comes after the sale, or having to follow up with people, etc., yada yada. So I've mapped all this out now. I mean, yeah, that's always been what it's supposed to be, is like, yeah, I mean, at most is I would just put it on the front end and charge credits for it. Like, that would be the only time is anybody else has access to it, is like they're using their credits to get leads or to enrich their leads. You know, which I've repeated a couple times, but if I don't have access to it, then like I don't. It's not really something that I can like fully leverage, right? If I don't have access to the front end, or I don't have access to the back end to be able to integrate inside of the front end, then it's like I don't actually have that thing, So I do need that thing, which I've been clear. I'm happy to trade for it. I'm happy to pay for it. I'm happy to have it. Yeah, I mean, a dog, we can cover all of the costs for it. It doesn't have to be like a. Propello. Is that like the name of the lead platform now? I see. Yeah, I mean, I just want to be able to leverage it for the system that we have here, or even integrate Propello like into the customer acquisition system. So it's like the.
Don't blame me, blame God.
Like, I don't need to give away the innate in workflows or anything on the back end. There's no point in doing that. It's not, if somebody wants access to it, they just use credits. So I just want to take it and make it a part. I have no interest in like. I mean, again, whatever you decide that like Propello itself. Yeah, which I fuck with. So I'm just a little. I just need some clarity. So let me just ask this one question. Yeah, yeah, which I agree with. What I've not been sure on is like again, if we put this thing inside of the customer acquisition system, we're still upcharging for it, right? It's not like I'm giving it away at cost. So it's just another stream of revenue. Okay, I'm on like I'm on the same. Cool. So what's like then? What's the? Because that's like I said last week. I'm like I don't plan to give other people the thing. Like I want to monetize it. So I think we're on the same page. Like as far as I'm aware. Well, it's just if that was the issue, I just wasn't sure. I mean, if that's not the issue, then that's not the issue. If you're fine with me like going whenever I need to, like I'm gonna use our thing and get 10,000 leads. Like that's fine. I just don't need to go ask for permission to get the leads that I want to get, and I want to see how the thing works, and I'm happy to monetize that through whatever channel as its own standalone product or something that's a part of the client acquisition system that people can pay credits for, and that goes back, that is distributed back to us, right? Sam, Harrison, us, like I'm cool with that. I just want to monetize it, and I want to have full access to the thing, and I don't want to have to ask for permission to use it. So like those are my only three requirements: is if we can monetize it together and I have access to it and I don't have to ask for permission, then I'm good, and we can just like share in the profits. That's all I ever wanted from the beginning. So I think we're on the same page about it. Are we talking the same language? I think we are. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, and that, I mean, I have dog, and I know Enrique literally said that like the day that I had asked you for something. Enrique was like, "Yo, Mercury's in retrograde right now, and it just started last night, so I think that's part of why this has been a little bit of an issue." And I'm like, "Yeah, well, let's just give it time, and like I trust that Sam is still a part of this and wants us to be successful together. So yeah, I've never like we're good." I just haven't really heard from you in like a week, but I'm like, also, I'm just gonna give him time, and I'm fine with it. Correct. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've always been about. I want you guys to get paid, like 100%. I've always been about that from day one. You know. Yeah, and I don't want you to. Like, you know. Yeah. Okay, so we're at. I wanna be able to just have. Yeah. I pretty much this is what it should look like is I want I want everybody to be paying for usage, and as far as like when usage happens with the actual like getting of the leads, any profit on that will just go back to to us, right? It'll go to Infinite and Omnira, right? So it's like as long as it's being, I'm not, the partners aren't getting it for free, no, and it's also not coming out of my pocket, no. Exactly. I'm not covering the costs of anything anymore. I'm not like that's why everybody will get a license and you don't have to pay to participate in this community because I like you and I have faith in you. You still have to cover the cost of your own system. Those profits go back to the parties that were involved in making it possible for you in the first place. And if you go sell this thing to your vertical, great. You also are giving them the capacity to be able to get leads whenever they want, which the usage of that system is not something that you can go charge on, right? You can charge services, you can charge a setup, you can charge management, but usage is always going to go back to, you know, whatever the people who built whatever component it is you're using. So, right, if it's like, hey, we're using this data enrichment system that Omnir put together, then of course I'm going to make sure that Omnir is getting profits from that usage. If it's like the rest of the customer acquisition system, great. Well, we're going to keep the profits from you using the multi-channel outreach system or the AI whatever piece. Yeah. There's always other areas to add support. Either add their own swag on top of it, or add like a monthly management where, hey, you're not even gonna have to log into this app, right? I'll go upload or create new campaigns for you. I'll go grab the leads for you. You still cover the cost, right? We'll use your credits, but I'm gonna be the one who's actually in there managing the system, right? And I'm gonna charge you an additional $500 a month, $1,500 a month, $2,000. Or I'm also gonna work on your funnels, or I'm also going to do sales support, right? Everybody has their own skills that they want to bring to the table, which I've gotten that from feedback for like people saying, well, I still want to sell this, or I still want to offer that because I'm good at it and I love doing it. Well, great. Still offer everything else you want to do, but let's use this thing that's immediate valuable as your foot in the door offer, and then you can just upsell from there or add on your own services from there. You can keep 100% of your setup costs. So you go charge them $10,000 to be able to use the system. Great. If charge them whatever you want, keep those costs yourself, make that money. I'm going to get paid from the usage regardless, so I'm good. You can now also charge a monthly retainer however you want. That's great. Live your life. Go do your thing. I want equity in your company though. So it's a long. Yeah, that's it. I want everybody else to be making money right now by leveraging their skills and the system that I can bring. You are going to be using the system though, and that's obviously a point where I'm going to be making money, so you don't have to pay me up front, right? But I will get paid by you using the system. I'll also get paid by everybody you sell the system who uses it. You can add whatever services you want on top of that. We all grow together, and I'm not charging you for something that you're not using, right? And if you want to go charge the people that you sell it to monthly to manage it, great. But you're not you're not upcharging the credits. You're not upselling them on any other like pieces inside the system itself. Where that is its one model. That is what the system is priced at. That is what the system is charged at. You don't make money on the usage. We make money on the usage, but that's why I'm able to give it to you for no cost.
Hey.
You said what, Zach? Zach is whispering like you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that. Something. What?
You should definitely have a setup fee associated for you.
Yeah, I might.
No, I'm talking to
A lot of these people already paid me though. It's also like this is the point. They've like ranging from $2,500 to $15,000. So it's like I've been getting paid for this to be a thing. Zach was just saying you should charge a setup fee, which I'm also 100% of the volition to do so, but also a lot of people have already paid me a bunch of money just to have access Do the initial onboarding, right? Answer the questions to be able to complete the campaign. Bring your best expertise on how to run an automated acquisition system. Yeah, all of that, exactly. Exactly. So I know how the system works, but I want to make sure you have the right copy in there. I mean, it's really that's it. I'm making it so everybody in the partner program already is going to just get it and we'll negotiate equity. Anybody who is new is going to pay for a license and again, likely equity if I like the person. I mean, at this rate, I will be able to share this with hundreds of people and I'm fine with the usage. They don't upcharge. Hmm? You said, what is the license? The license gives you access to use the platform and redistribute the platform. If you don't have a license, you can't offer this platform to a new location, right? So you might sell a client, and if that client wants to go distribute this to their clients too, well, that's different. They're now in the conversation to be a license holder. You might get a referral on referring that client with 100 locations he wants to resell to me. Great, and I might sell him a license to go take this to market, yada yada. And I don't know, I'm still working out all of that, but the point is like a license just gives you the right to be able to use it yourself and redistribute it to a client. Sure, marketing agencies, the other people in the program, salespeople who just want to really, you know, rip the thing and also sell the thing, i.e., Zach. I mean, Zach wants to use it, right, to find more people, and he's also selling it, right? Great example.
We cash collected.
He already knows.
Sweetie.
Yeah, depends. It depends, but everybody will always be paying for usage. I'm not covering anybody's usage costs.
We're gonna walk. We are going to walk when we get. You and I are going to walk.
It'll be a case by case basis. Some people will pay a bunch up front. Some people will give more in equity. Some people, everybody's going to be paying in usage. So either way, like I am in the profit. Even if I gave it away for completely free, if they use the thing, we're still making money from it. So that's like the baseline is like as long as everything is profitable.
Alfred is at 437, and then
Honestly, I don't have enough. I don't have enough like clarity on what to do with that, and I'm not the one directly selling it. No, we're talking Propello. The data piece, like, super, yeah, 100%. Like, the data piece can be a part of this system that gets profited by usage, or it could be its own product as well, its own standalone thing, which I think both are great, and I would love to invest in either of those, both of those directions. I really genuinely think it should be both. But I mean, obviously, like there's a method to my madness as far as like how I want the system set up and dynamic and managed. Like I am pretty particular about it.
we'll be at like right around like.
But the money model itself, like, yeah, 100%. The data piece should be something that can be inside of the client acquisition system or its own standalone piece. Both, honestly. I think it should genuinely be both. And if it is a part of the client acquisition system, then it's something that is already profitable because people are using credits to be able to get the leads, and the leads are upcharged, right? So that profit is now split back to Omnira and Infinite 50-50.
Because this lady does $2 million and she doesn't have
It's taking the. I mean, it's just going back from not having everybody run their campaigns under my brand name and go back to run it under your own brand name. But now you don't have to learn the technical stuff. You don't have to go set up your own APIs, right? We had the onboarding that allowed somebody to set up their own campaigns in like 2.5 hours, right? But that was after you went and got your own phone numbers and you got your own yada yada blah blah blah. But we built those onboarding automations, right? And then I switched to, hey, everybody run under my campaign. No, I've always been, I just want a community with cool people. Like, I want the right people who are all here hanging out together and asking questions, growing together, and learning so that we can, like, literally just not have to learn the same lessons over and over again or share the opportunities. Yeah, like anybody who gets a license to the client acquisition system will be a part of getting to hang out with us here. Yeah, you're like Omnir is like anybody can take it, anybody can use it. Cool, let's go do this thing. And I still want to be selective about who has access to the client acquisition system, at least as resellers, right? You can now resell this system. You have a license. You are a part of our exclusive community of other people who are working out how to use this system to get equity in another company, right? So still very much the position of I want to be selective. I want this to be like you are part of us, but you get to show up as yourself. You get to represent your own brand. Use this to get equity in companies that you want to work with. Use this for whatever you want to do. But you're part of like our collective, and that's all I've ever cared about. That's why for 2 years I've been hosting masterminds, and I've been doing the YouTubes, and I've been like forming community and partnerships. So it's still the partnership program. It's honestly going backwards to go forwards again. Like,
No, he's basically game planning what a golpe estado would be, and by just the fact that they were game planning it, and the news got out that they were game planning it, that sent Venezuela apparently into some crazy frenzy. I don't know. You getting messages from anybody?
yeah, I would love to do that.
Different, bro. I don't know. I have to see you in person.
Yeah, we should all get on a call and just work out. Like,
Your color.
I mean, really, it's just getting clear on the numbers and the expectations for responsibilities. But as long as like, I think I've been very clear about what I feel like I need for this to be successful from my perspective, which again is like, I do want co-ownership of the actual system that functions for like the pieces of getting the data enrichment, and then anything else that like we see alignment on, like I want co-ownership of it, because I've been obviously like, that's how I see everything. That's how I see my relationship with everybody. I just like, if we can share ownership with each other and be clear on like how do we both support this mission, then I'm like 100% game, 1000% game. Like it's literally all I've ever wanted from day one. It's just like, can we co-invest in these opportunities and make the most of them?
No, in the actual American Express photo.
Yeah. Um,
that's really what it is. At the end of the day, in my mind, production output can rely on updates.
That's all that matters.
That's what I want to say. Like making them feel not feel away, but I mean value their subscribers. There's a whole lot of whatever, like but
So I'm gonna turn the screen around.
that's
Maybe you
my
can tell me where I can find it.
that's how I see it. I see it as production. I think that decision making is great, but I think that
I think this is it.
find ways
I
to
think I found it.
download that. And I want to do that ASAP.
Is
yeah,
this
me
it? The
too.
thing that you need right there.
Because but like at the same time when it comes to develop, that's also something that like we're building. So there has to be also because like you also in your brain, like whenever you start going. I do the same. But in order for this to work, there has to be also communion. And
Uh
it's
huh.
not that
Who's the man? Did
um
$27,500 in a couple weeks because that's who I am and what I
have
do
to
and
see
how I get
your
down.
time
That's how I get
to
down.
start doing it. But like still I see
I told you I said.
first.
You know, it'd be really good if you just fucking get
Yeah, I pretty much am
$20,000
like
a week
where
and
I'll
just
be
say,
sitting
yeah, all
is
right, baby, let's
definitely
go.
I can be of more
We
support
got a lot of runway.
to
A lot of runway.
Harrison, and I've obviously been like suggesting for I mean outside of the last 10 days, but the week before that, like hey, I can build something, I can build something, I can build something, which I get, and I'm like I that's great. I I have no issue. I would like to be more involved in the build and that because I again I'm good at it, and that's what I am now focusing on. So as long as I have access to be able to contribute to the building,
It's clear there are levels.
or again, it's like I have access, but I don't have necessarily have to. The point is like I can
So
build
you
the
have what you
thing,
have
or
now.
I can just like help provide feedback on how it should
So
be built.
here,
But either way,
you
I just want to be a
especially if you're
co-owner
not
and
AT
equally
Excel,
invested in making
you
sure it
get
is
the most.
successful, and that is
So
all.
we
So as
already
long as
we already
I
sent you
have
that.
access to that,
And
and
like
I can go
message
put this into the
whole
channels
message
that are
back
being
and forth,
distributed, so the money can
confirm
come
the
back to us.
appointment.
Like that is what I feel
When the appointment
like I
arrived,
can
I
do.
put a
So
date because I'm
I
on
just want to
another
do it.
appointment. They called, AI picked up and said, hey, I know you got an appointment right now. Zach's busy.
Yeah, I
Can you
mean,
tell me more
like I
about
mean, I'll
what
just
you
be frank
do?
about it. I
Is
just wasn't
Zach
confident in
gay?
the
Can you
ability
tell me
for
how fast
users to
is
be
Zach
onboarded
to
because I didn't get
use
to
this to
experience it
call you?
myself, and that's just like my real perspective on it.
Click, pick up. Yo, hey, yeah, you're talking to my assistant. Wow, that's crazy. What you got?
What's a $50 million company? Just like one person is handling it. It's tough.
Level 3. Okay, can't wait.
Yeah, I understand.
You're trying to supplement
Oh,
and
I sent. Did you? Oh, I didn't. Oh,
at the same time and with automation
girl, you ain't chosen shit.
and
That made my brain go.
deal with it. Like
I think I took a
most
picture of it. I sent a video. I took a video of it and I sent it to you. Let's see if we
Yeah, I understand.
there was no logic. Logic had to be built.
can
Smart
speech to speech.
like we're really fast in one direction.
Speech to speech.
But we already
Turns out we have new,
Yeah.
expanded ICP.
structuring things
Our offer has
and
changed
that's
a
the way
little bit.
to
Um,
take that. Because
we
as
added
always,
an ascension offer. Yeah, this
this
all
is
happened in 10 days.
how I feel.
That's wild.
And
Yo, we moved fast, Trey John. All this happened in 10 days.
like yeah, like
CAC, offer, ascension offer, CAS.
so like
Your whatever you're fucking building, the UI.
that's what you're saying that you're gonna help
He made something where it's like Lovable, where you want to set up your campaign because we got Brian right, we got to
Are
sell,
you
and
asking a
then
question? Or are you making
Sean,
a statement?
right, and Roy.
I mean, yeah,
It's
I'll.
a Lovable interface. You know how you built our platform with Lovable? You just talk to it, and you just copy and paste that shit. Same exact. We made a Lovable.
okay, cool, but like where are we at?
We made a Lovable to make your campaigns.
No,
Like
it's not.
dynamically
No,
push it.
it's
So
not the. It's not the
it works
hesitation
through
of
DHL
you.
and Supabase,
No.
but it's like a UI Lovable, like a Lovable UI.
Yeah,
That's just a
it's
chat
more of
box,
that one, and
and you just talk
I
to
again
it, and it
I
automatically makes
I
everything
have
better.
complete faith that you will. I have 100% zero doubt.
Give them 10 days. Change the offer. Collecting more cash. 10 days. I guess that's what happens when you put A players together. We move fast, 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 fast. No, I just made it right now.
Yeah, and I apologize for not communicating that more clearly. Yeah, again, I the
Which part? Right. Matter of fact, I gotta test that. Let me see when the block is. I've been doing two a days for 3 days. 3 a.m. to 9 p.m. I go to sleep by 9 p.m. It's 16 minutes. It's all sick, but so when you call me, I'm in the middle of like 17 things. It's not because I don't want to talk to you. It's just when I need to go get a suit. I don't know when. I don't have the time, but maybe I'll have it this weekend. I'm back, baby. You haven't seen the calendar. I'm full. Look at the last 2 weeks. I'm full. Full, 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 full. We haven't even done DM automations. TK's got the whole flow ready to go for DM automations and social media content. That's the thing that I wish we focus on when we get back. Just content, content, content like crazy and run my Instagram as well because I'm going to do content as well. Got whole plans for the whole core four. I got a huge document, not a huge one, a document just for you as to like what December 1st, what it's going to look like. PK's
I see.
one of the pieces is you
I can
creating
reiterate.
all of our amigos.
I mean,
You
just
guys
to
who are
put it
engaged top to
briefly,
bottom because what we're going to
I
do is a
still, even
section.
in this moment, because I just don't know, right? I'm not
Stager,
confident that
stager section also
users
in
could be
PK's
onboarded
already started to
onto
create because
the platform, and I know a lot of that
next
was
week
due to the
we're gonna have
complexity of also learning
TS
the
guy.
partners involved, which is why I was like, okay, well, let me just remove the complexity. That's one thing, but if it's not that,
We're gonna probably
then
practically print.
okay. So there's only two pieces I would need. It's just like
Probably
one,
practically.
I just would want to be
We're getting very close to it. 40. Something like that.
okay, cool. Which and again, yeah,
We're gonna get
I
this thing going at
apologize
casa.
for not communicating that earlier.
Immediatamente
Okay,
cuando llegue.
hopefully,
Huh? No, you. Cuando llegues.
yeah.
And yeah, toda la comida de la casa el negocio va a cobrar en vez de nosotros. Sí.
Uh,
Y
yeah. I mean, I think I'm not. I'm just not sure if we're not like I.
baby, it's irrelevant. It's above us now.
Like,
We
I
moving at a speed
like
above
from day one. I
baby
mean,
girl.
I do I
10 days.
do
Time to
see
open
the
up
value
December.
of our relationship. You as an individual, Harrison as
Pero,
an individual, you as a collective, and then us as like the full movement. All I want is like
my panda,
to
what's up,
know
panda?
confidently that when we say, hey, this system is going to be up and running and doing this, that it is, and that I can
Yes.
set clear expectations with the people around me. And if I'm going to go sell something, like, great, there's a well
We are
documented process for how this works, and everybody knows their splits.
like,
So it's like that's all I want.
like, you don't understand. 10 days, girl. You were gone for 10 days? Been 11 days, 10 days? Completely changes the trajectory of everything. Literally crazy.
Yeah, I agree. I, same. It's the same thing for me again. It's just like, and I heard you just say it several times. It's like, hey, it's communicated that this piece is ready, and then it's like when I want to use it, it's actually not ready. You feel me? So it's like, I can't do that. Because my whole calendar is set around like, hey, okay, it was communicated to me from the partners that I trust that this thing can be used, and I go to use it and I can't use it, and like that's a problem. So, and then there's not immediate support for me to be able to use it, or vice versa, the support for me to be able to fix it and just get it done, because I am very much a builder just as much as anybody else is, and then some. So it's like, yeah, I'm not even asking for you to go do the work that you said you were going to do. Just give me access to be able to go do the work that you said you were going to do, so then we can all just be glad that it's done and move forward. So it's like, that's who I am. I'm always going to just be the, if it needs to get done, let's just get it fucking done, and I don't care who does it. If I need to do it, I'll do it. And if we can do that confidently because we have an agreement in writing, then I'm sure that everybody will be okay with giving Trey John what Trey John needs to be able to make sure that the shit gets done. But I've never waited for anybody else to get something in place. I've never been in the position where I'm delegating tasks.
If they're gonna cancel my Monday flight. And
I don't know how else does. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. It was never necessarily my wholehearted intention to sell the platform. I thought that was, which I didn't think it was, right? Which I didn't think it was either. So I appreciate, and I made this clear. I'm like, hey, I appreciate that you've been showing up in this way, and I want you to get compensated. But it should have been like, hey, Trajan, are you like, because you went out of your way to help with the boot camps, etc. And like, I went out of my way to help make sure that like the product development was going smoothly and giving my feedback, and also make sure the systems are in place. But I never went out of my way to try to say, okay, well, this is how I would go sell this platform, because it wasn't in my intentions for what we were doing at the time. You know, yes, I could have 100% communicated and said, hey, yeah, I hear that. I could have communicated that, you know. Yeah, if you're telling me right now, like, hey, let's sell this. I don't need credit on it. I don't need the name on it. I just need to have confidence that if we say we're gonna do it, it's just confidence in the system working. Like if I'm like, hey, let's go use this thing, everybody go meet with these people and get onto the thing. I just want to have confidence that it's gonna work, because I know the system works. Like I know the thing does and will produce results. But if I'm not confident in the experience of getting on the platform and it doing that, then I'm not going to tell anybody about it. So yes, that is my only caveat there, is like, if you're telling me and Harrison's telling me like, yeah, this thing is good to rip and we are confident that people will get a smooth onboarding and will be supported, or at least expectations will be clear and will be met, then I'm like, hell yeah. Yeah, like let's just remove the partners from the conversation completely at this point. Like the partners are taken care of, completely separate, own standalone product that they'll have that has nothing to do with the app, right? So like, I would be happy to promote the app if you're like, yeah, we're confident that the user experience is going to be smooth. Yeah, it's just this has not been communicated to me, because the last time I asked about that experience from the partner perspective or from the user perspective for the app, nothing. It wasn't done. Like it was close, and that's just what I kept hearing. It's close, and I'm like, that's fine. I'm not even in the position right now where I'm like, I'm tripping on it, which is okay. If you, yeah, I Yeah. No. I didn't know that it was like a point of contention. Truly. This is no. I've not been tripping on any of it. It's like from my perspective, it's like okay, well, if I can't go sell this thing, I need something to sell to be able to cash collect. I yeah, I mean, I'm not selling it like right now. I'm not selling anything. Shit is being sold for us, which is cool. The we sh- my we should be like if so as of a week ago. As of a week ago, I was like, hey, I just need to be collecting cash. The conversations were not about like, okay, well, these are the last pieces we need to launch. Nobody said, hey, like we're ready to launch, and in a way that I felt confident in it. If we're, which I'm just repeating the same thing. It's just like I was not confident that we could launch this thing. Yeah, but again not a part of the like none of that feedback was given back to me. Nobody was like, "Hey, yo, we sold this thing for $500." That somebody, but saying yes, just saying yes. This was successfully sold at this price point. This is how it was explained. That's why I had to call you and figure out like what all the stuff was. But nope, again, I did not get the final like, hey, this is how the credits work, this is how the pricing works, and yes, I did successfully go sell this and onboard a user. I'm just answering. I'm just telling you like why I didn't do nothing about it. That's it. If I can't clearly communicate it, that's all. I mean, I don't take it personally. Okay. Okay. Uh, cool. Like I don't take it personally. Please speak however you feel comfortable speaking. It's like yes. So like I'm cool. I'm just a huge proponent of things being like written down, agreed upon, very clear. This is how the thing works, so I can go communicate it effectively. And also, when I'm moving and making offers to other people about whatever the thing is, we all know how we're getting paid from it. And we all know that, like, hey, we are equal partners in this thing. We all have access to what we need access to. We all have the information we need. We all feel confident that the money's going to hit our bank accounts whenever we have all communicated, like, this thing. We all feel confident in our co-ownership. So that is not how I have felt about it really much of anything with Omnir. Again, I'm confident in our relationship. Like I really do fuck with you and I fuck with Harrison, which I've made very clear. But I don't. It's not clear, and I've been asking for this since like day one. You know what I'm saying? That's all for me. I yeah. I mean, I think we're in agreement. Like we just need to. Well, I think we're in agreement about the fact that we need to get in an actual agreement, like pen to paper, we're all on the same page with how these pieces are moving and who, like how ownership is shared with these pieces. And again, I've been very transparent. Like, I'm willing to be, to share. Like, we've talked about sharing on the boot camps. We've talked about sharing on the app. We've talked about sharing on the data. We've talked about sharing on the partner program, which I'm very happy to do. I don't know any other way than to just keep saying, hey, we should make an agreement. We should make an agreement, like, which I've been saying from October. Okay. Yeah, dearly, we get on the calendar with everybody. Harrison, Enrique. I mean, I don't. I'll be real. Like, if it's not like Sam, me and you have gone back and talked about this like for 45 days, and we haven't sat down and put something to pen to paper. And it's like I feel like Harrison is looking at me like I'm some stingy motherfucker because he's not hearing that I've been clearly saying from the beginning, hey, I want to get an agreement in place to make sure everybody feels confident in their ownership and their responsibilities and how they're getting paid. And like I don't think that Harrison knows that that's been my perspective from day one. But I know Enrique knows that. I mean, I know you know that, but I don't understand why there's any hesitance to get me what I need when I'm asking for it. So it's like, yeah, I'm happy to talk to you about it again. But if there's any reason why we shouldn't bring Harrison in, then I'd need to know. If there's any reason I shouldn't bring Enrique, I'd need to know. You know. Yeah, I understand that. Like, I understand like the final decision comes down to you. But like, for example, I mean, yeah, I hear that. It's just, for example, vice versa. I hear you. Yeah, I mean, to me, it sounds like you're saying that you feel confident in your ability to speak for both parties, and both parties are just you, like, which I'm cool with. I would still bring Enrique in on the conversation because I don't like, I do get the final yes or no, but I don't take any action without backing it up with Enrique first because he's been here for the entire journey and knows all of the pieces and considers the things I don't. So it's like I just want to be clear that I'll definitely be checking in with Enrique and what he thinks is best because I know that like yeah, I mean to me it's like the value of Omnira is the clarity that all parties bring to the table. And if I don't hear directly from Harrison that like Harrison's also equally bought in, then it's like I lose confidence. So I'm just feeling like I don't have a great feedback loop with Harrison. Like Sam, I'm locked in with you all the time. Like, and I understand. I get it because we've spent a lot of time in these conversations, but Harrison, like I have a lot of faith, I have a lot of trust, but I also don't have a direct line of communication for this level of conversation about how are we really working together. Like everything's been filtered through you, and again, my confidence in that side of the relationship is just not there, and I would love for that to be there so we can confidently move forward. And that's what I'm banking all of this on right now, right? Since we don't have an agreement, then this is all about the relationship itself. No, I'm just listening to you.
So like I don't know, it's like it's hard to explain it in any really facts. I think he's been like I don't know, like weird mindset. That was always been.
No, I think he's goaded. The only, I mean, again, the only point where it's been like, okay, well, I don't know what's up with you guys is like I've been assuming that everything that I've said to you.
But like that's what I'm saying. Like he's essentially kind of like like there's nothing wrong with like it's just the way that he like the way that he like interacts and stuff, as well. Like he's I don't know, like he wouldn't go through the Book of Mormon with me when I was in music. Like we got clarity too, but like also I had the conversation with him. I was like, hey, I don't really want to be like buddy buddy anymore. Like I know like it's been cool, but like I have to be able to like speak to you like real to be able to get the most out of you, and like you have to feel that same way here. You know what I mean? Um, so like that dynamic has like also helped our relationship as well, because like I wasn't like pressuring him much or like getting on him much or like helping him like see the actual drive to push forward like with me. Um, so like that's also been the thing, like he didn't he's he didn't feel like somebody could like tell him like what to do.
Ah, I see.
Like somebody else. You know what I mean?
Yeah, which
So
I
so that was the only thing. Like and although it was like very clear over here, like I just didn't like press because like he brought a lot of value to me in a time and like a lot of experience and a lot of stuff that I could like learn from him as well, and from like his network connections and those types of things. But like he just didn't like somebody else tell me what to do or teach me.
like you or like me,
No, like
or just in general,
from your end, like
me. Ah,
yes.
well, you know, that's fair. I've not gotten any.
And that's also why I'm like saying like at the end of the day, like the conversation was going to be meaningful anyways.
Yeah, and I mean, what I'm getting at is like if I feel that if he was fully aware of like the way that I've shown up in this relationship from day one, then like there would be zero problem with the way that I have spoken or directed or delegated anything, because it's with the understanding that I have nothing but the best intentions for every single person involved in this, regardless of like their position or the level of value that it seems that they bring. Like from from literally like anybody, Derek, Helena, like coming in and hanging out all the way up to like the people who are here every single fucking day. Like I value every single one of you to the utmost. You know what I'm saying?
Right, 100%.
And if I'm
Like
speaking on
the
something,
reason I haven't come to that conclusion is because now that allows me to have that conversation. I told you I'm the one who wanted to have it. Like I didn't like
yeah,
talking to me. Like it's not his fault that he wanted to talk to me.
yeah, I understand. So yeah, I would love to get that. I
Yeah.
mean, I'm not. I'm definitely not. Like, I think he's fine. I think he's perfectly fine.
Yeah, because right now,
Um,
like honestly, all I'm doing is just like it's all good. You know what I mean? Like I just need to get right. He didn't like that. Like specifically,
yeah,
that's why we kind of like said, oh, maybe internal audits could be like a solid way to do things. You know, like and even though me and him can't do internal audits yet, so we need to find like how we can merge it, because like trying to do it messy in both ways where your thoughts are going one way, our thoughts are going one way, and like we're trying to fit your guys' like system into like this system that we had, like what I mean, like just with logic or like words and verbiage
yeah.
and all those type of things, like
So I understand.
it's fucking messy as fuck. So that's why I was like, okay, this is what we need to do. Either internal audit or whatever, take logic or whatever, or just go rebuild it, right? And like that was like exactly what we were gonna do at the same time. But like it was more so like
Yeah.
And that was just between us. And that was on me. Because like, things were hypothetical, but now they're real, so let's make it happen.
Yeah, I'm definitely game. If you're the person to channel all expectations through, again, perfectly fine with me. As long as like at the if this if the if the buck stops with you, yeah, and I hope not. And if I mean, again, it would suck for me if my only connection is you, and for some reason you fall out with him, then I'm losing my connection with him. But I'm not even really worried about that because I have faith in you and your ability to maintain a relationship. And if the buck stops with you, so if I'm like, hey, I feel like it would be great if there is this component in the Omnera system, or I'm
I'm saying, for example, does anything change? I like I feel the possibility of making better
um, if you felt like you needed to, I would say. I mean,
could it be based on paper and like things are actually being used?
no, of course not.
It's like it's not the same. It's the same way the other way around. That's the only thing that
Yeah, I understand that.
at the end of the day, like people at some point in time are also replaceable, but other people bring value at some point in time. Very lot of people bring like great assets that are a lot lower long term. You know what I mean? But also that hasn't like they can't sign the paper and make a decision, but they bought into the mission with me as me, or like you with me, to be able to get them get there. You know, the same way that Enrique felt that way about you. That's kind of like that same type of dynamic. Like I love you, appreciate you, going to like speak to you about certain things, but also you won't sign the paper to like want me to sign the paper anyways.
Yeah, that I mean that's why here is the case. So if we are going to partner on something, and if you're the one who is like the decision maker in the collective, which I already assumed, obviously, but at the end of the day, that means if something isn't done, or if I don't have what I need, or if I make a request and it's not prioritized, it's going to be your responsibility at the end of the day of it. Like I'm going to come to you and say, hey Sam, like if this thing isn't done, isn't built right, I'm going to come to you.
It's just like our own like roles and responsibilities to say like, okay, like let's come together and like this is our solve it now. Like I don't see it going back to like the same way.
Yeah, it won't, so it should be okay.
You know what I mean? So it's like it just depends on who gets done what
Yeah,
what like X, Y, Z.
I agree.
As long as that is
Let's knock that out tomorrow then, and just be very clear with like, hey, this is the piece that we are both going to monetize together at least, and leverage together in this way. This is how we are going to have collaboration on the development of this specific model or this specific product. And these are the compensation splits, and this is how we feel like it can be done fairly with the right responsibility. Again, I want to just be abundantly clear. I am happy for the systems to remain separate between like what is going out with the licensing model with partners and what is going out with like general users, or even if you go enterprise with Omnera, cool. We've already talked about like relative yeah, we've talked about relative splits on that, so I just like to get like literally pen to paper like what are the splits and who's responsible for that. And then the one piece that it's like, hey, I absolutely want to be leveraging and able to benefit from right now so that I can get it into the hands of more users, is the data piece, which I will want to have product direction on and I will want to have access to. But again, happy to put it inside of agreement. I don't have any intention of running away with it. Like literally happy to go 50-50, but it has to be something that I can continue to iterate on or have direct line of communication with the iteration. But I will 1000% need access to like the core system itself. So if we're good on that, yeah.
wasn't clear. You know what I mean? Go to market, sell to a player that has the internal tools to be able to have Sam's fucking office. Like what? Like that was never something that was gonna be like, oh, fucking, I have to get
But that sounds about right. I'm not saying anything that's like massively. Cool. All right. So, yes, we are collaborating on the data product, and happy to make that run and be sexy and be kind of the fuel for all of these other fires that are going on. Yep. Yeah, so I mean, if we can get on it, like, I have a 10 o'clock, I think. So let's get on at 11. No, I only have one though. Like, it's one meeting that got rescheduled for tomorrow, so I have a 10 o'clock. And other than that, so 11. So I did. I mean, I did just lock in. Well, not fully yet, because again, same conversation, pen to paper, but more or less pen to paper with Zach. So I do have very clear like where my attention is going to be able to develop these products and get them launched and be as far forward as possible through that relationship. Like, again, Zach's been involved in this with me for like 9 months now. So I do have good clarity on like the licensing model and what we're doing with the partner program and how I'm going to be able to make sure that that's fully supported over the next 6 weeks. Tell you, I mean, dude, like I said, 50-50 on the data flow. And oh, well, I mean, that part I don't like. I know the model itself, right, which I've already broken down with you. But the specific numbers themselves, it's like, because I'm probably not going to charge anything up front for the people who are already in the program, for example, but I will talk equity. Anybody else, I mean, it really is just going to depend, but it's not likely it'll be anything less than 5 figures. But it also, like, I would never, I mean, shit, I'm not cheap. But again, if I think that there's more value in them doing high volume, because there's access to, like, they're already trying to do 100,000, and they're like, I can be flexible, right? But I'm not spending so much time thinking about that because it's not something that I'm selling right here, right now at this moment. Like, I first want to just make sure that the things that are sellable are actually sellable, and we can be cash collecting right here, right now. Like, I won't even be looking at the licensing thing for another 6 weeks. At least not for like 4 weeks. So let me just feel confident that we can even go take these things to market, which I do. Obviously, I've taken several iterations to market at this point, but I want to just have that confidence in the last piece before I talk like concrete numbers for sure on anything, right? I'm working with Zach to be able to build out the system to deliver to the people he's already sold it to, and we are taking like this version of the system to the fucking moon. But other than that, it's like, that's where I have clarity on what's happening, because again, like we've worked out that roadmap for this niche in this direction, and if he's empowered me to get to fully focus on the thing that like I'm the best at, great. I feel supported. I'm gonna knock that out. I would love to bring the other smart people into the right positions where each of us can feel like we're supported to do the one thing that we want to do, because that's why me and Zach are able to work this way, because he's empowered to do the one thing he loves. I'm empowered to do one of the things that I love, and it just happens to be what I happen to be really, really good at. And I want to do the same thing for everybody else, like I've communicated from day one. So I think we're on the. I mean, I already know that we're on the same page. We're good to rock.
No, we're on the same page, man. I don't think that, like for example, that go up there. They go up there. Like, I'm not even interested in that. Like, the only thing I was more interested in on was like, what the fuck you're selling license for? Because obviously, I would be like, the same systems that we're building, that probably the same some of the same systems that we're using for licensing. So it's like, what is the positioning of the licensing? Is it industry agnostic? Is it geared towards M&A?
No, it's just the partner. It's just the partner model. It's like still the same partner community.
Right. So it's like I build client acquisition geared towards contractors and like verticals and the rest of the platform. And at the same time, I'm building out a partner offer that is so holistic that can be industry agnostic to this and that. And it's like this system, like just get back to the beginning or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, really, ideally, it's like the same. You pick your vertical. Take this license. Go dominate that vertical.
In client acquisition.
Mm-hmm.
So it's okay.
Client acquisition, business acquisition, whatever. But it starts with like your foot in the door, which is
It'll start your client acquisition business with that.
that's not likely how I'm going to frame it at the end of the day. But yes, that I mean more or less what it is. Use this valuable thing to get your foot in the door. To do whatever you want to do, right? To get your own clients, to get your clients, to support salespeople, to do follow. I mean, whatever, right? If you have other product development requests, come back to me. Let me know what you want to build. I'll add that into. No, I'm selling. I've never sold anything to an end user. This will be to other agencies, other people who are like us. Literally, it would be what I would offer you, Sam. And I mean, we're here in this relationship. You're already part of the program, so you will have an offer for the license, right? It's like, these are the people that I like to work with who want to go do the rest of the stuff. You bring your data back to me so I can continue to iterate, so I can give you back what you want to do. So all you have to focus on is what you love to do, and you don't have to worry about the tech. You don't have to worry about the build, right? I'm using you as an example just in this because like you're here on the phone with me, but like insert any partner who's here who wants to just focus on really understanding their vertical, their market, and solving problems. Bring the technical stuff back to me. I'll implement it and give it back to you, and you keep running with it, you know? Bring all your data back to me so I can iterate it and you can run with it, you know? So just like it's been from day one, you know, I've been the agency that helps agencies forever. I just need to hyper focus on getting this with Zach sprinting before I have any capacity to do like to go try to sell to some buyers or go try to do more intro calls or go do whatever. There's like I've built up enough of the resources that really legitimately anybody could be doing that right now. Several people in the program could be having intro calls, buyer calls, whatever. But I don't feel confident that anybody could be doing the tech stuff to the level that it needs to be so it can be scalable and dynamic. So I'm just going to focus on the thing that I feel confident that I can do that I don't feel like other people can do. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just. Yeah. Yeah. I understand. cool with me.
It's like, it's not that it was like the building prowess or understanding technical knowledge and infrastructure to like productize applications, because that logic was derived from changes of the system just currently. Because like you put all the data tables, the system, everything back into Claude to iterate off of them because of the different changes in the system to understand how the data tables work, try to make it more simplified and to work better. Like,
Yeah,
like that's where
I just
my
I didn't take any of the
you wanted to evolve the development
so
type of logic was very big on this.
yeah.
Sense. You didn't want to do that at the time because then it would have forced
I don't think anybody, I mean, nobody ever said that we shouldn't go back and simplify, go high level, and nobody said that we shouldn't go back and simplify the Supabase. And I literally didn't, I mean, I didn't use I didn't use the data infrastructure that I built. I didn't use the one that Sam built. No, I'm telling you right now, like I built it at 3 o'clock in the morning in my bed. Shit, again, and you already know anything I say behind your back, I'll say it to your face. Yeah, just nobody ever communicated that to me, so it's like it's alright. Like, I'm not, because if I could have handed all of the build over and not had to be, part of it whatsoever, and it just ran, which is what I tried to do for like 3 weeks. I'm more than happy to do it, but it's like it didn't seem that that's what was the best to do. You're gonna have to go watch the. You're gonna have to go watch the film again, because I didn't take any of the Supabase. I didn't take. I mean. Yeah, I think I worked it out pretty well this time. I mean, I'll do the same thing like I've always done, and like if you guys want to see any of this new build that I just did, like happy to share, and if not, then whatever. No, let me be clear. Anybody outside of like, when I was saying that like 10 minutes ago, I was referring to like the other members of the partnership outside of Omnir in our conversation right now. They can go do these other things, but they're not going to go learn and maybe build the system from scratch. Yada yada yada. I was not referring to Omnir. So Omnir, obviously, you guys can. I've seen that you have, and you will continue to iterate. I already have complete faith in you guys' build capacity, which is why I was willing to transfer all building over to you guys if that was something you wanted to do, but obviously that has not worked out the way that we wanted it to, and it doesn't seem like that's what you want, which is perfectly fine to me. That has been communicated at this point. I do feel that you could, but you don't have to. The other consideration that I had was literally handing over the marketplace and your capacity to go sell buyers and do the rest to monetize that. And again, we haven't talked for the last 7-8 days, so I've kind of lost confidence in being able to put that in front of you today. It also doesn't sound like that's in alignment with what you want to be doing right now, which I'm perfectly happy with. So I just decided instead, how about I just drop all the extra shit and I only do the one thing that I know absolutely I can do to push every ball forward without needing to communicate with anybody else who may or may not want to communicate with me right now. So it's like always going to be, I'm cool. I want to make sure that as many of us can get this done together as possible, but I really just want to make sure that you're excited about the work that you're doing, and I can get shit done regardless. Like, so if I can give you guys what you want, and if we can just have clarity on what is it that will make you guys confident and feeling like, hey, I can show up in the way that I want to show up. I'm gonna go do this, that, and the third. Cool. I just want to give you guys those resources. All I care about is shit getting done. And if I have to take over and get shit done, I'm just gonna get done with a smile on my face. Or I'm gonna talk shit the whole time, because that's what I do when I build anyways. But at the end of the day, it's gonna get done. So I just want to make sure that you guys are happy and you feel confident that you can communicate with me, and you guys feel like you're fairly compensated for however you're showing up. Like, if I can do that for you, I will be good, and I will just do the thing that I need to do to get shit done. You know, if I needed to go be selling buyers right now, and I felt confident that somebody else was going to manage the build, I would be going to sell buyers right now. You know, if I could just be marketing an app. But none of that stuff is what has happened over the last 2 weeks when I needed it, you know. Exactly. So that's all it was, which I'm cool. Correct. No. Exactly. And that was never communicated to me either, so I was like, oops, my fault. You know, because I didn't realize that, like, I thought that was handled, which is why Enrique was going to work on the content factory, which is why I was focused on doing seller buyer calls, which is why you were focused on doing seller buyer calls, and we were collaborating there. But then as we were doing other stuff, other shit, yeah, exactly. Our ball kind of got dropped, and I'm like, okay, well now I feel like I'm fucked, and I've never been in the position where I'm like gonna just like leave y'all out to dry, or communicate that something is going to be taken care of and then it's not. So it just wasn't communicated that we wouldn't be taken care of. And I'm like, okay, well now at this moment where I need you guys, I feel like I was not taken care of in that moment, which was disappointing. But like at the end of the day, it's good. Yeah. And now we know. You know, we tried for 40. We tried. We figured it out in 3 to 4 weeks. I mean, this is a pretty quick learning curve to me still. Some people try this shit for a year before they're like, oh, hey, it's not going to work like that. So I think we figured that out pretty quickly. I'm good to just focus on making sure that this system that I'm running with, that I've been running with for 2 years, is going forward. Like, I'm not going to put that down. You know, I can put down buyers, I can put down acquisitions for a second, like I can put down pretty much anything but the fucking system itself, because like this is literally what I poured thousands of hours into. So I'm not gonna, like, I'm realizing that like this one piece, and I would love to have the support to be able to get like the auxiliary pieces in and make sure that as we're leveraging these systems, everybody's getting paid. You know, that's what I feel like I can make sure is happening. But I'm not like I've given away a lot of the pieces, which I'm always gonna be like, cool, to the right people, and I think you're the right people. Like I wouldn't, you know, which I made clear from the beginning. Like, you know, I've literally nonstop given. But then I got fucked a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Not majorly. Because it had been communicated that it was going to be done for like weeks, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah. Which I understand at this point. So it's like, it's just that and then the immediate like, hey, I need help with the data and that not being shared, and then it's just like you guys ghosting for a week. Like it felt like 3 back to back, like, yo, I'm really pulling back and I'm not sure if like I actually want to execute a trade on. And that's how it felt to me. And I'm like, but that's fine, guys. Like I really don't understand. I don't know what else I could have done to be forthcoming with value and clear that, hey, like I would like to have a clear agreement with y'all. But I get it, you need some time, so I'm just gonna give you some time. So like we're up to this point I'm like angry, you know. I was like, and I don't even get angry, but I was just like, I'm not even angry, just genuinely disappointed. I'm like, I don't know where y'all are at, and I want to be going forward with this stuff. So, like, it hurt. Like, I'm gonna be real, it hurt. But I'm like, all right. Yep. Yep. Yeah, which I understand. Yeah, the integration just should not have happened anymore, and here we are. We figured it out. So, all right. Then we can keep it obviously moving forward. Like there are a couple pieces that still can be their own standalone. It can be their own thing that we can collaborate on. That doesn't mean we have to like fully integrate systems. We can just kind of take this module and leverage it how we need to, as long as we're both on the same page. Like, yes, we want to be secure as partners on making this thing, like this module, possible. Like, I'm not going to ask your responsibility for making sure the customer acquisition system is like developed. I'm assuming you're not going to ask my responsibility to make sure that like the on their app is functioning with users themselves as far as the system behind the scenes. I'm happy to support in the development of that, building directly, whatever, because I am obviously vested inside of your company, making sure that everything runs smoothly, and I'm happy to completely show up as I like always will. So yeah, we'll put some pen to paper and just feel like confident that we can communicate clearly and we can like say no to these things, or like, hey, maybe this integration plan isn't the best, or hey, this person doesn't like it when you tell them what to do, or whatever it is. It's just like, you know, I'm down. We'll go. Yeah, it's just, you know.
She loves you, man. I've never seen her go crazy like that for anybody.
Yeah. No, and you know, I can ask as much as I can. Like, hey, what do we need help with? What needs to be built? But I like, you know, I can't make somebody let me do some stuff. So I'm fine with that. Yeah. All right. So yeah, I have today. Yeah. All right. All right. So 12, 11. Like what? Can we just get on the calendar real quick? Is that all right? Five, six, six here, five for you. I'm in Eastern. It's 6 almost. Six. So now time tomorrow. All right. Cool. And like, I just want to. I'm trying to be clear about this, just because I don't want to have to, like, wait. I'm gonna need the data thing like tomorrow, ideally. Like, okay. All right. We did run some of it, but my deliverability with Cameo was only like 67%, and I'm not sure if it's the data or if it's because I didn't put like the appropriate campaign messaging inside of my automated outreach. Like I just took Zach's old Spintax, which was just like, hey, we have a couple properties. We didn't announce our names. Like we didn't say, hey, this is Finn from a company name, so we weren't compliant. I don't know. This is the first time they emailed me and said, "Hey, like you're at 67%," and nobody's ever. That's never been an issue in the past. No, that was Twilio and that was billing. That wasn't Cameo. My Cameo's been fine up until running this latest campaign, but again, I was running it. That was still billing stuff. Yeah, it was never like a compliance or anything. It was just billing. I don't know. They emailed me and I was like, hey, what do you mean? They're like, your deliverable is at like 67%, and I didn't ask them why that was. I just know there's only two options. Either the data was not great or the compliance was not great, and I'm assuming it was probably actually the compliance, but so I'm gonna fix that tomorrow, and then I would like to get more data in place, which is why I'm like, hey, can we do this thing? Did I match up names and LinkedIn's? No, I just took the CSV you sent and we dropped it in. I just pushed it. No, not really. I'll just be real about it. I just put the data in and sent it. Yeah, so I'd like to be running more and just let the data let the data talk. Yeah, which is cool. I fine with me, you know. Just want to be able to use it. Sweet. All right, I'm good on that. All right, I appreciate it. Thank you. I'll talk to you soon. Bye. All right. Huh? I mean, I should be able to avoid spending 30 hours building the thing. And that, like, I've been very clear from day one, like, I would much rather work with them on all of this. Like, I fuck with those guys. They're dope. As long as we're on the same page. All right, live stream people, you guys got to see a lot of, like, behind the scenes. Sorry that for the last 2 hours I've been on the phone and not going further with this Claude Code stuff. But I will be picking it up tomorrow from I might even finish module 3 and 4 tonight, but tomorrow we should be actually like getting into our build. I'm building the UI for our data tracking system and the customer acquisition system, and I'm building it in a way so that I can at least make this latest new iteration. Obviously, we've had many iterations. We've already had many front ends, many data tracking systems. I just rebuilt everything over the last week and a half, which you just kind of heard some of the behind the scenes context for why I built all of this stuff in the last week and a half. Tomorrow I'm going to get to working on the UI so we can like see the story that the data is telling us, and also work out getting some more data. So if I don't have to go build a data enrichment system, which because we already have one that's built, I would love that. If I do have to do that, then we'll start building that this weekend. But tomorrow is about the UI most likely. So check back in tomorrow. I'm going to go live probably right at 11. I have a call at 10. Other than that, I'm open. So from 11 to 5, I'll probably be here locked in with you guys. Thanks for being here. Much love to you. I'm going to get up out of here. And many blessings. Love your life. Peace.